Chapter 451, Little Fox reappears, QJ Fan's face turns green. Part 3. He then looked at the general, Li Yueming. After confirming that this group of people was not a figment of his imagination, he swallowed and shook his head. No. No, no. It's okay, General. You guys go ahead. I'll go back and take a look. The herald felt that his mind was unprecedentedly clear. Since the general and the higher UPS in front of him were not hallucinating, then, it could only be that he had hallucinated when he used the binoculars to look at the spirit beast tide. Anyway, no matter what, one of them must be an illusion, right? Otherwise, if there were millions of spirit beasts rushing over from the front line, how could a group of generals have the leisure to barbecue here? However, when he returned to the watchtower, the thousands of Star Moon Troop members seemed to have been immobilized, all of them lying on the ground, not daring to move. The herald was about to speak. However, what he saw next made him shut his mouth in an instant. Outside of northern Ice River Town, hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts had already surrounded the place. The aggressive retail workers were surprisingly docile and understanding at this moment. They did not attack the humans or leave. They just quietly stayed in the open space, as if they were waiting and guarding something. Point 0. In the courtyard, Li Yueming and the other 12 reincarnators were slaughtering pigs and sheep. As for Chi Fan, who was a captive, it was more difficult. He could only be forced to brush the secret sauce on the sizzling meat. To be honest, at first, Chi Fan refused. However, after Tian Liang promised to reward him with 10 mutton skewers for selling 100 skewers of sauce, he was shocked. Chi Fan immediately felt that it was really fragrant. After all, he had been living a miserable life these past few years. As a beast tamer, he was caught before he could bind his spirit beast. He had directly fallen from an advantageous class to a younger brother. It had been a few years since he had been able to get out of the water. However, in order to have a chance to sneak out and deal with the beautiful Arctic spiritual fox in the northern snow mountain, he could only choose to endure hardships and taste gall. At this moment, it was not a loss to be able to mix a few mutton skewers. He just didn't know how Li Yueming's so-called ancient secret recipe worked. Otherwise, after this world ended, he could return to the main world and taste it himself. Just as Chi Fan skillfully brushed the sauce on the mutton, the group of reincarnators looked not far from the door. Chi Fan didn't stop scattering cumin in his hand. He took the opportunity to raise his head and glance outside the door. He was instantly stunned. The Arctic spiritual fox that he had been thinking about for years had actually appeared outside the door. At this moment, it was wagging its tail at Li Yueming. Instantly, Chi Fan felt as if his entire body had exploded. What the hell was this? The little fox's fur is fluffy. His every move was filled with laziness. In addition, her eyes were as deep and elegant as rubies. Even if it was a wild beast, its posture was extremely enchanting. However, when he saw Li Yueming, his mood was obviously more cheerful. One of them ran over and jumped onto Li Yueming's shoulder. Li Yueming patted the little fox's head and smiled. "Long time no see, Lord Snow Fox." The little fox snorted lightly, looking very proud. However, Tsundere had already become obsolete in this era, so Li Yueming increased the intensity of his rurua a few times. Not far away, Chi Fan's face turned green. F***ck. This was the supreme grade tamed beast that he had taken a fancy to. In order to win the snow fox's favor, he had put in a lot of effort. But now, why did he run to Li Yueming's shoulder? However, before he could speak, the snow fox recognized Chi Fan first and asked in confusion, "Why is this guy here?" When Li Yueming heard this, he smiled and said, "One got it from the 9th prince back then. I don't have anything for him to do for the time being, so I helped him wash the dipping sauce." As he spoke, Li Yueming took a piece of roasted meat from Chi Fan and handed it to Little Fox. "Try it." This is cumin. Little Fox frowned and glanced at Chi Fan, then looked at the mutton skewers in Li Yueming's hands. She shook her head seriously and said, "He's too ugly. I don't want to eat his roasted meat." In the past few years, Li Yueming had sent something to the little fox every year according to the agreement. After all, the little fox was a beast king on the outskirts of the snow mountain. She was an amazing big leg. The reason why he was able to contend between the Qin army and the Great Zhou was because of the support of the little fox. Otherwise, with his current small arms and legs, it was impossible for him to stir up such a large amount of energy. Therefore, Li Yueming naturally had to get to know her better. If there were any treasures, he would give them to the little fox first. Now that his investment was beginning to show results, at least the little fox was no longer wary of him. In addition, the little fox had already talked to him about the spirit beast tide 2 years ago. The so-called spirit beast tide was not actually the spirit beasts who wanted to run out of the 100,000 mountains to wreak havoc on the human world. In fact, it was because even spirit beasts could not handle such abnormal weather that suddenly appeared in the 100,000 mountains. According to the little fox, the abnormal weather in the extremely cold snow mountain was cold. Every 10 years or so, there would be a few days of extremely cold weather in the extremely cold snow mountain. Under the extremely cold weather, even the spirit beasts living in the extremely cold snow mountain could not withstand it. When the innermost spirit beasts sensed the arrival of abnormal weather, they would run to the periphery to take refuge. As for the spirit beasts in the periphery, they had nowhere to run, so they could only run to the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains. Upon hearing the little fox's words, the mussel was completely stunned. At this moment, he just wanted to dive into the furnace. This was probably the biggest blow he had suffered since he became a beast tamer. So what if she was ugly? Why would he discriminate against an honest person who could read and write? He felt a deep sense of malice. At the side, Ding Yi, Tian Liang, and the other reincarnators silently turned their heads when they saw this situation. Although it was very unkind, they really wanted to laugh. Ha 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 ha. This Chi Fan was simply too embarrassing. When this public dungeon was released, they would have to write this joke on the reincarnator forum overnight. They had even thought of the title. As a beast tamer, what should I do if my beast tamer looks ugly and is being discriminated against? He took advantage of the time when the public reincarnation dungeon was the most discussed to release it. It was estimated that it would be a huge explosion. However, speaking of which, it didn't seem like there was anything embarrassing about being intercepted by Li Yueming. After all, he was the super chosen one of this world. It was reasonable for his initial charm and cultivation talent to be higher than a reincarnator by 100 million points, right? Chapter 452, The Tide of Spirit Beasts, An Ancient Legend. Part 1. As a veteran beast tamer, Chi Fan's mentality was completely broken. Li Yueming and the other reincarnators had a delicious barbecue, followed by a discussion about the spirit beast tide. According to Little Fox, the spirit beast tide did not only affect the Great Zhou dynasty. As long as the borders of the other 6 countries were adjacent to the 100,000 mountains, they would also be affected by the spirit beast tide. The extremely cold snow mountain was a cold wave that froze everything. Under the cover of such an inconceivable cold wave, even the 11th Tribulation Nirvana realm spiritual beasts could not withstand it. In other words, the power that erupted from the depths of the 100,000 mountains was beyond ascension. Furthermore, the extreme weather in the 100,000 mountains was different. The endless volcano in the northeast of the Qin dynasty was extremely hot. Thousands of degrees underground lava erupted, and billowing smoke and dust spread to a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. The volcanic clouds that covered the sky devoured everything, and the entire area around the volcano would temporarily become the hottest hell in the world. No living thing could survive. The spirit beasts had lived in the depths of the 100,000 mountains for generations. According to some ancient legends, the entire 100,000 1,000 mountains had been transformed from the death of the supreme insect race that had been killed by the Tiandu clan during the Great Divine Devil War. The flesh and blood of the dead supreme being of the bug tribe turned into thick soil, his blood turned into a gurgling stream, his bones turned into 206 famous mountains and rivers, and his heart turned into an endless volcano that was erupting continuously. The reason why there would be a terrifying natural disaster that shook the entire 100,000 mountains every 10 years or so was that the entire 100,000 mountains would be destroyed. It was because the evil energy in the supreme martial artist's body was not extinguished after his death. If it was an ordinary person, they would have laughed it off when they heard such an unverified legend. However, as a group of experienced reincarnators, everyone present had some wild thoughts. After all, years of reincarnation had taught them how to recognize all kinds of information. Li Yueming and the others were mostly aware of this. Legends like this that were passed down by word of mouth and could not be verified were actually not groundless most of the time. At most, there might be some difference between the truth and the legend. But no matter what, there must be a shocking secret buried deep in the 100,000 mountains. It might even involve the human emperor of the Tiandu clan and the legendary supreme being of the insect race from tens of thousands of years ago. If he could find some clues, perhaps he could receive one of the biggest hidden missions in this public reincarnation dungeon. Therefore, the group of reincarnatators could not help but become excited. If not for the fact that their current strength was limited, they would not be able to touch such a hidden mission. They probably couldn't wait to investigate. Li Yueming wasn't interested at the moment. After all, from the few words revealed by the little fox, he could already confirm that the phenomenon in the 100,000 mountains was an ultimate secret that could only be touched by those in the Ascension realm. At this moment, he had not even broken through to the void refinement realm. He should first obtain the rewards he could get. The little fox brought hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts from the outskirts of the snow mountain and stayed in northern Ice River town for a few days. The Monkey King of the Snow Mountain and the other tribal leaders also came over. In the past few days, Li Yueming had treated the group of beast brothers from the Snow Mountain well. The Monkey King brothers who were guests also brought several jars of monkey wine for Li Yueming. Eating barbecue and drinking fine wine, it was a delightful scene. Until the cold air in the snow mountain subsided. The group of spirit beasts reluctantly prepared to return. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the spirit beasts didn't want to stay too long in the human settlement, Li Yueming wanted to keep them and not go back. Of course, Li Yueming didn't stand on ceremony before he left. He directly asked a group of spirit beast brothers to do some street demolition work. They destroyed the houses left behind by the old and dilapidated natives who were reluctant to move away. After all, the beast tide had already come. If they did not destroy something before leaving, it would be difficult to explain to the outside world. He would help Northern Glacier Town build a harmonious society faster. And it was during these few days of eating and drinking. The northern lands and the Great Zhou dynasty, thousands of miles away, were in an uproar. This was because many people realized that according to the news sent back by Yuao Tian and a group of fleeing residents, the Star Moon Army stationed in northern Glacier Town had not evacuated. They chose to continue guarding northern Glacier Town when the spirit beast tide approached. When they heard the news, everyone's first reaction was to wonder what the Star Moon Army was up to. Was he crazy? However, the group of people who had recovered from their shock immediately sensed something different from this message. In the past few years, the Star Moon Army had made great contributions in the battle against the Qin Army. He had once created a shocking record of defeating nearly 10,000 Qin soldiers with 5,000 elite troops. The world was shocked by this battle. In the eyes of the people and the great clans of the Zhou dynasty, the Star Moon Army, which had not been established for long, had quietly become an elite force that was not inferior to the Great Zhou Dragon Tiger Army. It was one of the strongest armies of the Great Zhou. However, this time, the spirit beast tide broke out in the 100,000 mountains. The Star Moon Army, which had been pinned with high hopes by countless people, did not retreat in the tide. Why? If the imperial court or the emperor ordered a retreat, there was no reason for the Star Moon army not to retreat. Even if Li Yueming had more guts, he would never dare to disobey the decree. But now, the truth was clear before everyone's eyes. Chapter 453, The Tide of Spirit Beasts, An Ancient Legend. Part 2. A few days before the arrival of the Spirit Beast Tide, the Star Moon Army evacuated all the residents of Northern Ice River Town. However, they did not retreat themselves and chose to stay in Northern Ice River Town to guard the encampment. On the surface, the Star Moon Army's General Li Yueming said that he would stay behind to guard North Ice River Town. However, Northern Ice River Town was originally a mobile city. Since ancient times, there were not many permanent residents. If the Star Moon Army moved the people away, what would they stay to guard? Could it be that he was guarding a lonely place? With such an abnormal phenomenon, it was hard not to think deeply. Did this mean that the Star Moon troop had not received the order to retreat? Thinking of this, many people immediately thought of the strange silence in the court recently. Suddenly, they all felt enlightened. It was most likely because Li Yueming, the son of the Marquis of the South, and the Star Moon Army were growing too quickly, causing the emperor to be suspicious and wary. Therefore, the imperial court wanted to take advantage of this spirit beast tide to deliberately suppress and wear down the power of the Star Moon Army, so as to achieve the effect of balancing and restricting the development of the Li family. After all, the previous generation of the Li family was Duke Zhenqiu, and their influence in the court was already very great. The current leader of the Li family, the Marquis of Southern Mountains, Li Nanfan, was still leading troops to fight in the western border. He also had quite a high prestige. Now, as the younger generation of the Li family, Li Yueming's growth momentum was so rapid. He was only in his 20s, but he had already commanded an army. He was only a general in name. It was no wonder the emperor was suspicious and wary of such a cruel family of three. If not for the fact that the Qin army was pressuring the Zhou dynasty, the emperor might have attacked the Li family. After thinking about it, this was the only explanation for why the Star Moon Army did not retreat from Northern Ice River Town. But no matter what, this method was a little too cold. After all, the Star Moon Army had just repelled the Qin army for the Great Zhou. How long had it been? The officials in the royal court began to hit him when he was down, deliberately suppressing and harming the Star Moon Army. The Star Moon Army had never suffered a loss from the Qin army and had never lost on the battlefield. However, in the end, they were ruthlessly stabbed by their teammates who were protecting them from behind. It could only be said that the human heart was truly sinister and unpredictable. Therefore, after seeing the ins and outs of this matter clearly, the group of people did not dare to make a sound. After all, the emperor was behind this. Even the officials in the royal court were tight-lipped about this, so how could a group of idle personnel like them dare to comment? After lamenting the evils of the human heart, he could only hope that the Star Moon troops' losses would not be too severe. Otherwise, if the northern lands were to fall because of this, many of them would suffer together with them. Hundreds of millions of people watched nervously. 4 days later, the spirit beast tide in the north finally receded. Everyone held their breaths nervously. Yuao Tian, who was in Dingbei City, was naturally the most concerned about his disciple. Therefore, as soon as the spirit beast tide receded, he personally requested for a spirit horse and rushed to Northern Ice River Town, wanting to see if his disciple was all right. The outside world's guess was correct. The order to withdraw Li Yueming from North Glacier Town was actually issued by Yuao Tian in private. Before the Star Moon Army was officially established, Yuao Tian could still give orders when it belonged to the Northern Battlefront Army's scout camp. However, ever since Li Yueming led his team out of Zhenbei City, in fact, it was equivalent to breaking away from Yuao Tian's control. After all, the Star Moon Army and the Northern Battlefront Army were of the same rank and name. Although Li Yueming was only a 4th-grade general, his actual power was almost the same as Yuao Tian's general. Under such circumstances, only the emperor could give orders to the Star Moon Army. But this time, the imperial court did not issue any specific documents. As a general who had experienced hundreds of battles, Yueotian naturally knew what this meant. The imperial court did not order a retreat. If Li Yueming retreated hastily, he would be leaving his post without permission. The imperial court would probably teach Li Yueming a lesson. However, if Li Yueming didn't retreat, in the face of the mighty spirit beasts, even if the Star Moon troop didn't die, they would still be skinned, and they would also be repaired. In any case, the top wanted to play the whole person in the moment, and the bottom, no matter what they did, they were all wrong. Because of this, Yueotian hated politics the most. Because in the eyes of those damn politicians, the people and the army were not living people at all. They were chips that could be added or deducted at any time on the balance of interests. He didn't want Li Yueming to suffer such a blow. Therefore, he privately gave Li Yueming an order to retreat. If the imperial court were to blame him, he, as his master, would block it. However, he did not expect that Li Yueming would do this so as not to implicate him. He actually chose to fight the spirit beast tied to the end. Yueotian's heart was filled with complex emotions as he rode his horse toward Glacier Town. Along the way, Yueotian had also met people who were returning home with their families. After asking, he found out that they were both heading to the same destination, Northern Glacier Town. Yueotian couldn't help but be filled with questions. If he remembered correctly, a few years ago, when Li Yueming said that he was going to Northern Glacier Town, he had read through the files of Northern Glacier Town. If the scroll records were correct, there should be at most 8,000 to 10,000 households in Northern Ice River Town, right? Chapter 454, The Tide of Spirit Beasts, An Ancient Legend. Part 3. Even if there were people who could no longer survive and joined Northern Ice River Town in the chaos of war these years, there should not be more than 50,000 households. However, he was still halfway there, and the number of people he saw had already exceeded 50,000. How many people were there in Northern Ice River Town? Yueotian could not help but feel very puzzled. Due to some sensitive reasons, he rarely sent people to investigate Li Yueming's situation. After all, they were in the same boat. It would be awkward if they investigated Li Yueming's situation rashly and found out something. Other than sending some rations and supplies regularly, Yueotian basically ignored Li Yueming. The source of the information was limited to Li Yueming's own reports every few months. From the limited information, Yueotian only knew that Li Yueming was expanding the city and population. However, the exact number and scale were unknown. Now, the situation seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Yueotian took out a steamed bun and handed it to an old man who was walking with him on the road. He asked curiously, "Hello, Sir System. Are you returning to Northern Ice River Town?" First Master even brought along 2 granddaughters with withered faces. When he saw the white steamed bun that Yueotian handed over, he could not help but swallow his saliva. These days, every family had a hard time. The fact that he could take out 2 steamed buns under such circumstances meant that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, Sir System immediately said respectfully, "Sir, I am from the Northern Ice River Town. Are you also going to the Northern Ice River Town?" Yueotian nodded. "Yes, I want to ask how many people there are in Northern Ice River Town now." First Master stared at him for a moment. For the sake of the steamed bun in his hand, he said, "Yeah, there are many people. These few years, life has been hard everywhere. If we don't have a way to survive, we will come to Northern Glacier Town to make a living. Only Great General Li doesn't despise us bunch of mud legs." Yueotian still hadn't found out the exact number of people in Northern Ice River Town. However, looking at Sir System's excited appearance, he probably could not even write big words, let alone count. Therefore, he did not say anything else after casually agreeing with her. He turned around and left. In any case, Northern Glacier Town was right there, and there was no way to escape. Any doubts would be resolved there. Now, he only hoped that nothing had happened to his precious disciple. Dingyuan City was tens of thousands of miles away from northern Ice River Town. Even if Yueotian was riding a high-grade spiritual horse. However, by the time he arrived at northern Ice River Town, it was already 3 days later. In the evening, there were only a few lights in northern Glacier Town. With his personal guards following him, Aotian dismounted his horse and prepared to enter the town on foot. But at this moment, a small group of soldiers rushed out from both sides of the road. He stopped Aotian and asked, "Who are you?" Aotian did not say anything. The guard beside him took out an identity token and handed it over. The enemy soldier glanced at his identity card with the help of the fire in his hand. Seeing the bright U character, he realized that it was Aotian. All of them couldn't help but say, "So it's General Yu. This subordinate has been rude. Please don't blame me, General Yu." Aotian waved his hand to indicate that there was nothing wrong before saying, "Where is your General Li? Are you hurt?" The soldiers looked at each other. A moment later, one of them knelt down and said, General Li was injured in the battle and is currently recuperating in the camp." Aotian's expression changed when he heard this. "Hurry up and bring me there." Under the leadership of a few soldiers, Aotian quickly walked down the street. Not long after entering northern Glacier Town, Aotian saw houses destroyed by wild beasts everywhere. However, he did not know if it was an illusion. Aotian felt that there was something fishy about the damage of these houses. Why were the old houses destroyed by the beasts? And the new house that was built next to it was completely intact? Unfortunately, it was night time, and Aotian could not see the whole town clearly. He just thought it was his illusion. When he ran to the camp, he saw that Li Yueming's hands and feet were wrapped in white cloth. However, at this moment, he was actually cultivating. Aotian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. After all, Li Yueming could still cultivate, which meant that his injuries were not serious. Hearing the commotion, Li Yueming, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. When he saw Aotian, his first reaction was to get up and bow. Seeing that his hands and feet seemed to be inconvenient, Aotian's face could not help but reveal a somewhat distressed expression. He hurriedly said, "Sit properly and don't move." Li Yueming didn't stand on ceremony. He sat back down without getting up. Li Yueming asked someone to send a chair over to Aotian, who was travel-worn. Only then did Li Yueming say, "Master, why are you here?" Aotian sat down. After the other unrelated personnel left, he replied, "I naturally came to see you guys. Are your injuries okay?" Li Yueming smiled. "My injuries are very serious. If not for my good luck, I would have died." Hearing this, Aotian's relaxed expression suddenly became serious. He sized up Li Yueming and said anxiously, "What went wrong? Let me take a look, maybe I can cure him." Li Yueming waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be anxious. "Master, my heart disease is caused by excessive sadness." He winked at her. Aotian was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. "You're really getting smarter and smarter now. You actually dare to lie to your own master. Tell me, what bad things are you hiding this time?" In the past few years, it was impossible for Aotian to not know what Li Yueming was doing. However, Aotian had been turning a blind eye. Therefore, at this moment, Li Yueming also trusted his master. Li Yueming thought for a while and said, "The imperial court doesn't trust our Li family. They also don't trust me and my father. So, I have no choice." Aotian didn't say anything. If it was before this, he might have refuted Li Yueming's words. But this time, the imperial court did not issue a decree for the Star Moon army to withdraw. His goal was to attack Li Yueming and the Li family. In the face of such mountain-like evidence, Aotian could only keep his mouth shut. Li Yueming knew that his cheap master was a soldier in the traditional sense. Ever since he was young, he had been loyal to the country and its people. Therefore, most of the time, he would deliberately ignore his cheap master. But now, Yueotian had already moved here. Li Yueming only revealed a portion of the information. The master and disciple chatted for a long time in the big tent. It was not until dawn that Yueotian got up and left. Last night, because the sky was dark, he couldn't see the appearance of northern glacier town clearly. This was a good opportunity. Yueotian flew into the air in a few leaps and looked down at the entire northern ice river town from above. Only then did he realize that other than the old houses that had been maliciously destroyed, this place had actually been built by his students into a place like a paradise on earth in just a few years. He recalled what Li Yueming had said to him last night. Then, he looked at the neatly arranged town in front of him, which was like a fairyland in a dream. Yueotian's face revealed a blank expression. Chapter 455, The Shocked People, the soul of the army was formed. 1. Looking at the place in front of him that was like a fairyland in the legends, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Yueotian was stunned for a few minutes. Although he had never been to North Glacier Town, he was no stranger to a tidal town like North Glacier Town. In order to warn of the spirit beast tide that might appear at any time, the Northern Battlefront Army had also sent sentries to the similar tidal towns. Every winter, Yueotian would occasionally go to such towns to patrol. Therefore, Yueotian believed that he had a good understanding of this small town on the border. They also knew that most of the people living in such tidal towns were hunters and herbalists. However, the current situation in Northern Glacier Town had greatly broadened his horizons. Putting aside the size of the town, the orderly arrangement of the villages and towns, as well as the clean and tidy courtyards and roads, Yueotian had the illusion that he was in Hejing, the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. No. That was not right. If one were to compare the cleanliness of the streets, North Glacier Town was probably even more powerful than Hejing. It was as if Northern Ice River Town was no longer the dirty and messy village in his memories. Now, he was no longer in the desolate land near the extremely cold snow mountain. If the houses were renovated properly and there was a sufficient population, Yueotian would probably choose to believe that this was a super metropolis in the Central Plains. This was ridiculous. Due to the destruction caused by the spirit beast tide, many places in Northern Ice River Town were in a mess. However, it still could not reduce the shock in Yueotian's heart. At this moment, the bird that was standing in the sky bent down. How was this a remote town? This was clearly the youthful version of a future metropolis. Even if he had confirmed it countless times, Yueotian still could not believe his eyes. This disciple of his was simply incredible. The houses in Northern Glacier Town were like rice in a field. At a glance, all the buildings were neatly built on the same central axis. Judging from the number of newly built houses and temporary houses, there were probably tens of thousands of households living in Northern Ice River Town. Even if each household only had 2 people, tens of thousands of households would have tens of thousands of people, or even hundreds of thousands of people. What kind of concept was this? Even the most prosperous city in the north, Zhenbei City, had less than 1 million residents. At this moment, a tidal town like Northern Glacier Town actually accounted for 1/10 of the population of Zhenbei City. One could imagine how terrifying it was with just a little thought. Simply put, Li Yueming had spent less than 5 years to develop Tidal Town, which had a population of less than 10,000, into a large town with nearly 100,000 households. Such a ridiculous operation was simply ridiculous. This alone was enough to prove that Li Yueming was a rare talent in the world. Even in this era where prodigies rose together and heroes rose in Zhualu, this disciple of his was also a dazzling existence like a pearl. After all, the others might not be very clear about Li Yueming's cultivation, but Yueotian, his master, was very clear. Those geniuses who were the same age as Li Yueming had just broken through to the truth realization state 2 years ago. This was already considered a genius that was hard to come by in 100 years or even 1,000 years. However, Li Yueming was 2 years ahead of them. 4 years ago, Li Yueming had already broken through to the true form realm. In terms of cultivation aptitude, this disciple of his was a genius among geniuses. If he wasn't lucky enough to receive a talented disciple like Li Yueming, Yuao Tian probably wouldn't believe it even if he heard it now. Under such circumstances, Yuao Tian was silent for a long time. Thinking of what Li Yueming had said to him yesterday, he seemed to be in a daze and hesitant. It flew in the air for a long time. In the end, Yuao Tian came back to his senses. He slowly descended back to the ground and could not help but sigh softly. He suddenly regretted coming to Northern Glacier Town today. Perhaps, sometimes, the best state of a person was actually not knowing anything. Knowing too much and thinking too much, his thoughts were in a mess. 0. It was said that Li Yueming was seriously injured in the spirit beast tide. The emperor ordered his personal eunuch to bring the imperial edict and some gold, silver, and jewelry to Li Yueming. The meaning was obvious. If you were obedient, you would get candy. If you were disobedient, you would get beaten up. It was a typical slap before a sweet date. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be submissive after a slap and a sweet date. However, Li Yueming was obviously not in the group. After Li Yueming saw everything clearly, he deliberately made this scene. As for whether he was injured or how badly he was injured, only he knew. After the spirit beast tide subsided, the residents of Northern Glacier Town began to return to the town one after another. At the same time, the imperial court also sent officials to bring the emperor's greetings and rewards. As an elite army of the northern lands, the emperor had given the Star Moon Army a generous reward. At the very least, no one could find any fault with it. The eunuch who came to announce the imperial edict was surprised by the scale of the town after entering North Ice River Town. However, as a eunuch who came from the depths of the palace, the eunuch had never been to the bitter cold land on the border many times, so he did not know what the scale of Northern Ice River Town was. After seeing the neat and orderly streets. Chapter 456, The Shocked People, the soul of the army was formed. 2. He only sighed that the Northlands was not as barren and dirty as he had imagined. Then, he was led into the camp by a few soldiers. The dozen or so people in the tent were all wrapped in bandages. All of them looked like they had been hollowed out after a few days of partying. Li Yueming was even more exaggerated. He was directly carried in by a few soldiers. He lay on the stretcher with a half-dead look. If it wasn't for his calm expression, the eunuch would probably think that he was about to die. He looked at Li Yueming, who was trembling as he stood up to receive the edict. The eunuch was a little flustered and hurriedly let Li Yueming lie down to rest. Of course, although Li Yueming was lying down, he did things very appropriately. After all, life was like a play, and it all depended on acting skills. When the eunuch went out to patrol the northern battlefront and Northern Glacier Town, Li Yueming asked Tian Liang to secretly send him more than 10 boxes of gold and silver jewelry overnight. The eunuch who issued the decree was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. After pushing and shoving, he reluctantly accepted a few boxes. Then, he hurriedly walked around and brought his men back to the capital to report. Li Yueming was simply giving her a gift. He didn't ask the eunuch to speak up for him. After all, eunuchs who could issue decrees on behalf of the emperor were all people who were deeply trusted. Even if he accepted bribes, he might not be able to get things done. Corrupting the spies around Tianzi had always been an extremely sensitive matter. If he was not careful, he might end up harming himself. The Star Moon Army had survived the Spirit Beast Tide, and General Li Yueming was heavily injured. These two pieces of news quickly spread. It could be said to be a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The entire Great Zhou was discussing this. At the same time, the emperor also released the news. He announced that from now on, Northern Glacier Town would become the 19th city in the northern regions of the Great Zhou dynasty. The Star Moon Army would be stationed in North Glacier Town to maintain its long-term stability. Obviously, this was a reasonable explanation for why the Star Moon troop was not allowed to retreat. Although the noble families and commoners in the world did not quite believe it, having an excuse and not having an excuse were two completely different concepts. If there was no excuse, this was the court and the emperor deliberately destroying loyal officials, which would make the world feel disappointed. Especially the great clans. After all, Li Yueming was born in an aristocratic family. He could even be considered the top silk pants among the aristocratic children. With an excuse, the great clans were still very dissatisfied. But at least he wouldn't say anything more. This matter could be considered as an explanation. However, everyone knew that the imperial court and the emperor were clearly wary of the Li family. After all, the two generals were generals who guarded the border. This was extremely rare in the entire history of the Zhou dynasty. If the Li family were to gain a foothold, they might threaten Tian Zi's position in the future. If it wasn't for the fact that Great Qin was still eyeing them covetously, the emperor wouldn't have dared to use such extreme methods. It was estimated that the Li family had already been labeled as plotting a rebellion. The emperor had finally stabilized Hejing. Li Yueming knew that he had barely passed the first stage. Although he seemed to be living a comfortable life now, in reality, he was purely dancing on the tip of a knife. If anything really happened, it would be a fatal disaster. Of course, Li Yueming would definitely find a chance to return the emperor's disgusting schemes. After all, he was a loyal believer who was always on the move. Don't worry, let it run for a while. After the old eunuch left, the residents who had fled northern Ice River Town also began to return home one after another. Of course, there were also quite a few who chose to leave completely. This was unavoidable. The refugees returned to northern Ice River Town with their families, thinking that their houses would be trampled to pieces by the spirit beasts. However, he never expected that most of his houses were still intact when he returned. This really shocked the residents. One had to know that although they were both tidal cities, the difference between Northern Glacier Town and the other towns was like the difference between heaven and earth. The other villages and towns were slightly more severely affected. Basically, the entire village had been flattened by the massive spirit beast tide. Even if the disaster wasn't serious, there were only a few broken bricks left. Unlike the Northern Ice River Town in front of him, the buildings were still Stanamguna or TNE Impact or TNE Spirit Dest Tide. When they finally came back to their senses, a group of residents entered the town with a look of disbelief. Only then did they realize that the actual situation in the city was much better than what they saw outside. More than half of the houses in the town were still intact. At this moment, the belated residents finally saw the solemn faces of the Star Moon Army and the generals of the Star Moon Army wrapped in blood-stained cloth. Half a month ago, when they left, the residents of North Glacier Town still didn't know why the Star Moon Army was stationed here and didn't retreat. Now that he looked at his intact house, he suddenly understood. It turned out that General Li's promise was not fake. The Star Moon Troop had really fulfilled their promise to protect Northern Ice River Town and its safety. At this moment, he looked at the Star Moon troops who were still patrolling as usual. A few rays of light flashed in the eyes of the group of numb residents. They had once harbored fantasies about the country and the emperor. Chapter 457, The Shocked People, the Soul of the Army was formed. Part 3. After all, the first rule written in all the saint books was that the people were important and the monarch was light. However, after experiencing countless beatings in life, the commoners finally understood that the principles in the sage book were all lies. The 6 nations had existed since the era of the Renhuang of the Tiandu clan. The rulers of the 6 nations had changed from generation to generation, but they had always been the same. The 6 nations that were not their commoners. The stage was the stage for nobles and aristocratic families. The ones who waved their sleeves and recited poems were the young masters and young ladies of the aristocratic families. It was also not a stage for the commoners. Legend of Heroes was written for heroes, and Legend of Heroes was written for heroes. nobles and generals, cultivation families. All of this had nothing to do with the people who grew up like weeds. But now, the Star Moon Army was the first to be willing to sacrifice their lives to protect them. With his own flesh and blood, he opened a path for them in the terrifying retail tide. Just this alone was enough to make them shed tears of gratitude. At this moment, Li Yueming stood silently in the tent and watched everything. He felt a little emotional in his heart. Although this was a world of individual strength was not the only component of the world's great power. The army had an army spirit, and this army spirit was not fake. It truly existed. Those troops whose willpower was still as hard as iron after hundreds of battles would be able to obtain the favor of heaven and earth. An aura called the army spirit was born. For example, the Dragon Tiger Army of the Great Zhou, the Iron Guards of the Great Qin, and the Divine Might Camp of the Great Ming. The strength of an army's spirit was linked to the will of the army and the fate of the country. The stronger the will of the army, the stronger the effect of the condensed army spirit. The more luck the country had, the more effective the army spirit would be. This kind of army with a military spirit was very rare. There could only be a few in an entire country. Most of them were short-lived. As time passed, the soul of the army dissipated, and the soul of the army would soon dissipate. However, once it appeared, its effects were enormous. As long as the country's fate was not extinguished, the soul buried when the army was born would not collapse. The spirit of this army could be passed down from generation to generation. Thousands of troops with military souls could contend against spirit focus realm experts. Tens of thousands of them could even contend with experts at the origin returning divine aperture realm. Hundreds of thousands of troops with military souls could even easily fight against nirvana realm cultivators. As long as there were enough people and their willpower was firm enough, the army spirit could theoretically even contend with super cultivators in the ascension realm. This was also the reason why Li Yueming had always wanted to train an army. After all, Li Yueming didn't care about those main missions that weren't challenging. Even if he completed them, he would at most give some standard rewards. Therefore, not long after entering this world, he changed his goal to completing hidden missions. In other words, the first mission was to help his master Wang Ziwei destroy the Great Zhou. However, Li Yueming alone would not be able to destroy such a huge country. Putting aside the mysterious fate and the foundation of the Great Zhou that had lasted for tens of thousands of years, the Great Zhou's Dragon Tiger Army was an insurmountable threshold. Therefore, Li Yueming had to cultivate an army that could give birth to a military spirit. When the time was ripe, he would have enough strength to overturn everything. He looked at the grateful citizens not far away. Li Yueming finally saw some returns from his efforts. What he wanted to build was a powerful army that was compatible with his flesh and blood, and a super army soul that could never be easily destroyed. To achieve this goal, borrowing the experience of a great figure in his previous life, the basic condition was that he could not be separated from the masses. Therefore, he had to lay the foundation first. Then, he followed up step by step. The military spirit was something unique in this world. It could really make a small bug become great. This kind of weird setting was not something that Li Yu had heard of in other worlds. According to Li Yueming's observations, even Huang Li Er, Tian Liang, and the other reincarnators did not seem to understand. Its existence seemed to be a kind of contradiction in the personal power side. After all, if there were too many ants that could kill an elephant, then what was the meaning of the existence of the elephant world? Of course, this had nothing to do with Li Yueming. It was useless to be so conflicted, other than asking for trouble. He shook his head and retracted his thoughts. The birth of the army spirit was also ranked first. However, the improvement of his own strength could not be delayed either. It was easy to stumble when walking with one leg crippled. Only by tidying up both legs could one be invincible. Therefore, Li Yueming prepared to enter seclusion again. A few years ago, Li Yueming had already broken through to the true form realm, and his body treasure had also been developed to the return to God realm. Now that so many years have passed, although Li Yueming's human body had yet to develop a new level, his cultivation level had already reached the perfected true form realm, and he was only one step away from the spirit focus realm. If he could pass this stage, Li Yueming could be considered a famous expert on this continent. It should be known that even the teachers of the Cultivation Academy, if they were not powerful existences who specialized in cultivation, most of the other ordinary teachers were around the void refinement realm. Even Yuao Tian, the general of the Northern Army, was only at the peak of the void refinement realm. At the spirit focus realm, one could already look down on all the heroes. Such a speed of advancement! Fortunately, Li Yueming was currently in the remote northern border. If it was in a town in the Central Plains, news of his breakthrough would probably spread all over the world. Of course, this stage was easy to step on. Even though Li Yueming had a lot of cultivation experience, he could not match the spirit focus realm. As such, the Qin army took advantage of the fact that the spirit beast tide had just subsided and retreated from the north to Hang Pass. Li Yueming was prepared to cultivate in seclusion for a year or two. He used his infinite deduction talent to think about how to break through to the spirit focus realm. Therefore, after the residents returned to northern Ice River Town, Li Yueming had people carry them around. Shuez Haiqian and his son had been busy for half a month to figure it out and report to Li Yueming the number of people left in northern Ice River Town after the spirit beast tide. Before the spirit beast tide broke out, the peak population of northern Ice River Town exceeded 110,000. After the spirit beast tide broke out, the population of northern Ice River Town fell like a cliff, dropping by 50,000, leaving only a little over 60,000. This shocking number made many soldiers of the Star Moon Army speechless. Li Yueming was expressionless. After all, this was the first time there was a spirit beast wave. Many people did not trust the Star Moon Army at all, so it was normal for them to run so many times. It would be better if they ran away. They could just confiscate their houses and redistribute them to the people who came later. This time, the Star Moon troop successfully defended northern Ice River Town under the chaotic charge of the spirit beasts. The next time, the people would naturally have confidence. Those who ran away would naturally return. It was possible that the population of northern Ice River Town would explode in the future. After dealing with the trivial matters in the camp, Li Yueming used the excuse of recuperating to start his closed-door cultivation. He was prepared to take down the spirit coagulate realm expert pass in one fell swoop. Just as Li Yueming was cultivating in peace. On the other side, a group of uninvited guests also arrived in the distant Zhenbei city. Chapter 458, Arrogant Reincarnators. 1. In the distant Zhenbei city, a group of young people with tender faces were curiously sizing up the town in front of them. In front of them stood Yuao Tian, who had just returned from northern Glacier Town. In recent years, the number of geniuses in the cultivation colleges had increased significantly. He was already at the true form realm and even the spirit focus realm when he was in his teens. In the past, he would have been famous all over the world. In the past few years, it had not even caused a stir. The young people who were highly regarded by the imperial court and the emperor and sent to the north for training could be considered geniuses among geniuses. After all, if they weren't so talented, the emperor wouldn't have gone through the trouble of sending them to the northern lands to temper himself. If nothing unexpected happened. In a few years, this group of young people in front of him would become the pillars of the entire Great Zhou. In the past, Yuao Tian would definitely take a good look at this batch of future rookies. It was just that Yuao Tian was feeling uneasy at this moment. In addition, there was Li Yueming, the monster among monsters, the genius among geniuses. Therefore, Yuao Tian did not put all his attention on this group of young people. Clearly, someone had also sensed it. After all, this group of young people were not real young people. Instead, they were a group of experienced reincarnators who could not be any older. Therefore, seeing that Yuao Tian was absent-minded, someone stood up and said, "Great General, Do you have any questions? At this moment, the group of reincarnators did not have any real power. However, with the support of the imperial court and the forces behind them, even if Yueotian was the general of the Northern Battlefront Army, they were not afraid at all. Yueotian only came back to his senses after hearing this. After revealing an expression as if he had just woken up from a dream, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He coughed twice and said, "I've already received His Majesty's secret letter. Since you're all geniuses from the Central Plains and have come to our Northlands to gain experience, then start from the basic position of Centurion. I have arranged positions for you in Zhenbei City and Dingbei City. You can start working after you are ready." This was the rule that Yueotian had drafted beforehand. He treated Li Yueming, Huang Li Er, and the rest of his disciples. As his master, Yueotian's requirements were obviously stricter. Back then, Li Yueming and the others had started as soldiers. If they wanted to return to the cultivation college, they had to personally chop off a few heads of the Qin army. However, this group of geniuses was different. Not only were they rising stars in the royal court, but they were also the most important people to the emperor. Thus, even you didn't dare to offend him. A young man in his 20s was an age that could create miracles. If they were given a little more time, the world would be controlled by them unknowingly. Even if it was purely for the sake of his family and future generations, Yueotian had to be prepared to arrange a higher starting point for them. In any case, he just had to wait for this group of people to make contributions and rise up. Most of the young people who graduated from the Cultivation Academy would choose to come to the border to gain experience for 3 to 5 years. After they had made some achievements and the old officials retired, they would immediately take the rocket to rise. In a few years, they would be directly recalled to Hejing by the imperial court and become the rulers of the Great Zhou. Every few years, Yueotian would also accept some cultivators from the Cultivation Academy to train in the northern lands. Therefore, Yueotian was quite familiar with this process. He had been doing this for decades. They did not fawn over him, nor did they have any conflicts. In short, it could be considered as taking what they needed. However, this group of cultivators from the Cultivator Academy seemed to be a little different. When they heard Yueotian say that he would arrange a centurion position for them, the first reaction of this group of cultivators was not to nod. Instead, they widened their eyes and revealed a somewhat angry look. A young man in his 20s took the lead and said, "A centurion wants to send us away? We are all true form realm cultivators in the Source Ocean, so our strength is sufficient. If we want to fight against the Qin army, our positions should be at least that of a chiliarch." After hearing the other party's words clearly, Yueotian's first reaction was to frown. He had carefully calculated the starting positions of these cultivators. After all, although a centurion was not a very high position, it was still acceptable to arrange for a group of cultivators who had just come out of the academy. But now, these cultivators were not satisfied. He actually wanted to start from a chiliarch. This was very difficult. A chiliarch could manage 1,000 soldiers in the army. If he were to rise another rank, he would be able to command 10,000 people and would be close to the rank of a 4th-grade general. Wasn't he asking for too much? Yueotian didn't react. The voice of the young man who had taken the lead to stand up could not help but raise a few degrees again. He said with a hint of anger, "What? Does the great general look down on us? I heard that the Star Moon army in the north is made up of your scouts. If the son of the northern marquis can build 1 Star Moon army, we can build 10. The other young men were not afraid at all. They echoed, "You're right. The Star Moon troops are very famous now, but that was before we arrived. After we arrive here, in the next few years, there will be hundreds and thousands of armies that are even more powerful than the Star Moon army." Chapter 459, Arrogant Reincarnators. Part 2. Yueotian glanced at the group of young people in front of him. I can't help but feel confused. However, when she carefully sensed the aura on the young man's body, she could not help but feel a chill rise in her heart. Just now, these few young people looked arrogant, as if they did not know what modesty was. However, he was a true form realm cultivator. Although they didn't want to admit it, this group of young people seemed to have the confidence to say such words. Fortunately, he had been to North Glacier Town in the past 2 days and knew how capable his disciple was. Otherwise, Yueotian would have doubted whether the Star Moon Army could withstand the test. As expected, the prodigies who had emerged from the Cultivator Academy in the past few years were all hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Any one of them was at the true form realm. Since when was it so easy to break through to the true form realm? After thinking about it, Yueotian didn't say anything in the end. After all, Li Yueming was at the center of the storm. What he wanted was to keep a low profile. At this moment, Yueotian naturally wouldn't expose any information and cause trouble for Li Yueming. Therefore, he said calmly, "The Star Moon Troop is my disciple and a new troop established by Li Yueming, the son of the Marquis of South Peak. The achievements they have made over the years have been personally praised by the current emperor." "Are you saying that the current emperor is blind?" At this point, Yueotian's voice paused. Seeing that no one dared to step forward to continue this topic, he continued calmly, "If you think that it's really easy to create an army, the Northlands isn't big, but it's not small either. No matter what, it's enough for a dozen of you to show off your skills, you can all try. Of course, if you are not satisfied with the position of Centurion, you can also start as a Chili Arch. However, for the sake of the generals of the entire army, you will need to pass some basic tests. I'll get the general in front of the carriage to explain the specific assessment process to you. Those who pass can become a Chili Arch, and those who are eliminated can only become a Centurion. Well, that's it." After saying that, Yueotian immediately shut his mouth. He made a gesture to the back, and the general in front of the carriage, who was good at observing people's expressions, immediately jogged over. Yueotian was old, and he was already the general of Northern Ice River Town. They were waiting in line to retire. He basically had no desire for power. Therefore, he did not need to pay too much attention to these rising stars. However, the general in front of the carriage was different. Not only was he relatively young, but he also had the heart to improve. Therefore, it was not easy for him to find an opportunity to perform. He could be said to be extremely fawning over the group of reincarnators. Yueotian pretended that he did not see anything. In any case, what the eyes did not see, the heart did not feel annoyed. After waving his hand to signal him to work hard, he flicked his sleeves and left. Only the general in front of the carriage and the reincarnators looked at each other with a fawning expression. He finally came back to his senses. The group of reincarnators felt terrible. This seemed, LT was a little different from what they had imagined. However, he was able to become a Centurion or even a Chili Arch as soon as he started. Their mission completion efficiency would be many times higher than those reincarnators in the wild. After all, ordinary soldiers who graduated from the Cultivation Academy did not want to be promoted. They had to go through the internal channels of the army. The internal passage of the army not only required outstanding battle achievements, but also experience. Moreover, it was easy to touch the ceiling. After all, the authority within the army was only so high. At most, he could only be promoted to a Chili Arch. If you want to continue to rise up, you must report to the imperial court. If one didn't have great contributions, it was basically very difficult to advance. As top students who had graduated from the Great Joe's Practitioner College, they had taken the imperial court's landing route. In the early stages, they would rise very quickly, and in the later stages, their ceiling would be many times higher than that of ordinary cultivators. Therefore, after a short pause, the group of reincarnators did not delve into Yueotian's abnormality and turned to study the so-called assessment matters. Their purpose in coming to the north was simple. Other than completing the main mission, the most important thing was to create an army of his own. There were all sorts of books and records in the Cultivator Academy for them to refer to. Therefore, after understanding the various magical aspects of the army spirit, they could not wait to try it out. If the army spirit was really that magical, they might be able to use this opportunity to accomplish something that they had never thought of before. Under such circumstances, the Star Moon Army, which was regarded as the model of the new army, naturally became the first target that many reincarnators wanted to surpass. On the surface, the Star Moon Army was established by Li Yueming. However, they didn't think that this army was really under Li Yueming's control. After all, they knew everything. Although the leader of the Star Moon Army was Li Yueming, the generals Huang Li Er, Ding Yi, Tian Liang, and the others were all reincarnators. Back when they were still in the Cultivation Academy, they had already known each other. Therefore, in the eyes of many of the great Zhou's reincarnators, the biggest reason why the Star Moon Army was invincible was actually due to the reincarnators in the Star Moon Army. Li Yueming, the son of the Marquis of South Peak, was just a shield that Huang Li Er, Ding Yi, and the others pushed to the surface. As senior reincarnators, they had no reason to lose. Hence, under such circumstances, an internal competition and battle between reincarnators was about to begin. Chapter 460, Arrogant Reincarnators. Part 3. Ever since the spirit beast tide had subsided, the northern lands had welcomed a rare period of peace. After all, when the spirit beast tide arrived, the Qin army of more than 100,000 had fled back to Hang Pass. They would not be able to return so quickly in a short period of time. Thus, during this period of time, the Star Moon Army and Northern Glacier Town had developed for 3 years. After the last spirit beast tide, the Star Moon troop had successfully proven their reliability to all the residents of Northern Ice River Town. It must be known that in the entire northern lands, tidal towns like Northern Glacier Town had basically been flattened by countless spirit beasts. Looking around, only Northern Ice River Town, which was guarded by the Star Moon Army, stood out. It only destroyed hundreds of dilapidated houses. The other new houses were not even damaged. In other words, the Star Moon Army had successfully protected the lives and property of the people of Northern Ice River Town during the spirit beast tide. In addition, the Emperor wanted to trick Li Yueming. He directly issued a decree to announce that Northern Glacier Town would become a permanent city from now on. The population of Northern Glacier Town had almost experienced an explosive growth. In a short 3 years, the original 60,000 residents of Northern Glacier Town had risen to nearly 200,000. It had successfully evolved from a small town in the middle of nowhere to a human settlement that stretched for dozens of miles. People fished in the Northern Ice River and planted potatoes on the black soil. He was surprised to find that the harvest was not bad. They could even obtain a relatively high yield without needing to apply fertilizer. It greatly boosted the enthusiasm of many people for production. Although Northern Ice River Town was still short of food and needed to be supplied by the imperial court, it was still not enough. However, it was already possible for them to be self-sufficient. After all, in order to prevent the emperor from paying attention to Li Yueming, the most fertile soil on both sides of the river had yet to be known. If he really wanted to develop the fertile soil on both sides of the river, it would probably take less than a few decades for the Northlands, which was publicly acknowledged as a barren land, to create a super metropolis with a population of nearly 1 million out of thin air. The so-called poverty of the northern lands was only limited to the desert around Dingyuan City, Zhenbei City, and other cities. The soil near the 100,000 mountains was actually extremely fertile. At the same time, the Star Moon troop had also been expanding rapidly in the past few years. The original 5,000 cavalry had already become the elite of the elite. He began to train the new infantry and artillery battalions. During the recruitment, the Star Moon Army's slogan was not to protect the country, but to defend Northern Glacier Town and the Northlands. Although there were only a few differences in the words, the meaning contained in them was enough to make people think deeply. This was because the Star Moon Army had been protecting Northern Ice River Town. There were quite a number of people in Northern Glacier Town who responded to the call to join the army. After 3 years, the Star Moon Army had expanded from 15,000 to 50,000. This was even after considering the provisions and the combat effectiveness of the army. If they didn't take the initiative to control it, their numbers would probably have doubled. He had no choice. No matter what year it was, other things might be lacking. However, there was no shortage of people with 2 legs and 1 head. It was like a never-ending harvest of leeks in a farmland. A new crop would grow when it fell. As for Li Yueming himself, he rarely paid attention to the messy matters of the outside world. He had already drawn up the general direction of the regulations, so he did not have the time to ask about the specific matters one by one. For the past 3 years, Li Yueming spent most of his time cultivating behind the scenes. He wasn't afraid that the reincarnators would do something when he wasn't around. As long as he was strong enough, he could simply turn his hand and suppress it. In fact, it was very difficult for anything to happen. This was because Li Yueming was bound to the Star Moon Army. Even if the group of generals under him were all reincarnators, it would be difficult to shake Li Yueming's position in the Star Moon Army. 3 years later, Li Yueming's cultivation was nearing its end. Through constant deduction and resolution, Li Yueming had finally entered the spirit concentration realm. However, the spirit concentration realm was a little special. When breaking through, one's soul and body would be separated for a long time. The entire person would enter a state of being one with the world. Only when everything was done would they wake up. Therefore, it delayed Li Yueming for some time. By the time he woke up, he had already been in seclusion for nearly 4 years. During this period of time, the Qin army that had originally returned to Hang Pass returned to the northern regions of the Great Zhou. But this time, the Qin army was ruthless. The army that came was divided into 2 groups. One group continued to burn, kill, and plunder, consuming the food that the Northlanders had painstakingly accumulated. The other group began a carpet search in the north. He seemed to be looking for something. The first batch did not have any questions. However, the last batch did make everyone feel that something was wrong. The entire Great Zhou was discussing this. After a few days of discussion, someone quickly came to the conclusion that this batch of Qin soldiers seemed to have specially come to find the Star Moon Army. The reason why they were searching in the north was to figure out the location of northern Glacier Town. Last year, because the 9th prince had been a spy, the first prince had suffered quite a bit at the hands of the Star Moon Army. The first prince had probably recovered from his setback after 3 years of chewing. Thus, the first prince had managed to shake off the 9th prince with great difficulty. He had led his elite troops to teach the Star Moon Army a lesson. He wanted to regain the face he had lost in the Northlands a few years ago. Chapter 461, Star Moon Army, YYDPS 1. He heard that the Qin army was searching for traces of the Star Moon Army in the north. The entire Great Zhou was in an uproar. The Northern Battlefront Army responded as soon as the public opinion was stirred. Although the Star Moon Army was also an independent force, it was not fully developed yet. If they really encountered the Qin army, they would probably suffer a devastating blow. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yueotian decided to first send out 3 new troops established by the students of the Cultivation Academy to test the effect. Back when these people had asked him for resources, they had all been incredibly proud and felt that the new army they had created would be able to sweep through Great Qin. Now that 3 years had passed, the Star Moon troop had achieved their first victory around this time. It was time for the mule to come out and take a walk. Of course, just in case, Yueotian had made several preparations. At this moment, the Qin army was also pressing down on the western border, and there was a feeling of a big fight. Everyone in the Great Zhou felt threatened. Even Prince Yu fell silent for a short while. Now, the world still belonged to their Ji family. If he were to cause trouble at this time, he might have to change his name in the future. Furthermore, the emperor would definitely not let him off. It was time to inspect the troops. Yueotian and Prince Yu were both on the city wall of Zhenbei City. He looked down at the army below. On the surface, it looked very decent. After all, it was impossible for reincarnators who could enter a level 5 world to be useless. After dominating so many reincarnation worlds, he would have a few skills that belonged to him. However, in terms of temperament and discipline, they were far from the Star Moon Army. Even after more than a month of training in the Star Moon Troop, he still hadn't achieved the same results. Under normal circumstances, to be able to train a new army to such an extent in 3 years. This group of cultivators from Hejing Cultivator Academy was indeed worthy of their reputation as geniuses. However, if he wanted to compete with the Qin army that had never been defeated. However, he was still a little too inexperienced. Yueotian looked at the new army under his feet and was a little worried. In fact, he already wanted to retract his order at the last minute. After all, they had sent a new army that had not been trained well to fight against the Qin army. I'm afraid the guild has suffered heavy losses. If the Qin army was so easy to defeat, how could they suppress the West Garrison army, who had the military spirit, to the point that they only dared to hide in the city? If everyone could become Li Yueming, how could Li Yueming's achievements be praised and praised by the whole world? However, the one who gave the order this time was the Emperor of Zhou, who was far away in Hejing. The other party clearly had great hopes for the disciples of the Cultivation Academy. After all, Li Yueming was a student of the Cultivation College. He had made such a remarkable contribution to the great Zhou dynasty in the northern battlefield. Then, could the other geniuses in the same batch as him do the same? This group of cultivators had been sent by the imperial government. Yueotian did not have the right or authority to stop him. They could only watch as they reorganized their troops and headed for the northern battlefield. The 18 reincarnators who came this time formed 3 teams. A total of 100,000 people. At the emperor's request, Yueotian could be said to have given everything he wanted with all his heart and blood. He almost emptied the entire northern battlefront army. It was not easy for them to gather 100,000 soldiers, but they could only watch them die. Yueotian's depression and pain were indescribable. What if the 100,000 soldiers were all transferred to Li Yueming? With 100,000 Star Moon troops stationed here, the entire Qin army in the north would probably have to take a detour, right? Unfortunately, Li Yueming's identity was too sensitive. This made it almost impossible for the emperor to rest assured. Of course, although Yueotian's expression was terrible and his heart ached, he was still in pain. However, the group of reincarnators training below the city wall were extremely excited. They squeezed their way into the Cultivator Academy. Wasn't it so that he could reach the highest level of power in the Great Zhou faster than others? With tens of thousands of troops under his command, the road ahead was smooth and unobstructed. Even if the other reincarnators wanted to chase after him, they would not be able to do so. With them guarding the top, it was impossible for them to cause too much trouble. Especially since there were still few competitors, it was better to quickly earn more points and merit points. It could be said that they had won this round. Of course, for his own team's combat strength. Many reincarnators felt that there were still many areas that needed improvement. However, in general, it should still be passable. With the example of the Star Moon Army, many reincarnators were naturally full of confidence. He felt that the combat strength of the Qin army was probably only so. The rumors of a Qin army that could last 3 weeks were probably very exaggerated. The Star Moon troop trained for 2.5 years before they could compete with the Qin army. He only needed to train hard and bring up a team that belonged to him. Their troops could also take this opportunity to easily farm some rewards. Therefore, he had the mentality of killing to become famous. Many reincarnators led their troops and set off. They were prepared to ambush the Qin army while they were searching for the Star Moon troop, waiting for them to attack. To be on the safe side, the reincarnators did not choose to divide their forces. After all, there were only 70,000 to 80,000 Qin soldiers active in the north. Their 100,000-strong army could easily suppress a counterattack. The number of Qin Jun killed was enough for more than 10 reincarnators to distribute. After hearing this news, even Li Yueming, who was cultivating in the camp, asked a few more questions. Chapter 462, Star and Moon Army, WDPS 2. After confirming that this group of reincarnators were really going to help Northern Glacier Town block the disaster, they were almost moved to tears. He pondered for a moment. In the end, he called Huang Li and the others into the main tent. He explained some of the arrangements to them. They heard Li Yueming talking about the policy of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The eyes of many reincarnators lit up. Sixth Brother and the others were good at it. Especially this kind of strategy that was beneficial to him and could disgust other reincarnators without leaving any traces. His eyes lit up. He had no choice. He was too excited. They were still anxious over the past few years. After all, they had gained benefits from following behind Li Ming, and they were now leading 99% of the cultivators. However, in the past 2 years, he had been making no progress. He didn't gain more military merits or fame to consolidate his advantage. They could only watch helplessly as their competitors, who were also in the same realm as them, came to the north to snatch their jobs. Moreover, he had even obtained the favor of the imperial court. In the past 3 years, they had all established their own new armies. It was becoming more and more powerful in the Northlands. As the scouts, they felt as if a cat was scratching their hearts. His heart was bleeding. If it wasn't for the fact that he had built up enough trust with Li Yueming during the long journey, he would not have been able to do so. At this moment, the group of reincarnators had probably already run away with buckets. Fortunately, Li Yueming didn't let them down. In the past few years, it was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he would use a ruthless and desperate tactic. If this operation was successful, it was likely that this group of competitors would not be able to turn things around for many years to come. Point 0. After watching Huang Li and the others leave, Li Yueming's lips curled into a smile. It just so happened that he had already completely broken through the threshold of the spirit focus realm and was constantly consolidating his newly advanced cultivation. To be honest, the path of cultivators only required sufficient spiritual energy. There didn't seem to be any special threshold. After breaking through a major realm, the spiritual energy contained in the body could be strengthened. Cultivators who ascended to the 12th tribulation could have the power to destroy the world. It was an achievement that could only be obtained by seizing the fate of heaven and earth. No wonder the Tiandu clan was the only Renhuang in the world who had broken through to the Ascension realm for tens of thousands of years. If the amount of spiritual energy required for the final Ascension realm was extremely ridiculous, perhaps only by unifying the world and gathering the fate of the entire world could he reach the top. In contrast, Li Yueming's own development of the human body secret realm was completely different from absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy. The more he developed it, the more Shen power in his body surged like a spring. Other than the need to devour the energy required for basic human energy, there was no need to worry about getting weaker and weaker at the back. Of course, the time and energy required to open up a human body treasure had also increased exponentially. Even though Li Yueming had the infinite deduction talent and even used his perfect genetic body to evolve his brain capacity, increasing the efficiency of the infinite deduction talent. However, it was still far from being able to open up a new human body treasure. Perhaps this was Li Yueming's only worry. After all, the further Li Yueming progressed, the more he felt the inadequacies of the cultivator's dharmic formulations. If it was possible, he hoped to develop a few more human body treasures to make up for this shortcoming. Unfortunately, haste did not eat hot tofu. Li Yueming was only 23 years old. Such a cultivation result was already shocking enough. Too much pursuit of exploring the human body's treasures would actually cause them to fall behind. Time flew by, and another half a month passed. Li Yueming finally came out of seclusion. At the same time, news came from the front line. The batch of genius reincarnators in the Cultivator Academy had encountered the Qin army for the first time. In the end, it had not even been 2 days since the few troops came into contact with the official battle, and the 100,000-strong army hastily created by the prodigies of the Cultivator Academy had suffered a devastating blow. The 100,000-strong army was broken through by 50,000 elite Qin soldiers. The Qin army rode on their spiritual horses and charged through the formation, causing the army to be utterly defeated. Tens of thousands of soldiers were killed, and the remaining tens of thousands of soldiers fled in all directions. Although the few reincarnators were all brave and had killed many Qin soldiers. However, in a war of this scale, their true form realm power wasn't enough to change the situation. He had no choice but to run away with his tail between his legs. This battle stunned everyone in the Great Zhou. One had to know that this was an army of 100,000. In terms of numbers, it was twice as many as the 50,000 Qin soldiers. However, even with the difference in strength, the Great Zhou soldiers could not last more than 2 days under the attack of the Qin army. Even though they already knew that the Qin army was brave and good at fighting. However, when they heard this result, many people still felt that they could not accept it for a moment. Just as the world was in an uproar and the imperial court was shaken. A second piece of news came from the northern front line. When the Star Moon troop heard that their allies had been defeated, they gathered their troops overnight and rushed to the battlefield to provide reinforcements. They had just entered the battlefield when the Qin soldiers were crazily chasing after the Great Zhou soldiers and snatching their heads. Originally, the Qin army had been searching with great fanfare in order to dig out the Star Moon army's lair. Now that they were suddenly attacked on the road, they thought that the Star Moon army finally couldn't hold back and attacked. However, he did not expect it to be a unit with no combat strength. The formation was broken by them in a few rounds. Chapter 463, Star and Moon Army, YYDPS 3. The Qin army, whose eyes were red from killing, was now excited. The troops had already dispersed, each forming a small group to pursue the defeated army. It was the period when the army was at its most relaxed. However, they did not expect to encounter the main force of the Star Moon army at this critical moment. The Qin general knew that he had been tricked. But it was too late. Even if they recalled their troops in an emergency, it would be very difficult to form a fighting force in a hurry. If the enemy general was smart enough, they wouldn't be given the time to do so. At this moment, the dozen or so reincarnators who had escaped also saw the Star Moon army at the first moment. To be honest, they were dumbfounded. Not only did they think that the Qin army had easily turned the tide of the battle, but they also saw a disciplined army with the same expression. Until he saw the Star Moon army's flag. The defeated army finally came back to their senses and knew that reinforcements had arrived. Moreover, it was the famous Star Moon army. Therefore, after a short days, the group of soldiers fled in the direction of the Star Moon army. Fortunately, the Star Moon troop was prepared for this. He watched as the retreating army rushed in his direction. Ding Yi, the leader, immediately ordered the army to split up. In the next second, the orderly Star Moon army infantry opened up a path and signaled for the deserters to leave from the middle. Of course, if someone couldn't think straight and insisted on attacking the Star Moon army's formation, they would be killed. The Star Moon army did not show any mercy. They directly raised their spears and sent these ignorant fellows to hell. Before the rebels could completely escape from the battlefield, the second order of the Star Moon troop had already begun. The forward strike battalion, equipped with heavy shields, pressed forward at high speed. The pikemen behind him followed closely behind at a steady pace. As for the crossbowmen at the back, they followed at the back of the formation. On both sides of the troop were over 5,000 cavalry units of the Star Moon army. These people were the elites of the Star Moon army. They were all veterans who had been undergoing transformation since the beginning of the army. With them holding down the flanks, there was no need to worry about the Qin army cutting into the formation from the flanks. Although this step sounded complicated. However, it only took a short moment to put it into practice. After all, he was famous for his fast and efficient execution. As long as the order was given, even if it was a fire pit in front of them, the soldiers of the Star Moon Army would charge forward. Even though his willpower was not comparable to steel, he was still able to resist the pressure. However, even in the entire 6 nations, the Star Moon troops' combat style was unique. If the Qin army was still here at this moment, he could wrestle with the Star Moon army. However, the soldiers who had been chasing the Great Zhou troops had not completely returned. At this moment, facing the Star Moon army that was ready to go, the fate of the Qin army was already decided. Seeing that the situation was over, the Qin commander was decisive enough. He directly ordered the front troops to cover the rear troops, and the army retreated in batches. If it was any other time, the Qin army would probably lose a few thousand men before escaping. After all, the Qin army's war horses were of excellent quality and were much faster than the Great Zhou's spiritual horses. But now, another army suddenly appeared behind the Qin army. He looked at the northern battlefront army's flag fluttering on the flagpole. The expression of the Qin general darkened. Clearly, they never dreamed that the Great Zhou would have such courage. They actually dared to use the 100,000-strong army as bait to form an encirclement. Chapter 464, The Super Fate Child Who Was Doted On by Heaven and Earth? 1. He looked at the northern battlefront army who had suddenly surrounded him. The Qin general's face darkened. He did not expect that the usually submissive Great Zhou would not play by the rules this time. Using the 100,000 soldiers as bait to lure them into the encirclement. Right now, there was the Star Moon army at the front and the northern battlefront army at the back. The Star Moon army had more than 50,000 elite soldiers. Although the northern battlefront army was not that elite, there were 100,000 of them. Under such circumstances, the Qin army would have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to break out. However, no matter the price, it was better than being surrounded and devoured. Therefore, although the general's heart was bleeding, he could only lead the Qin army that he had gathered with great difficulty and rush towards the northern battlefront army. Compared to the well-trained and disciplined Star Moon army, the Star Moon army was very disciplined. The general of the Qin army was obviously more inclined to break through from the northern Zhenbei army behind him. Even if the Star Moon army only had 50,000 troops and the northern army had 100,000 troops. Great Qin is mighty, kill! The leader of the Qin army shouted to boost their morale. Then, he charged toward the northern battlefront army. They had no choice. If they didn't seize the time, when the Star Moon army and the northern battlefront army finished their encirclement, the Qin army would have no hope of breaking out of the encirclement. It was a decisive reaction to the Qin army's general. Neither Yue Tian nor Ding Yi were surprised. From the moment the Qin army chased after the defeated army and left the battle formation, the outcome was already decided. Soon, the northern battlefront army and the Qin army were fighting. In the battle of trapped beasts, there is death but no life. Thus, the Qin army was particularly ferocious at this time. Even though they did not form a formation, they almost tore apart the defensive line of the northern battlefront army's shield guards. Fortunately, Yue Tian had deliberately opened up a path beside the battle formation at the critical moment to let a portion of the Qin army leave. Only then did the pressure on the front line decrease. There was no other way. Although Yue Tian dreamed of wiping out this Qin army, the actual situation did not allow it. The Qin people were not afraid of death. During a battle, even if the Qin army was heavily injured, they would do their best to drag a Great Zhou soldier down with them. In the entire Great Zhou, only the Star Moon army and the Western Garrison army had the ability to resist this kind of reckless fighting style. They could only open up a path and let the Qin army see a way out. The Qin army, which had a desire to survive, was not as fierce. The northern battlefront army and the Qin army fought for more than 10 minutes. The Star Moon troop finally arrived. The archers fired a volley of arrows, and 5,000 cavalrymen surrounded the two wings. As long as there was a single Qin soldier, it would be hard to escape death. In the face of such a tragic and bloody war, life was as fragile as a flower that could wither at any time. The slightest movement would cause it to wither. In this battle, the Northern Battlefront Army and Star Moon Army had wiped out more than 30,000 Qin soldiers. They had almost wiped out one of the two Qin armies that had been roaming the north. At the same time, this was probably the greatest victory that the Great Zhou and Qin had won against the Great Country in so many years. Before this, even the Star Moon troop had never achieved such a shocking result. The northern post soldiers rushed to Hejing and informed the Great Zhou imperial court, thousands of miles away, of the outcome of this great victory. Instantly, the entire Great Zhou was in an uproar in just a few days. The streets and alleys were all discussing the sudden victory in the north. The news spread so widely that even many ordinary people who could not read heard the news. Almost countless people in the entire Great Zhou viewed this with suspicion. After all, it had only been a few days ago that the Great Zhou army had suffered a crushing defeat. A few new armies that everyone had placed their hopes on had been crushed by the Great Qin soldiers. How long had it been? In less than 2 days. The Great Zhou suddenly had a great victory? Some people even suspected that this was fake news deliberately released by the imperial court and the emperor. It was to wash away the dark clouds brought about by the news of the tragic defeat a few days ago and to sweep away the fear and anxiety in the hearts of the people. Other than this reason, no one could think of a second possibility. However, when the detailed news spread, the entire world instantly boiled over again. This was because the news this time was accompanied by detailed information about the Northland battlefield. They heard that the Northern Battlefront Army and the troops of the army had attacked the Qin army and killed more than 30,000 people. Everyone's mouth could fit an egg. However, the news this time had a beginning and an end, and even the details could withstand scrutiny. Only then did everyone reluctantly believe that the Great Zhou had really completed this magnificent feat. The news about the Star Moon Army and the Northern Battlefront Army exploded. What did I say? If they wanted to defeat the Qin army, they would have to involve the Star Moon Army. I don't know what the imperial court is thinking. They would rather establish more new armies than expand the Star Moon Army. Now, the Star Moon Army has less than 50,000 people and they can already achieve such a great victory. If it's 500,000, the entire Great Qin would tremble in fear. Shh, old Tai, you can't say that. The Star Moon Army's general is the eldest son of the Li family. One family and 2 generals are enough to arouse His Majesty's vigilance. Now, Li Yueming is so monstrous. That's true, but the Star Moon troop has once again made a great contribution. His Majesty can't possibly be indifferent to this, right? What do you think His Majesty will reward us with? Who knows? The crowd discussed animatedly. Back then, the few new armies that everyone had high hopes for had been defeated. This also allowed the people of Great Zhou to have a very good understanding of the strength of the Qin army. Chapter 465, The Super Fate Child Who Was Doted On by Heaven and Earth? 2. After all, although they had heard that the Qin army was extremely powerful, the Great Zhou dynasty still occupied the city most of the time and rarely encountered battles in the wild. But now, the Star Moon Army, together with the Northern Battlefront Army, had won such a great victory. Countless people could not help but clap their hands and exclaim. This encirclement against Qin Jun could be said to be a model in the history of war. Although it was just a simple bait. However, the Star Moon Army, the Northern Battlefront Army, and the 3 defeated armies all cooperated well. Of course, many people didn't know that the only actors in this war were Li Yueming's Star Moon Army and Yue Tian's Northern Army. The 3 defeated armies and the Qin army were the ones who had been fooled. There was an old saying that the prerequisite for lying to others was to lie to oneself. Obviously, the 3 defeated troops were very good actors. After the victory, the Northern Army and the Star Moon Army returned to the capital. Li Yueming knew very well that he could not take the credit for this battle. After all, the three new armies were the troops appointed by the emperor. It was enough for the emperor to lose face in front of the Qin army. Now, the Northern Battlefront Army and the Star Moon Army had returned triumphantly after stepping on the heads of the three defeated armies. To a certain extent, the Star Moon Army and the Northern Battlefront Army had stepped on the emperor and put him in an awkward situation. Therefore, in order to ensure the long-term development of the Star Moon troop, Li Yueming announced that he and Yueotian had received the emperor's secret letter. In other words, whether it was sending 100,000 troops as bait to lure the Qin army, or sending the Star Moon Army and Northern Battlefront Army to surround them, everything was done under the emperor's instructions. This way, not only would he not offend the emperor, but he would also be able to establish an image of being a divine schemer. That was why politics, LT, was filled with all kinds of twists and turns. In court, one had to pay attention to the details. As expected, after this news spread, the emperor, who had been silent, immediately became overjoyed. This time, he was quite generous. He gave Li Yueming the title of Earl and rewarded Li Yueming and Yueotian with thousands of miles of land. This kind of reward can be said to be the envy of others. It must be known that the current Zhou dynasty was not like the era when the country was founded. In the current Great Zhou, being able to obtain the position of an earl could already be considered an exception. If it wasn't for the fact that he had made a heaven-shattering contribution, ordinary people wouldn't even think about it. However, although everyone was envious, they did not feel much jealousy. It couldn't be helped. Li Yueming and Yueotian's contribution this time was indeed great enough. Although they had only destroyed 30,000 Qin soldiers, it was an unprecedented feat, breaking the Qin army's undefeated legend. After receiving this reward, Li Yueming wasn't very excited. After all, he had already established himself in northern Glacier Town. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never return to the Central Plains. The title of nobility and land bestowed by the emperor were just empty titles to him. Since he wasn't going back, what did the fields and the house count for? The emperor's reward had clearly gone through careful consideration. After all, Li Yueming had already shown his talents. If he were to be promoted again, he was afraid that there would be no reward in the future. This was why he gave Li Yueming the position of Earl, which looked very tempting but was actually useless. Of course, although Li Yueming was clear in his heart. However, he still had to pretend to be grateful on the surface. After settling the matter of the imperial court, Li Yueming still couldn't stop. After all, the three defeated troops still needed to be organized. Even though the Qin army had suffered heavy losses in the battle, there were less than 70,000 people left from the 100,000 troops. However, there were still 70,000 mouths, which was not a small problem. For this reason, Li Yueming also asked the emperor for instructions, but the emperor was very cold about this matter. After all, he had high hopes for the three armies. In order to meet the daily needs of the three armies, the emperor did not hesitate to transfer food from the Central Plains. It could be said that he gave her whatever she wanted. However, in the end, these few troops had embarrassed him greatly. If not for the Star Moon Army saving the situation in time, the emperor probably wouldn't even have a way out. Thus, the extremely disappointed emperor naturally lost his patience with these three troops. Not beheading this army that had collapsed at once was already a great favor from the emperor. When Li Yueming asked, the emperor said that he would let the defeated army return to the north of the city. If the Star Moon Army was interested, they could recruit some of them. Li Yueming was waiting for this order. Immediately, he found a group of elite troops among the defeated troops. In addition, the dozen or so cultivators from the various academies were all packed together. The remaining 50,000 defeated soldiers were sent back to Zhenbei City. After all, Northern Ice River Town had limited provisions. Even if they had more provisions, they wouldn't be able to withstand so many mouths. Only the northern part of the city could provide so much food. After the remaining soldiers left, Li Yueming looked at the defeated army of nearly 10,000 people and said, "Are you willing to join our Star Moon army?" At this moment, the defeated soldiers still looked terrified. Chapter 466, The Super Fate Child Who Was Doted On by Heaven and Earth. 3. These few days, he would dream of the fiendish Qin army harvesting heads one by one. Now that they heard Li Yueming's words, most of them were numb and did not react. They could not be blamed for this. The psychological trauma from the defeat a few days ago was too great. For a newly formed army like theirs, a single defeat like this was enough to deal a devastating blow to their confidence. Seeing that the soldiers did not respond, Li Yueming was not annoyed. He waved his hand and let the reincarnator who had graduated from the cultivator college walk over. At this moment, the expressions of this batch of reincarnators were not too good. After all, they were full of confidence back then, thinking that the Qin army would be able to defeat them easily. He didn't expect the Qin army to have reached the limit of cavalry and infantry. He was caught off guard and suffered such a huge loss. If they had investigated properly beforehand, perhaps the outcome would not be so tragic. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Therefore, although they looked depressed, most of them could still control their emotions. The only pity was that it took so many years of hard work for them to gain the attention of the higher UPS. He was about to build an army and reach the peak of his life. But now, because of the loss of this battle, all his efforts had been wasted. Looking at the 10 reincarnators in front of him, Li Yueming did not have much expression on his face, but he sneered in his heart. Of all people, he had come to the Northlands to poach him. Did he not know that the Northlands was under his protection? Now that he had ended up like this, he could only say that he was happy to see it. Retracting his thoughts, Li Yueming said solemnly, "Are you willing to join our Star Moon army?" Hearing this, the dozen or so reincarnators looked at each other. Obviously, they had never thought that they would end up in front of the leader of the Star Moon army. He thought about it. One of the reincarnators was also unyielding. He straightened his neck and said, "You must be the commander of the Star Moon troop, Li Yueming, the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains? If you want to recruit us, you'd better let the others behind you stand up and speak." Li Yueming was stunned. Damn, they thought he was just the leader of the Star Moon army. Was there someone else controlling the Star Moon army? Li Yueming wanted to laugh, but he still said seriously, "I am the commander of the Star Moon troop, Li Yueming, the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains. No one is controlling me." Hearing this, the reincarnator clearly did not believe him. He continued, "I admit that your Star Moon army is indeed very strong. It is more than a level stronger than the new army we have established, however, we are not people who can be easily subdued. If the person behind you doesn't step forward, we will definitely not surrender." Clearly, as experienced reincarnators, this group of people were very arrogant. In any case, at the very least, he would die and be resurrected in the prime material plane. If it wasn't for the Star Moon troops' strength that shocked them, they wouldn't have stayed behind to talk to Li Yueming. Seeing this, Li Yueming sighed. He could only call out the reincarnators in his camp. The moment this group of people saw the other reincarnators, they already understood each other's identities. After all, most reincarnators had their own unique style, which would seem to be incompatible with the surrounding environment and other ordinary people. When the dozen or so reincarnators who led the defeated army saw the dozen or so reincarnators from the Star Moon army, the most arrogant reincarnator immediately asked, "Who developed the Star Moon troops' cultivation method?" The dozen or so reincarnators of the Star Moon army looked at each other when they heard this. Obviously, they did not understand why they suddenly asked such a question that had nothing to do with surrendering. Finally reacting to the situation, Ding Yi, Huang Li Er, and a dozen other Star Moon army survivors collectively looked at the silent Li Yueming not far away. Tian Liang directly said, "This cultivation method was formulated by General Li from the beginning to the end. He followed up the entire process. Do you have any questions?" Hearing this, the defeated reincarnator who raised his head immediately widened his eyes. He looked at Li Yueming in disbelief. He could not help but open his mouth wide. Judging from the various details he observed, Li Yueming did not look like a reincarnator, but more like a local aborigine. In other words, they were actually pressed to the ground by a native of the fantasy world? It was simply too ridiculous. When they heard this answer, everyone, including him and the others, found it hard to accept. So how powerful was this native? A super child of destiny who was doted on by the heavens and earth? Chapter 467, The Reincarnators Are Numbed 1. After hearing that the Star Moon Troop was established by Li Yueming alone, he was shocked. All the reincarnators in the defeated army were stunned. Originally, they had always thought that they were competing with the reincarnators. They did not expect that after all this time, the reincarnators of the human clan had been winning the entire time, but they had actually been completely destroyed by a native. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Most importantly, this native could actually suppress so many reincarnators. One had to know that the forehead of a reincarnator was engraved with the bone of rebellion. They were all fearless people. He did not know how to write the word obedience at all. As long as there were enough benefits, they could easily betray or forgive him. It ignored all secular views and moral constraints. But now, these 10 or so reincarnators of the Star Moon Army were also obedient. There was no sign of rebellion. If it wasn't for Li Yueming and the more than 10 reincarnators of the Star Moon Army having serious expressions, they wouldn't have looked like they were joking at all. Most likely, many reincarnators would think that this group of people was ganging up on them. He finally came back to his senses. The group of defeated reincarnators revealed puzzled expressions. It couldn't be helped. Everything in front of them was too illogical. It was quite normal for them to feel that it was unbelievable. He seemed to see the confusion on their faces. Huang Li raised her chin and said, "So are you willing or not? If you don't want to, then get lost. The Star Moon Army doesn't welcome people like you." Hearing Huang Li's words, behind him, Tian Liang, Ding Yi, and the rest also nodded. As the founding elder of the Star Moon Army, Huang Li and the others still had a rather high status in the Star Moon Army. Therefore, he did not have to worry about his status being threatened by the dozen or so reincarnators who had just joined. But no matter what, it was one less competitor. They did not want other reincarnators to join and take away too much of their power. Of course, the most important thing was, what right did they have to be able to do so? The Star Moon Troop was able to achieve what it was today because of their continuous hard work. The defeated generals were not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as them. If it wasn't for Li Yueming's sake, they had long thought of ways to chase these guys away. Therefore, seeing Huang Li taking the lead, Tian Liang also took the initiative to stand up and say, "That's right. If you can join us, then join us, if you can't, then forget it." Li Yueming listened the whole time, but he didn't say anything. If these 10 or so reincarnators were unwilling to join the Star Moon Army, there was indeed no need for him to force them. After all, a forced melon was not sweet. Of course, he would definitely not let these 10 or so reincarnators go easily. After all, if they could not be used by him, they would only become enemies when they went out on their own in the future. In any case, the emperor hated them to the bone. Li Yueming let them go first, then found a few people to kill them on the way. If he kept his hands clean, no one would come to investigate. Of course, this was a last resort. He had always been a reasonable person and liked to convince people with reason. He only hoped that this group of reincarnators would not be ungrateful. Under the gazes of a group of people, the 10 or so defeated reincarnators were clearly in a dilemma. From the perspective of the best option, returning to Dingyuan City was the best choice. But now, they had suffered such a defeat, even though they were defeated by the Star Moon Army and the Northern Battlefront Army. However, the actual situation could be hidden from the mouths of the world, but it could not be hidden from the emperor who was thousands of miles away. At this moment, they had lost all their face. If they returned to Genbei City, they might not have a good time. But if they did not return to Genbei City, wouldn't it mean that all their efforts over the past few decades had been in vain? He cultivated painstakingly. In the end, he suppressed the other reincarnators under the inner scrolls of the group of reincarnators and successfully entered the Cultivator Academy. Now, it was just the time to harvest the fruits, but such a thing had happened. If they were to join the Star Moon Army, it would be equivalent to declaring that all their efforts over the past decade had been in vain. Moreover, the future of the Star Moon Troop was unknown. How were they supposed to complete the main quest of this public dungeon? Obviously, these were not problems that could be easily measured, but it was very likely that it would affect their development path for the rest of their lives. Therefore, this group of reincarnators had to consider carefully and weigh the pros and cons. He pondered for a long time. The arrogant reincarnator finally calmed down. Looking at Li Yueming, who was not far away, he still couldn't accept the fact that Li Yueming was the true leader of the Star Moon Army. After all, as a native, he was able to create an army with such a strong cohesion, which was so powerful that it could be commanded by him. It was simply too unbelievable. But now, all the evidence pointed to this result that he did not want to believe. Therefore, no matter how unbelievable he felt, he had no choice but to believe it. After thinking for a moment, the reincarnator bowed slightly and said, "General Li, I have offended you with my words just now. Please forgive me." Li Yueming waved his hand. He didn't care about these details. Chapter 468, The Reincarnators Are Numbed Too. Seeing this, the reincarnator continued, "I am Wang Biao. I also graduated from the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. However, I am 1 year younger than you, so you might not have heard of my name. However, I've heard a little about you. I didn't expect that seeing you was better than hearing 100 times. Only after meeting you today did I realize that General Li is even more powerful than the rumors." Hearing this, Li Yueming was a little shocked. Good heavens, who said that reincarnators were all stones in the latrine pit, smelly and hard? Wasn't he speaking human language? As expected, there was nothing that couldn't be solved by a real beating. If there was, then he would beat her up 2 more times. Seeing that he was intentionally flattering him, Li Yueming smiled and replied, "The past is not worth mentioning. Since we are all fellow disciples of the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy, wouldn't it be great if Brother Wang joined the Star Moon Army to kill the enemy?" He had given her a way out. After all, no matter how troublesome the reincarnators were, they were still capable. In just a few years, Li Yueming was able to manage the Star Moon Army and North Ice River Town in such an orderly manner. Although his personal political level accounted for a part of it, the vast majority of the credit was still inseparable from the loyal 12 warriors of the Star Moon Army. Now, the Star Moon Army and Northern Glacier Town were going to expand further. The original 12 warriors were not enough. It was just the right time to recruit 12 warriors. As long as they could make the reincarnators obedient, they would be the best tools to use. They were born with all kinds of skills, and one of them was stronger than 6 of them. Who knew who would use it? Anyway, he couldn't put it down. Li Yueming extended an olive branch again. After thinking for a long time, Wang Biao decided to accept it first. If Li Yueming's offer was attractive enough, it might not be so difficult for him to stay in the Star Moon Army. After all, they were in big trouble now. If he returned to Genbei City, he would probably be treated coldly and ridiculed by the emperor and all the soldiers in the city. It was very likely that he would not be able to raise his head in the next 10 to 20 years. It couldn't be helped. It was too embarrassing. Back then, he had promised Yueotian and the emperor that he would be able to build a force comparable to the Star Moon Army in 3 years. In the end, he was beaten up by the Qin army as soon as he was pulled out. She was so embarrassed that she almost threw her face at her grandmother's house. There was no room for development at all. Therefore, if they thought about it this way, they would at least have a chance to perform if they stayed in the Star Moon Army. Especially if he could learn Li Yueming's training method, it would be a good aku. After thinking about the cause and effect, Wang Biao gritted his teeth and nodded. Since General Li doesn't despise our identity as defeated generals, we naturally have no other choice but to be grateful. However, the only thing I have doubts about is what position General Li wants us to take after recruiting us. Of course, it wasn't that we were greedy, but we had to at least be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Li Yueming immediately knew that this was a sure thing. Ha ha ha. He had struck it rich. He had forcefully pulled out more than 10 reincarnators from the Emperor and more than 10,000 defeated soldiers with potential. This was simply a huge fortune. Although these 10 or so reincarnators had just lost a battle, they were all covered in dust. As long as they were used in the right place, these dozen or so people could be equivalent to hundreds of thousands of soldiers. He coughed a few times and said, "As for your positions, there was no need to worry about that." The Star Moon Troop was still in its infancy. The army of the 3 armed forces had just been established. The other 2 armies had not been established yet. As long as you had enough ability, there would be plenty of positions for you. As for your current positions, your main positions are attached to the Star Moon Army. The food and salary you receive will be distributed according to the treatment of the Centurion of the Star Moon Army for the time being. As for the specific tasks you do, he would first assist the logistics manager Tian Liang to familiarize himself with the various situations in northern Ice River Town. Currently, the expansion of the Star Moon Troop was still relatively stable. There was no need for more manpower. However, the situation in northern Glacier Town was completely different. In the past 2 years, the Star Moon Troop had become famous and had even put up a slogan to protect the lives and property of the people. As a result, millions of homeless refugees in the entire north flooded towards northern Glacier Town. In just 2 short years, the population of North Glacier Town had exceeded 300,000. This was because Li Yueming realized that there were too many people and rejected many of them. If it wasn't for Yao Tian being the person in charge of the north. In addition, these refugees had always been the people that the local officials did not like to come into contact with the most. The news that the population of northern Glacier Town was over 300,000 had probably spread by now. It would definitely shock countless people in the world. Under such circumstances, recruiting capable people to manage northern Glacier Town was Li Yueming's top priority. After hearing Li Yueming's work arrangement, let's not talk about the leader, Wang Biao. The other dozen defeated reincarnators behind him were stunned. What was going on? It was normal for them to be transferred to the Star Moon Army. But what was with them learning how to manage northern Ice River Town? Even birds and beasts could hardly survive in this extreme northern cold land. It was already not easy for a town to have a population of more than 10,000. What kind of big town could pop out? They actually needed more than 10 of them to manage it. Wouldn't that be using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Therefore, after reacting, the first reaction of the group of reincarnators was reluctance. After all, although they were down and out, they still had their pride. They wouldn't pick up a rice bowl that had fallen out of nowhere. Seemingly noticing the change in their expressions, Tian Liang became a little angry. These idiots probably thought that northern Ice River Town was just a small village. However, only he, who was in charge of logistics, knew how large the current northern Ice River Town was. In the past 2 years, he had been working in shifts and had not rested for a few days. If not for the fact that he had the foundation of a cultivator, he might have died suddenly. In order to let himself take a few more days off, Tian Liang could only pinch his nose and say, "The population of North Ice River Town has just exceeded 180,000, and there are still 100,000 people who haven't settled down yet. Additionally, there are 70,000 to 80,000 people who don't want to leave." Wang Biao was speechless. The other 10 or so reincarnators were speechless. When he heard the number 280,000, he was shocked. The group of people was stunned for a moment. This time, they were even more stunned than when they heard that Li Yueming was the one who created the Star Moon Army. Many people even forgot to breathe for a moment. After finally catching his breath, someone exclaimed in disbelief, "How many people?" Seeing their noisy appearance, like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, Tian Liang could not help but reveal a somewhat disdainful expression. This group of people was really too low, lowering the level of their reincarnators. Of course, even when Tian Liang said this number himself, he was still a little unbelievable. The others could not be blamed for being shocked. Coughing twice, Tian Liang said solemnly, "There are 180,000 people who have settled down, and there are still more than 100,000 people who have not settled down. In other words, the current population of Northern Ice River Town has reached nearly 300,000. Hearing this number again, even if he was already mentally prepared, he would still be able to do it. The group of reincarnators were still shocked. Northern Glacier Town had a population of nearly 300,000? This sounded too creepy. How could such a desolate place of ice and snow be able to raise so many people? However, they had never come into contact with this question, so they would never know. After all, whether it was Tian Liang or Li Yueming, or anyone else who knew the inside story, they would not be stupid enough to tell them their source of food. Ning suppressed the curiosity in her heart. Only then did the group of reincarnators regain their senses. They looked at Li Yueming, who was not far away, and said, "If Northern Glacier Town really has a population of more than 300,000, then we are naturally willing to work for you. But before that, can you bring us to take a look?" After all, seeing is believing. Obviously, they knew that Li Yueming didn't need to lie to them about this number. However, the reincarnators still found it unbelievable. Only when they saw it for themselves would they be completely convinced. Li Yueming had no objections to this. However, he was not interested in personally leading the way, so he found a chiliarch to bring a group of people to see. As for himself, he closed his doors and started to calculate the gains and losses of this battle. Chapter 469, Don't Ask, If You Ask, You'll be an 8 rebel. 1. Following Li Yueming's order, the next second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the seventh, the eighth, 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 the eighth. Soon, a chiliarch from the Star Moon Army brought the reincarnators of the defeated army to visit the current Northern Ice River Town. At this moment, the group of reincarnators were still in a groggy state. It was not until he followed the general to the street outside the tent that he felt the cold from the extremely cold snow mountain. He shivered violently and completely woke up from his thoughts. They walked for about 20 minutes. The leader stopped. At this moment, their group had already arrived at one of the few high places in Northern Ice River Town. Although he still couldn't see the entire Northern Glacier Town, just what he could see was enough to explain the problem. It was early morning in the north. The first ray of light had just bloomed not far from the horizon. At the end of the horizon, the reincarnators saw an unbelievable scene. A wide river that was still emitting mist flowed down from the distant extremely cold snow mountain like a soaring dragon. The white snow on both sides of the river was its scales, and the turning point of the river was more like the body of a soaring dragon when it twisted. On both sides of the river, tens of thousands of brick houses made of yellow soil were densely distributed. They flowed down the river in an orderly manner. At a rough glance, they were probably dozens of miles long, forming a very large human town. In the town, there were many straight and wide roads. The surface of the roads was clean and tidy, without any filth. Every house in the neat building was equipped with a chimney. At this moment, there was still smoke rising from the chimney, which looked extremely hazy under the morning light. When the reincarnators saw this situation, they could not help but widen their eyes. They could not help but fall into deep shock. They have crossed countless worlds. Putting aside those worlds that were more advanced in technology, this was the first time they had seen a world that was more advanced in individual martial arts, such as a city like Northern Glacier Town. Moreover, many of the defeated reincarnators thought of a problem. Damn it, you call this a small town on the border? You call this Tidal City? Since when did the population of a small town in the border become so large? And if he remembered correctly, when they were searching for the Qin army, they had passed by a few tidal towns that were similar to North Glacier Town. However, the tidal town they saw back then and the Northern Glacier Town they saw now, no matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like something under the same name. He seemed to have sensed their doubts. As the guide, the centurion of the Star Moon Army placed his hands on his hips, his chin almost reaching the sky. He said proudly, "Are you wondering why Northern Ice River Town is so large?" This Chiliarch was a soldier who had been following Li Yueming since the beginning of Zhenbei City. He could be considered a veteran of the Star Moon Army. He had seen the changes and development of Northern Ice River Town every year. They watched as the originally poor and dilapidated small town with a population of 10,000 turned into a large town with a population of more than 300,000. He had also contributed a small part in this. After all, many of the houses were built by them. Therefore, he seemed to have a sense of participation. Seeing his smug look, she was just short of saying, "Do you want to know everything? Quickly ask me." These words were written on his forehead. Fortunately, this group of reincarnators did not have much arrogance now. Otherwise, they would never have let this guy's boasting go as he wished. Therefore, in the end, it was Wang Biao who took the initiative to speak. "This little general, can you tell us about the past of Northern Ice River Town?" When the soldier heard the words "little general," the smile on his face clearly froze. He immediately retorted sternly, "I'm just a Chiliarch. There can only be one general in the Star Moon Army, General Li. No one else can do that. No matter what, I, Zhang San, will be the first one to disagree." Obviously, the term little general had provoked the Chiliarch named Zhang San. This caused him to react very excitedly. The reason for this was not entirely because Zhang San was sensitive. It was because the right Prime Minister Ji Hong had suggested that Li Yueming be transferred to the capital. The imperial court had sent a new general to take over the Star Moon Army and the Northern Ice River Town behind the Star Moon Army. This news was suppressed in the end. However, the disturbance that came was not small at all. This was the main reason why the soldiers and citizens of Northern Ice River Town were so sensitive to such words. One had to know that Northern Glacier Town had been able to develop so quickly. Based on what? Perhaps some people would say that it was the entire Star Moon Army and the management personnel under it. However, anyone with a normal brain would know that this was the credit of the Star Moon Army's general, Li Yueming. After all, if the superior couldn't take the lead, he had to do it himself. How could the group of generals follow the example of their superiors? After saying that with a black face, Zhang San quickly realized that he seemed to have lost his composure. He coughed twice and took the initiative to say, "To tell you the truth, I came from the cavalry battalion of the Star Moon Army. I was a veteran who had joined the army when the Star Moon Army was just established. Therefore, I am one of the few people who know about the development of Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army." Chapter 470, Don't Ask, If You Ask, You'll Be an 8 Rebel. 2. 6 years ago, when the Star Moon Troop with only 5,000 troops arrived at Northern Ice River Town, there were only less than 10,000 people in the town. Out of these 10,000 people, about 80% were hunters and herbalists. This group of people could not be considered as the permanent population. Therefore, at that time, Northern Ice River Town only had less than 1,000 permanent residents. But ever since General Li took over Northern Ice River Town, the development of Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army has really changed every day. First of all, Northern Ice River Town. The first thing General Li did after taking office was to rectify the streets and hygiene of Northern Ice River Town. Zhang San rambled on about some trivial matters of the past. He spoke very slowly, not forgetting to add in all the details. After all, he could only explain the various difficulties and challenges he had encountered back then in detail. This would further highlight the greatness of Li Yueming and his Star Moon Army. As he spoke, Zhang San could not help but laugh out loud many times. To him, this was the most pleasant time. He wanted to show off the town that he had personally built. Even if the other party didn't understand certain things. However, just from the data alone, one could directly feel how terrifying the changes in Northern Glacier Town were. For a moment, the group of defeated reincarnators were dumbfounded. Even if he was mentally prepared. However, when he really heard the various numbers that were getting more and more ridiculous from Zhang San's mouth, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it! At this moment, they finally realized how stupid they were to provoke the Star Moon Troop. It was no wonder that they had been defeated so quickly in the north. The Star Moon Army was so powerful that even if they did not fall into the hands of the Qin Army, they would fall into the hands of the Star Moon Army sooner or later. No, no, no. That was not right either. Damn it, they had already fallen into the hands of the Star Moon Army. Not only was the new army gone, but the Star Moon Troop had also recruited 10,000 elites. In the end, Li Yueming had even started to target them. It was very likely that Li Yueming had already planned everything from the beginning to the end, and was just waiting for them to be trapped in their own trap. However, even though he had lost. However, at this moment, the group of reincarnators were still convinced that they had lost. In terms of intelligence, they had completely defeated Li Yueming. In terms of raw strength, the few new armies that they had hastily created were no different washi in front of the Qin Army and the Star Moon Army. It was true that he had to admire her. The group of people finally had a rough understanding of the past and present of Northern Ice River Town. Zhang San did not dawdle anymore. He turned around and brought them to the few yamen set up by the Star Moon Army in North Ice River Town. These yamens were set up 3 years ago to handle household registration files and various miscellaneous matters. Before the scale of Northern Ice River Town was small, these matters were basically all interrogated on the spot in the Star Moon Army's camp or on the street. But now, the population of the Northern Glacier Town was increasing by the day. The construction of the yamen was also very necessary. In a few months, a few more yamen would be built in the south of the city. Zhang San was now leading this group of reincarnators to familiarize themselves with and adapt to the regulations of the yamen. When the new yamen in the south of the city opened, Wang Biao and the others would be sent over. Li Yueming's idea was very simple. He would let this group of reincarnators work hard for a few years. Li Yueming didn't have any desire for war recently. Many reincarnators were more familiar with the process. After entering the court, even without Zhang San's introduction, the group of reincarnators had already started to look for things to do. The public opinion survey of the county government in the past years, as well as the financial expenditure and income books of the past years. When they looked at these things, they were even more familiar with them than the professional officials in the county government. They only needed to take a cursory glance at the account books for a few months to calculate the annual profit and loss and surplus based on some key figures. The annual settlement was not a problem for them. The few of them combined their calculations and in 10 minutes, they could come up with the final conclusion of how many days it would take for the 100 or so people in the entire yamen to calculate. Moreover, every single one of them was accurate to the point of no error. Such terrifying efficiency left the group of officials in the city hall numb. They couldn't figure out what this group of young people were up to. They all felt that they might not be able to keep their jobs in the past. Fortunately, Li Yueming had specifically reminded Zhang San that he could tell him all the military secrets and account books of Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army. Therefore, no one dared to stand up and stop him. In just 3 to 5 days, this group of reincarnators had figured out the background of Northern Ice River Town and the Star Moon Army. To ordinary people, this was simply a fantasy. However, to them, a group of reincarnators, it was just a common occurrence. After all, as a reincarnator of the individual power side, if he did not even know some basic common sense, he could just find a crooked tree and hang himself. However, Li Yueming had already exposed them to such high-level secrets. And they accepted it all. Then, if he did not want to be killed to keep the secret, if he completely became enemies with the Star Moon Army, in the future, they would definitely not be able to leave Northern Ice River Town easily. For a moment, the group of reincarnators did not know whether to cry or laugh. He originally had a bright future ahead of him, but in the end, he lost his footing at the critical moment. It directly caused him to fall from the clouds into the abyss. Forget it, since he was already here, he would take it as it was. Chapter 471, Don't Ask, if you ask, you'll be an 8 rebel. 3. He would take things one step at a time in the future. After finally calming down, the group of reincarnators began to gather and analyze the various data they had obtained. After all, no matter how one looked at it, data was a million times more accurate than human rhetoric. Li Yueming could lie with his mouth, and Zhang San could also lie with his mouth. However, the numbers would not lie. They had already confirmed that this was all the financial statements of Northern Glacier Town in the past years. In such a short period of time, no one could forge it. Therefore, as long as he could analyze the data, he would be able to know the true movements of Northern Glacier Town and the Star Moon Army. However, one wouldn't know without analyzing it. An analysis, a fright, a jump. From the financial and food expenditure of the past years, he analyzed all kinds of signs. The reincarnators came to a very shocking conclusion. When they came back to their senses, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb. From the state of the Star Moon Army's defenses, the future plans of Northern Glacier Town, and some vague food and financial records in the accounts, Li Yueming was not only guarding against the Qin army in the north. It was the great Zhou Hejing behind him. It was one thing to conceal it from the court's account books, but the internal account books were definitely the most accurate. However, no matter how many reincarnators calculated, they still could not calculate where the Star Moon Army had transferred the food from. It could actually feed so many people. Obviously, there was something fishy going on. As a result, the group of reincarnators had the illusion that they would be silenced at any moment. There was nothing more to say about the audit. After returning to the residence behind the yamen in the evening, the group of reincarnators confirmed that there was no one around. They could not help but gather and whispered, "What should we do? This Li Yueming is really bold. He actually dared to put such a deep secret in front of us. He clearly wants to tie us." The leader, Wang Biao, was also amazed by Li Yueming's generosity. He nodded and said, "To be honest, even I didn't expect this move of his. No wonder he was able to develop the Star Moon Army to such a powerful level in just a few years. His words and actions were full of traps. If I were to provoke such a troublesome enemy, I probably wouldn't be able to sleep well even in my dreams." A reincarnator beside him nodded repeatedly and added, "To be honest, among the talents I've seen, this Li Yueming can be ranked among them. It was already ridiculous enough that this guy's army was stationed in the direction of Hejing. He didn't expect that he would actually hide grain and horses. What was he trying to do?" Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other. Although they didn't say it out loud, it was obvious that everyone had an answer in their hearts. After a short silence, the group of people decided to confirm the follow-up development plan one last time. After all, they had discovered that there was a traitor in the Star Moon Army. If they were not careful in their follow-up plans, they might cause huge trouble. Now, a normal person's choice would definitely be to pretend that they didn't see it. When the time was right, he would secretly tell the emperor. This way, not only would he be able to get rid of Li Yueming, but he might also be able to salvage his image in front of the emperor. Of course, the reincarnators were not normal people, and they would not do such a stupid thing. Therefore, the dozen of them closed their doors and discussed for the entire night. Very soon, he became excited. He decided to follow Li Yueming. As for the reason, don't ask. If you ask, it means that reincarnators are born rebellious. Chapter 472, When it comes to making a living, you have to consider your background. Part 1. This rebellion was so exciting. Even if he lost, his head would fall to the ground and he would have a bowl-sized scar. However, if he could achieve something, then wouldn't they be able to complete the third mission, the most difficult mission in this public reincarnation dungeon? If one were to rank the difficulty of this public reincarnation instance dungeon, then, according to the difficulty ranking, the third main mission would definitely be ranked at the top. Main mission 3. A real man is born in the world. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Mission requirements: set up a country and unify the world. Mission bonus points: the stronger the country, the richer the people, the faster the unification of the world, and the more generous the mission rewards. Under normal circumstances, there was a high probability that reincarnators could only choose to rely on one of the 6 countries. Then, he would slowly increase the completion rate of the mission. But now, Li Yueming's Star Moon troop had given them an idea that they had never imagined before. Creating a country that belongs to the country. If Li Yueming really wanted to be king, then he would be the one to be king. Then, with their help, it might really be possible to do it. As a native, Li Yueming obviously wouldn't snatch the mission reward from them. Once this plan succeeded, without a doubt, they would definitely become one of the reincarnators with the most points in this public reincarnation dungeon. After discussing for an entire night, the group of reincarnators only became so excited after figuring out these things. What was this wave called? It was a blessing in disguise. What Zhou Tianzi, this guy whose heart is even smaller than his belly button, scram as far as you can. It was better to quickly hug Li Yueming's thigh. They had unified their thoughts. The next morning, more than 10 reincarnators left the government office at dawn and went straight to Li Yueming. Li Yueming was a little surprised by their arrival. He thought that these guys would need at least 3 to 5 days to make a decision. However, he did not expect that he had underestimated the execution ability of these guys. As soon as he entered, a group of reincarnators immediately gave him a big bow. It had not even been 48 hours. This group of guys started to play the game of giving me a great deal with him. What did this prove? Even if it was a reincarnator, as long as they gave enough, they could kneel on the ground and kowtow. Seeing this scene, even Tian Liang, who was reporting the logistics situation beside Li Yueming, felt a little incredulous. *CK, 2 days ago, you guys were still holding your chins up and not looking at people properly. How long had it been? Why did he shit his pants? What should be said or not, the group of reincarnators from the kindred faction led by Ryo Ito still liked the rebellious appearance of this group of surrenders. At the very least, they wouldn't snatch the Star Moon Army's authority from them. However, looking at the current situation, this group of people had probably already made up their minds. Fortunately, this group of people had surrendered. In Li Yueming's heart, their status was definitely not as good as his hardcore confidants. Moreover, if the Star Moon Army and Northern Glacier Town wanted to develop, they would no longer be able to support them. After subduing this group of reincarnators, the strength of the Star Moon Army increased further. The population of northern Ice River Town was constantly rising. After the Qin army suffered a huge loss at the hands of Li Yueming and Yue Tian, they finally became well-behaved for a few months. In the blink of an eye, it was the year 7290 of the Great Zhou royal calendar. This winter, the Great Zhou's weather was exceptionally cold. Northern Ice River Town was the same. Fortunately, the Star Moon Army had adopted the local natives' suggestions when they built the house. They had made the windows of the house very narrow and dug an underground fire bed. In addition, North Glacier Town was close to the 100,000 mountains, so there was no lack of firewood. Therefore, although this winter was also difficult, they could still barely survive it. However, the other residents of the Northlands suffered. A few years ago, Great Qin had repeatedly disrupted the spring plowing, causing the family to have no harvest. He had barely managed to survive, but before he could catch his breath, he encountered midwinter. Many people had frozen to death because they had no firewood. For thousands of miles, there was no rooster crowing, and there were frozen bones on the road. However, Li Yueming could do nothing about this. Although he had the heart to do so, he was really lacking in strength. It was already his limit to protect the people of northern Ice River Town from freezing to death. Another thing worth mentioning was that a few days before winter, the tens of thousands of Qin soldiers who were still wandering in the northern part of the Great Zhou returned to Hang Pass along the 100,000 mountains. It couldn't be helped. The winter in the north was too cold. Even the Qin army would not be able to withstand it. In addition, the Qin army originally had 100,000 men, but Li Yueming had killed 30,000 of them, leaving less than 70,000. Therefore, after combining several reasons, the Qin army returning to Hang Pass in winter was not that surprising. A few months before the new year, Li Yueming wrote a letter to bring his two sisters to the north for the new year. Ever since he sent Li Yueming to school, the situation at the front line had been tense. His father, Li Nanfan, had not returned from the western frontier for many years. During the new year, they only exchanged letters. Of course, Li Yueming didn't feel anything about it. The new year was just a pretense. In fact, he felt that it was dangerous, so he brought his two sisters out of Wenzhou City and placed them by his side. However, his plan failed. Li Yueming wrote a letter, but Li Ruyu and Li Ruxing didn't come. They only brought a reply. The letter stated that under the emperor's special care, they had already begun to take over some paperwork. Chapter 473, When it comes to making a living, you have to consider your background. Part 2. The letter also emphasized that Li Yueming did not need to worry. When he saw the letter, Li Yueming sneered a few times, but his eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. The worst situation he had imagined had already happened. To a mature reincarnator, family and friends were actually dispensable sacrifices. However, Li Yueming could not be so ruthless, at least not now. He had not forgotten that his two sisters had sacrificed themselves to buy him time to escape in order to protect him during the deduction. Therefore, Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu were Li Yueming's two weak spots. Even though the letter didn't say it clearly. However, Li Yueming was not stupid. The two sisters could not move freely. Wasn't this house arrest? Since there was no way to take it over, then he could only use some other methods in the future. Just like that, Li Yueming spent the new year with more than 20 reincarnators and the soldiers of the Star Moon Army. In the first month of the year, after many years of being a concealed god, his cheapskate father suddenly wrote a letter to Li Yueming. This surprised Li Yueming. One had to know that based on the pattern of the past many years, his cheap father had implemented a free-range policy on him. Except for a few critical moments in his life where he would appear, most of the time, he would rarely take the initiative to look for him. Even if he really had something to say, if it was not an emergency, he would write it to his two sisters first, and then the two sisters would pass it on to him. This was also an old tradition of the Li family. A man should be independent from a young age. Otherwise, how could a man be masculine if he let his family shoulder everything? He did not expect that she would take the initiative to write him a letter this time. The sun had really risen from the west. Opening the envelope, the familiar handwriting appeared on the paper. Li Nanfan's letter was asking about his and his two sisters' marriage. In this world, ordinary people who married at the age of 13 or 14 were like carps crossing the river. Because cultivators had longer lifespans and stronger abilities, the age of marriage would be appropriately relaxed. Under normal circumstances, it was not a big problem for cultivators to not get married in their 20s. If one's aptitude was high enough and one's strength was strong enough, it would not be a problem for one to get married at the age of 30. Men could even continue to relax. Li Yueming's marriage could be put aside for now. However, Li Ruxing and Li Ruya had already been married for many years. In the past, because of the war at the border all year round, Li Ruxing and Li Ruya did not find the right person. Therefore, Li Nanfan never mentioned it. Now, he probably smelled something. Therefore, he came to discuss with Li Yueming. Li Yueming had a headache. It would be fine if the two sisters had someone they liked. However, Li Yueming had also written a letter to ask about it some time ago. The elder sister Li Ruya's reply was more tactful and reserved. She only said that she had not found the right person yet. As for his second sister, Li Ruxing, her reply was extremely rude. She directly said that in this world, other than her brother, there was no man who could move her sister's heart. He couldn't even teach Li Yueming a lesson. Of course, these were just Li Yueming's personal complaints. Li Nanfan had finally written this letter. There must be something else. He read down the arranged words line by line. Finally, Li Yueming understood why Li Nanfan would suddenly write him such a letter. Because the emperor had sent a message some time ago. He asked Li Ruxing, Li Ruyu, and Li Yueming's birth characters. He also tactfully expressed that he wanted to betroth Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu to his two sons. Then, he would betroth one of his daughters to Li Yueming. He wanted to use the marriage to tie Li Yueming and the Li family to the royal family. Although it was just a mention. But who was the emperor? Words contain the law of heaven, and words hold 9 tripods. The mention of it was equivalent to the fact that this matter had already been finalized. Li Yueming almost burst out laughing. The emperor was like a toad wanting to eat a swan. With just those few foolish sons of his, they wanted to forcefully marry his two beautiful sisters? Quickly wash up and sleep. It seemed that he had let his life in the past few years be too peaceful. Otherwise, how could the emperor have so much free time to care about so many things? He thought about it. Li Yueming called Huang Li Er and the others. He announced to the public that he was out hunting. In fact, he had secretly gone to the 100,000 mountains. He first found the valley where the Arctic spirit fox was and greeted the Arctic snow fox. Then, he found the trusted aide that the 9th prince had left in the snow mountain for communication. In these 2 years, because of Li Yueming's help, the 9th prince had turned around in the battle for the crown prince. Especially after Li Yueming killed 30,000 Qin soldiers and the first prince's reputation, it caused the first prince's prestige to plummet. This allowed the 9th prince to take advantage of the situation. In order to achieve better mutual benefits, the 9th prince had specially sent his trusted aides to guard the 100,000 mountains. Anyway, with the little fox protecting him, as long as Li Yueming wanted to, he could contact the 9th prince through this trusted aide at any time. This time, Li Yueming revealed to the 9th prince that the snow mountain would allow more Qin troops to enter the northern lands. A few years ago, the reason why the Qin army could not send out a large number of troops to cross the Shiwen Mountains at once was that they were not able to do so. The most important reason was that Li Yueming had caused Little Fox to get stuck. Only 50,000 people could pass through every 6 months. It was also because of this that the Qin army had only sent less than 200,000 troops after so many years of fighting. Chapter 474, When it comes to making a living, you have to consider your background. Part 3. Any more and the pressure on the logistics would be too great. Only 50,000 people could cross the border every 6 months, even if all of them were sent to transport logistics. At most, it could only ensure that the army of about 200,000 soldiers could eat and drink. Although it could still pose a great threat to the northern lands, it could not really hurt the Great Zhou. In addition, due to the limited number of people. In actuality, Great Qin itself was unable to hold on for long. After all, the Great Zhou was not Great Qin's only enemy. The Great Ming, the Great Tang, and the barbarian tribes of the steppe would also put pressure on them. Therefore, although the Northland army had been causing a lot of trouble in the past few years, however, he was only fierce on the outside. The Qin army was as steady as a mountain and as swift as lightning. They were skilled in cavalry. What was important was speed. Now that they were being dragged on like this, they were actually already discussing whether to give up on sending troops to the northern regions of the Great Zhou dynasty to harass them. After all, they had never suffered as much as the Northlands did, even on the direct battlefield in the western frontier. This time, Li Yueming actually took the initiative to increase the number of Qin troops. It could be said that this was great news. After receiving the message, less than half a month later, the 9th prince led his trusted subordinates to the snow mountain. The moment he saw Li Yueming, the 9th prince smiled and said, "Brotherly, I hope you're safe and sound." After so many years of tacit understanding, although the two of them were not comrades in arms, they were better than comrades in arms. There wasn't any awkwardness in their meeting. Li Yueming also laughed and laughed. After the small talk, Li Yueming didn't keep them in suspense and took the initiative to say, "Lve already spoken to the Snow King. From now on, the Qin army will have 200,000 soldiers every year." When he heard this number, the 9th prince's eyes lit up. Originally, he thought that it was already good enough for Li Yu to increase the number of people crossing the border to 100,000. He did not expect Li Yueming to ask for 200,000 yuan. This had greatly exceeded his expectations. Therefore, the 9th prince immediately said happily, all right, if Brotherly had told us to gather more troops, your Star Moon army would have already become the strongest army in the Great Zhou dynasty. By then, the Dragon Tiger army would be ranked behind Brotherly. All along, the 9th prince had been wondering why Li Yueming would repeatedly jump between the state of Qin and the Great Zhou. It was only after he found out about Li Yueming's true identity. Only then did he understand that the other party must have wanted to use this opportunity to gain more credit. Li Yueming was happy that he misunderstood and was too lazy to explain. He just said, "Don't be so happy first. I still have a request that I haven't mentioned yet." The 9th prince stopped laughing and looked at Li Yueming. "Brotherly, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. As long as I can do it, I guarantee that I won't say anything." Li Yueming nodded. "It's not a big deal. I think your country has many eyes and ears in the Great Zhou, right?" Prince Nine was stunned. He wanted to deny it. However, it was impossible to say that there was no such thing. Therefore, he could only smile bitterly and say, "Although the relationship between us is complicated, I admire Brotherly very much. If there's a chance in the future, we might be able to sit together and drink a mouthful. So if Brotherly has any requests, just say it. As long as the money is in place, you can have eyes and ears all over the world. Li Yueming, since that's the case, I want to ask you to do something. After the matter is done, I will owe you a favor. In the future, you can also ask me to do something for you." He never made promises easily. Now, he was actually willing to make a promise, and it was to a prince of an enemy country. The 9th prince didn't feel anything. However, Huang Li'er and the others behind Li Yueming all had a change in expression. The 9th prince smiled. The two of them finished their simple communication and reached a consensus very quickly. Li Yueming invited the 9th prince to the Snow Fox Cave for a few drinks before sending him off. The ninth prince had clearly profited greatly from this transaction. He had specially brought his confidant to the Snow Mountain, claiming that he was risking his life to negotiate with the Snow King again. Now that the negotiations were successful, the number of Qin troops that passed through the border increased from 50,000 to 200,000. If word got out that he had made great contributions again. That was why it was said that one had to have a good background and friends all over the world. Chapter 475, It doesn't matter, my brother will make a move. 1. Year 7291 of the Great Zhou Royal Calendar. There were rumors in the imperial court that the emperor was preparing for a marriage alliance with the Li family. He wanted his two sons to marry the two daughters of the Li family and then marry his daughter to Li Yueming. The moment this news was released, instantly, the entire Great Zhou Empire's imperial family and aristocratic families couldn't sit still. Since ancient times, it was very common for emperors and ministers to marry. It was also often used by the emperor to win over and buy people's hearts. Through marriage, they forcefully tied the interests of the ministers to the chariot of the royal family. The two combined to form a new community of interests. Under normal circumstances, it was already an honor for the officials to be able to get the royal family to take the initiative to marry. However, this marriage alliance had greatly shocked the imperial family and the great clans. This was because the emperor had not only chosen to marry his daughter. He also wanted the prince to marry both of the Li family's daughters. What kind of concept was this? Currently, there were only 4 princes under the emperor's name. The Li family would take up 2 of the spots for the imperial concubines. The only thing that was uncertain was whether the emperor would assign the 2 daughters of the Li family to the crown prince, the second prince, or the third prince. As for the little prince, he definitely couldn't do it. He was only 5 years old this year. In addition, Li Yueming would marry the only daughter of the emperor. It was equivalent to kissing. If this matter really succeeded, then, in the next few decades or even centuries, the Li family would become the well-deserved number 1 family in the entire Great Zhou. Therefore, it was no wonder that the group of royal nobles and aristocratic families were so anxious. What did this mean? This meant that the emperor was very likely determined to use marriage to rope in the Li family. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, one of the 2 daughters would marry the crown prince. At that time, the Li family would give birth to an imperial grandson. In that case, the Great Zhou Empire would be equivalent to having a part of the Li family. As a relative, wouldn't the Li family do their best to protect the safety of the Zhou dynasty? In fact, this was not unexpected. After all, among the conventional methods, it seemed that only the marriage method could be well suited to the current Li family. However, the only thing that everyone did not expect was that the emperor was so generous. Not only did he accept the 2 daughters of the Li family as his wife, he was even prepared to marry the princess to Li Yueming. After confirming that the news was not groundless, he was shocked. Immediately, the representatives of the royal family and aristocratic families from all over the world poured into Hejing from all directions. For a time, all kinds of exhortations and remonstrances could be heard in the imperial court. The censors said that this would be a hidden danger for the court in the future. The ceremonial officials expressed that this was not in line with etiquette. There were all sorts of reasons, and they could talk about a lot of nonsense. In fact, the 2 sides were talking about the same thing. He didn't want the Li family to monopolize this power. At the very least, he wanted to get a share of it. The emperor only listened and did not express his opinion. Hence, he decided to do it. In a short period of time, this matter became the hottest topic in the central plains of the Great Zhou. Point 0. Wenzhou City. Li Ruxing and Li Ruya were sitting down in the restaurant. They had only come here to meet after their shift. At this moment, the waiter had just served the warm sake, and Li Ruxing picked up the wine pot and took a big gulp. It was not easy for him to drink until he was full. Li Ruxing burped, and her face was flushed red from the alcohol. Li Ruya frowned and looked at her second sister, who didn't have any feminine elegance. She wanted to teach her a lesson. However, when he thought about how this girl was already in her 20s, any ordinary girl or child would have to do nothing. Therefore, he held back and did not reprimand her. After eating some side dishes, Li Ruya finally spoke first. Second sister, you can't be so unrestrained in the future. A year ago, the two girls who had graduated from the Cultivation Academy had already been assigned to the observatory to sort out the astronomical data of the past generations. After receiving the Emperor's attention recently, the two women's work was also changed to the Hanlin Academy to clean up the anthology. Thus, he was already aware of the rumors that had been spreading in the court recently. It was just that no one rushed to whisper in their ears. Now that they finally met, it was naturally because of this matter. Big sister, you can't be looking forward to getting married, right? Li Yueming smiled when she heard this. It was not easy for him to take a day off from the boring shift day. Instead of drinking a few glasses of wine to quench his thirst, he talked about such boring things. Li Ruya frowned again. Obviously, her patience had been severely challenged. After taking 2 deep breaths and calming herself down, Li Ruya tried her best to be as calm as possible. We're already in our 20s. Isn't it normal for us to get married? Sun Xiao Xiao, who studied with us in the class next door, is now the mother of 2 children. Li Yueming muttered softly. Wu Fifei, who studied with us back then, even died of a cold last year. Why don't you look at her? Li Ruya became alert and said, what did you say? Li Yueming's zeroed her mouth and wanted to read it again, but in the end, she was scared. She shook her head and said, "Lt's nothing." Li Ruya knew that her sister's mouth was full of nonsense. However, because Li Yueming's voice was very soft, he did not hear what the girl was mumbling. Chapter 476, It doesn't matter, my brother will make a move. 2. He could only give up. After a while, Li Yueming took 2 sips of warm sake and continued, all right, sister, don't worry about what's going on with him, whether it's the family or the fate of us sisters, we have to control it ourselves. Hearing this, Li Ruya fell silent. In fact, how could she, or any woman in this world, not want to control her own fate? However, in such a patriarchic society, women were destined to be unable to control their own fate from the moment they were born. For example, she and Li Yueming. In terms of status, wasn't that noble enough? But in the end, she still ended up like that ordinary girl. She had to follow her parents' orders and marry a man she didn't even know. The only difference was that ordinary women married commoners. And they were going to marry a noble. Perhaps Li Nanfan's original intention was to let them find their own husband. However, the Li family and all the interest groups behind the Li family would never let this happen. Even if the emperor didn't have any thoughts about them, the family would also find other families of similar status to marry. Of course, this might not be considered a misfortune. After all, compared to many ordinary people who could not even eat their fill, their lives were enough for them to live in luxury. However, happiness was the same as happiness. It wouldn't change because of one's identity and status. No matter how illustrious she married, happiness would not increase or decrease because of wealth. Therefore, although Li Yueming was also against marrying into the royal family, she was still a little hesitant. However, she knew that she could not change this outcome, and she did not expect anyone to change this outcome. Therefore, he had already tacitly agreed to his final outcome. Now, he only hoped that he could obtain more benefits for his father and brother. After all, being able to marry the future emperor would also help the Li family maintain its glory and wealth for nearly 100 years. It could even make the Li family the #1 aristocratic family in the world on this basis. No matter how one looked at it, she should make sacrifices for this. After thinking that she had figured everything out, Li Ruya shook her head. Our Tate is in the hands of the strong. Now, the emperor is the strongest person in the great Zhou dynasty, if we marry into the family, it will be great news for the family, father and brother. Let's not talk about anything else, at least in the future. Prince Yu's faction will definitely not dare to jump on father's face again. Li Yueming laughed when she heard this. Sister is too naive. Do you really think we are chips on the table? Wrong, we aren't even bargaining chips. The emperor has chosen to marry the Li family because father and brother are too important in the border. In order to make them continue to work hard and not have disloyal thoughts, he has no choice but to do so. Do you think this kind of power will last long? As long as the situation at the border was slightly calmer, the emperor would most likely eliminate the Li family first. Of course, Li Yueming had thought about this. However, at this moment, he could only lower his head and say, then we have no choice. Hearing this, Li Yueming was silent for a while. Obviously, she was not as calm as she looked on the surface. As a strange woman who had never stuck to one style since she was young, Li Yueming obviously didn't care about the marriage. But now that this matter had really hit her, she could truly feel the weight of it. It was like 1,000 caddies of force, and ordinary women were unable to struggle at all. However, after a moment of shock, she suddenly smiled and raised her glass to drink in one gulp. Sister, do you still remember what little brother said to us when we were young? What is it? Li Yueming asked. Li Yueming stretched out a slender finger and sipped the wine on her red lips. At this moment, the young girl who had always been eccentric finally had the charm of a beautiful woman. She opened her red lips and said, Brother, you said that no matter what, we are a family. Li Yueming didn't understand what he meant. However, Li Yueming continued to say word by word, the old emperor wants to marry us sisters, but he didn't ask for our opinions at all. He wants to snatch us away from father and brother? Is he worthy? Just wait and see. Everyone thinks that our Li family will do our best to protect the great Zhou after receiving Long En, but in my opinion, this old emperor's move is simply stupid. I reckon that he has already offended my brother and father completely. When he said this, Li Yueming's pupils flickered with coldness. Even Li Yueming was shocked by his domineering aura. At this moment, the lazy little sister of the past seemed to have disappeared, turning into an incomparably deep and cold pond. Even with a glance, one could feel the bottomless chill. It was also at this moment that Li Yueming realized that she didn't seem to understand her seemingly harmless, good-for-nothing sister. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly. In just a few breaths, Li Yueming had returned to his original state. She took a sip and fiddled with the empty glass with one hand. She revealed a sweet smile and said, Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, my brother will make a move. Big sister, just wait and see. 0. Just as the emperor was making arrangements for the marriage, a piece of news that shook the entire world came from the north. Chapter 477, It doesn't matter, my brother will make a move. 3. The Qin army that had left before the new year had returned. However, this time, it was no longer the same as before, where they only sent tens of thousands of people each time. This time, the Qin army sent out one of the 12 generals, Baqi. Baqi led 200,000 soldiers and sneaked past the defensive area of the Zhou army. The 200,000 elite Qin army directly attacked one of the 3 passes in the northwest of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Crouching Dragon Pass. Caught off guard, Dragon Crouching Pass was almost broken. Fortunately, there were still 30,000 Dragon Tiger Army soldiers stationed in the city. They took over the city defense at the critical moment and protected the Dragon Conqueror Pass from the Qin army. But even so, Great Zhou still suffered heavy losses. The Dragon Tiger Army was a core elite with a military soul. Logically speaking, it was not enough to fight against an ordinary Qin army. But this time, the Qin army had invested a lot. Not only did he send Baqi as the only general, he even got Baqi to bring the black armored guards from the 12 divisions of the Qin army. The black armored guards were also an army with a military spirit, and this time, they brought a total of 50,000 people. In addition, thousands of young reincarnators had appeared in the Qin army this time. This directly led to the death of more than half of the Great Zhou's 30,000 Dragon Tiger army in just 2 days. One had to know that this was the territory of the Great Zhou. How could so many soldiers of the Dragon Tiger army die? One could imagine how ferocious the Qin army's attacks were. As soon as this news spread, the entire Great Zhou was shocked. All the citizens and dignitaries of the Great Zhou who lived behind Dragon Crouching Pass were terrified. Many well-informed people were deeply afraid that the Qin army would invade the hinterland, so they even took their wives and children and fled overnight. The emperor was originally thinking about whether to marry Li Yueming or Li Ruya to the crown prince. When he heard the news, his face almost turned green. He threw away the book in his hand and roared like an angry lion, "Great Qin is going too far." As he spoke, the emperor threw out a token. "Men, pass on my orders. Send 200,000 soldiers from the Dragon Tiger army to the 3 passes of the Dragon Conqueror, Tiger Conqueror, and Fusion." Because he was too emotional, the muscles on his face were still trembling. In the past few years, he had been dealing with the Qin army. The emperor also felt that it was troublesome and a headache. However, there had never been a time like today when he was sitting in Hejing and breaking out in a cold sweat. In a sense, the Qin army attacking Dragon Crouching Pass was directly attacking the vital gate of the Great Zhou. The so-called 3 passes in the northwest. They were the last 3 natural barriers of the Great Zhou in the northwest. They were called Dragon Subdue Pass, Tiger Subdue Pass, and Fusion Pass. No matter which checkpoint it was extremely important. Once it was broken, it meant that this direction would no longer be a natural barrier, and the Qin army would be able to come and go freely in this direction. Therefore, he had no choice. The emperor wasn't that sensitive to other things. Only the Dragon Crouching Pass, Tiger Crouching Pass, and Fusion Pass were places that they absolutely could not touch. This was the last barrier between the northwest and the central plains. It was a taboo among taboos. The Qin army launched a 3-day assault on the Dragon Conqueror Pass. After realizing that there was indeed no way to take it down, he no longer lingered and turned around to leave the Dragon Crouching Pass. Otherwise, if they stayed here for too long, they would be able to escape. When the surrounding reinforcements of the Great Zhou arrived, the Qin army might have to pay an unnecessary price. To be honest, it was a pity that the Qin army did not manage to break through the Dragon Conqueror Pass. Just a little more. He was just a little bit away from achieving an epic strategic goal. The Dragon Tiger army guarded the 3 checkpoints and confirmed that the Qin army had no intention of continuing to attack. Only then did the entire Great Zhou heave a sigh of relief. When the emperor came back to his senses, his face was dark. He found an official and pointed at the officials' noses. "Who can tell me that the northern lands can only pass through a small Qin army of tens of thousands of people? Where did these 200,000 Qin soldiers come from?" There were actually 50,000 elite soldiers of the Black Armored Guards. If they broke through Dragon Conqueror Pass, would they be able to reach Hejing in 2 days? Hearing the emperor's doubts, the officials in the court did not even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, the emperor was furious. If he was not careful, his head would fall to the ground. If they were a little unlucky, it was not impossible for them to get a whole family package. In the end, it was the right Prime Minister Ji Hong who stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this Qin army must have appeared from the 100,000 mountains. It seems that an emergency has occurred in the 100,000 mountains." This matter was handled by Li Yueming of the Star Moon Army in the past. Now that there is a problem, we might be able to know the reason by asking Li Yueming. Even if he had a political disagreement with Li Yueming and the western frontier. However, even Ji Hong did not dare to exaggerate in front of the emperor. The emperor glanced coldly at Ji Hong. Seeing that he did not continue, he continued, "Li Qing is my subordinate. If any of you want to push the blame of this matter to him, don't blame me for sacrificing your heads to the flag. Men, hurry to Northern Ice River Town and ask Li Qing." See if he can find a way to find out what exactly happened to the 100,000 mountains. Hearing this, the group of officials in the court lowered their heads and did not dare to make a sound. At this moment, they also reacted. Li Yueming's status was no longer the same as before. No matter how one looked at it, if they wanted to maintain the stability of the Northlands, they couldn't leave the Star Moon Army and Li Yueming alone. Because of this, no matter how unwilling the emperor was, he could only appease and rope Li Yueming in. In this mood, it was only natural that the emperor wanted to recruit a prince consort. Li Yueming, who was 1,000 miles away from Bibing River, was shocked by the Qin army's actions when he received the news. He actually attacked the hidden Dragon Gate directly. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Great Zhou dynasty was not prepared to directly break one of the Great Zhou dynasty's backbones with a stick. Chapter 478, A True Hero Never Afraid of Facing Death. 1. If the Qin army really broke through the Dragon Conqueror Pass, both Great Zhou and Great Qin would probably explode. At that time, the real all-out war would begin immediately. The furious Qin army would probably tear Li Yueming and the Star Moon army into pieces. Fortunately, the Great Zhou dynasty finally withstood the pressure and did not let the situation go beyond his scope of response. Therefore, after hearing that the Qin army had failed to attack the Dragon Crouching Pass, they retreated. Li Yueming knew that his plan had succeeded. He stayed in northern Glacier Town and waited for a few days. The emperor's messenger finally arrived half a month later. This time, it was still the same eunuch from before. However, compared to the previous time, the eunuch this time seemed much more uneasy. He had no choice. As the servants who had been with the emperor for many years, the eunuchs should have the clearest idea of what the emperor was thinking. The last time he came here, although he was also here to announce an edict, Li Yueming was only a border general at that time. Even if he had some fame, it was not worth mentioning at all. However, it was different this time. Li Yueming had already taken root in northern Glacier Town. For example, the rumors that had spread some time ago might have been thought to be rumors. However, the eunuchs knew. The emperor really wanted to marry the second princess to this young man in front of him some time ago. In other words, Li Yueming was not just a border general. He might even be the future prince consort. In addition, the emperor intended for the crown prince to marry Li Yueming's two sisters, so it was more likely that he would be the future uncle of the country. He was a famous figure who was close to the royal family. Such a status. How could he, a eunuch, dare to offend her? As soon as the eunuch got off the horse, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Li Yueming. As he kowtowed, he said, "General Li is lucky. General Li is blessed as the East Sea and as long as the South Mountain." Li Yueming couldn't even handle these two moves. If it was a normal person kneeling before him, Li Yueming would have thought better of it. After all, there was a difference in seniority these days, so it was fine to kowtow 2 times. But what was the meaning of a eunuch kowtowing to him? He was neither the head of the eunuchs nor the emperor. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was quite good, so he did not lose his composure. He helped the eunuch, who still smelled like urine, up. Li Yueming sat down and said, "Eunuch Rong, long time no see. Is there any decree from His Majesty?" Eunuch Rong shook his head. "Generally, this servant has brought an order from His Majesty. He asked me to ask you, where did the 200,000 Qin soldiers who suddenly appeared in the north come from? Did something happen to the Beast King on the snowy mountain?" Li Yueming revealed an indescribable expression when he heard this. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she felt that it was inappropriate, so she didn't say it. In the end, he only sighed and said, "Sigh, Eunuch Rong, you don't know, in the past few years, our northern lands had offered all sorts of precious treasures to the beast kings of the extremely cold and snowy mountains. But after so many years, all the treasures in the northern lands have almost been plundered clean. Well, this year's treasure was only paid 2 months late. I think the Beast King on the snowy mountain probably punished us because of this. I was planning to wait for the Qin army to leave the snow mountain and find an opportunity to explain to the Beast King. I hope that it can eliminate the misunderstanding between us and make the Great Zhou and the 100,000 mountains reconcile. Hearing Li Yueming's words, Eunuch Rong immediately believed him. He couldn't help but believe it. After all, Li Yueming was the one who handled this matter. Only Li Yueming himself knew how he had reached an agreement with the king of the Arctic snow mountain in the north. Over the years, the imperial court had wanted to bypass Li Yueming and negotiate with the spirit beasts in the snow mountain. However, in this vast 100,000 mountains, even Li Yueming needed the Qin army to lead the way to the valley where the little fox was. How could it be easy for the Great Zhou to bypass Li Yueming? In addition, Li Yueming had already gained enough favorable impression points from the little fox. He believed that even if the Great Zhou really found the little fox, it would only be chased away by the little fellow. Eunuch Rong said anxiously, generally, there are not enough treasures in the north to tell His Majesty. How can such a big matter be delayed? In that case, I'll have to trouble General Li to quickly make a trip to the extremely cold snow mountain to explain things to the Beast King. I'll immediately return to report this news to His Majesty. We must drive these 200,000 elite Qin troops away from our Great Zhou as soon as possible. In Eunuch Rong's eyes, although treasures and tributes were important, they were nothing compared to the Zhou Emperor and the Zhou dynasty. If this matter really caused the Qin army to take advantage of the situation and break the friendly agreement between the Great Zhou and the extreme cold snow mountain beast kings. It was unknown how many demons and ghosts had jumped out after the panic, spreading rumors everywhere to encourage people, wanting to use this to shake the foundation of the Great Zhou. The emperor couldn't sleep for several days because of this. The consequences could be said to be earth-shattering. If he didn't appease the Snow Mountain Beast King, wouldn't the subsequent chain reaction be even more terrifying? Once the Great Zhou lost the protection of the 100,000 mountains and the western border, the Great Zhou Empire would lose its territory. If they could allow the Qin army to shuttle through the 100,000 mountains as they pleased, then he would probably never have a good life in the future. Chapter 479, A True Hero Never Afraid of Facing Death. 2. Li Yueming naturally accepted the order, and the two of them continued to chat. However, it was obvious that Eunuch Rong was already somewhat absent-minded. Therefore, Li Yueming didn't force him to stay. He said directly, "Men, bring Eunuch Rong to have a good hot meal. Remember to bring more money for Eunuch Rong on the way." Hearing this, Eunuch Rong shook his head like a rattle drum. "General Li, please don't make me suffer. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I'm just a little servant in front of the emperor. It's more important to hurry back and report." As he spoke, he was afraid that Li Yueming would give him something, so he quickly trotted away on his horse. He watched as the other party's figure gradually disappeared into the vast Gobi Desert. For the sake of convenience, Li Yueming had divided the Star Moon troop into two military tents. One of the military tents was naturally set up in northern Ice River Town. As for the other one, which was the current one, Li Yueming deliberately set it up outside the Gobi Desert more than 50 miles away from North Glacier Town. It was to hide from the eyes and ears of others. Otherwise, if the old eunuch saw the state of northern Ice River Town, the emperor would probably find a way to kill him in a few days. After sending the old eunuch away, Li Yueming revealed a thought-provoking smile. No wonder everyone wanted to be CAO. This feeling of using the emperor to command the vassals was indeed very good. He had the 9th prince inside the state of Qin, and he had the little fox in the snow mountain that he could use to intimidate others. It was more than enough to play with the emperor. And the reason why he went through so much trouble. Firstly, he was naturally dissatisfied with the emperor's scheme against his two sisters. As for the schemes that followed, it's just a matter of doing it according to the situation. In any case, Li Yueming had the final say on what treasures the little fox needed to pay as tribute and how much they wanted to pay. He only needed to earn a little bit from it, and he could easily earn enough funds for the initial development of Northern Glacier Town. After confirming that the old eunuch had left, Li Yueming turned around and returned to the tent. Just as he sat down and was about to rest for a moment, he saw Huang Li Er and the others rush in. After seeing Li Yueming, she said, "General Li, traces of the Qin army have appeared in our northern ice river town." Hearing this, Li Yueming stood up again. What happened? Behind him, Ding Yi, who was actually the highest commander of the Star Moon Army, replied, "The Qin army has sent 2 elite squads to observe the position of the Star Moon Army and Northern Ice River Town." Li Yueming's first thought was that the 9th prince had betrayed him. Otherwise, the 9th prince should have been the absolute leader of the Qin army. Appearing near Northern Ice River Town, it was obvious that he had ill intentions. However, after thinking about it carefully, the 2 of them should not have turned against each other yet. Therefore, Li Yueming took the initiative to say, "Let's go, bring me to stop these 2 groups of Qin soldiers. I want to see what they are up to." Currently, the number of Star Moon troops had reached 200,000. Although only 100,000 of them had normal combat strength, the remaining 100,000 were new recruits who had joined in the past few years. However, whether it was the size of the army or its combat strength, it was no longer the small army of the past. It had already transformed into a mature army stationed in the northern regions of the Great Zhou dynasty. Therefore, Li Yueming only opened his mouth. The entire Star Moon army was like a clockwork machine that suddenly began to operate. Within a few minutes, a team of 5,000 elites followed behind Li Yueming. Ding Yi, Huang Li Er, and the others also followed behind Li Yueming and rushed to the place where the scout reported. About 30 miles to the north of North Glacier Town, Li Yueming had captured these 2 groups of Qin soldiers. When they noticed their arrival, the 2 groups of Qin soldiers tried to escape, but they couldn't shake off the pursuers. The 2 groups of Qin soldiers were decisive and merged into one. They stopped and glared at the Star Moon army. After getting closer, Li Yueming realized that the 2 Qin soldiers looked very young. He calmed down and took a look. Good heavens, they were all reincarnators. There were probably hundreds of reincarnators. Most importantly, the soldiers behind these reincarnators were all black armored soldiers. There were nearly 1,000 people. Seeing that they had stopped, Li Yueming and the others did not rashly chase after them. They also stopped at a position not far away where they could attack and retreat. He looked at the soldiers who were armed to the teeth not far away. Including Li Yueming, all the members of the Star Moon army couldn't help but feel a bit fearful. The black armored Iron Guards were one of the 12 core troops of the Qin army that possessed the military spirit. Recently, it could be said to be thunderous in the Great Zhou. They had been the main force in the attack on Dragon Crouching Pass half a month ago. At that time, they had almost pried open Dragon Crouching Pass, one of the 3 great natural barriers in the northern regions of the Great Zhou dynasty. If not for the Dragon Tiger Army's soldiers desperately resisting, the entire northern region of the Great Zhou would have been in chaos. Although he did not know why they had appeared here. However, this battle would not be easy to fight. Nearly 1,000 black armored guards could form a powerful army spirit when they fought. Although the Star Moon troop was also known as a frontline unit, their combat strength was still far inferior to this unit that had truly condensed the spirit of an army. After all, no matter how strong the Star Moon troop was, it was still in the category of an ordinary army. Chapter 480, A True Hero Never Afraid of Facing Death. Part 3. However, an army like the Black Armored Guards, which possessed a military spirit, was already half a step into the realm of fantasy. Seeing that the Star Moon troop had stopped in place and did not dare to move. Not far away, a reincarnator from the Qin army laughed loudly and said, "Lve always heard that there's a Star Moon army in the north that can appear and disappear unpredictably. No matter how powerful the Qin army is, they're nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of them. Today, I've seen the Star Moon army's extraordinary side. However, the so-called elusive and invincible seems to be too exaggerated, right? Today, since you insist on chasing after us, I, Wu Zhong, will use these 1,000 black armored soldiers to break your Star Moon Army's Bulsh *T undefeated legend. 1 against 5, how fast? As he spoke, this reincarnator named Wu Zhong clenched his left hand into a fist. In the next second, the black armored guard's formation, which had been slightly loose from running, immediately tightened into a fist. At this moment, every soldier had an extremely solemn expression on their faces, and their bodies were filled with a tangible killing intent. In a trance, this killing intent condensed and shot into the sky. It even made the sky darken a little. It had to be known that this was just a group of less than 1,000 black armored guards. The pressure that erupted after they formed a formation was already so terrifying. It was difficult to imagine what effect it would have if the number of guards increased by a few times. It was no wonder that the Dragon Tiger army had suffered heavy casualties under their assault. This kind of army that had the spirit of an army, none of them were actually difficult to live up to their reputation. Li Yueming turned around and looked at the Star Moon army behind him. Under the cold gaze of the black armored army, who were armed to the teeth, the entire Star Moon army was obviously a little solemn. In the past, they had fought with the Qin army before. Not only did they fight, but most of the time, they fought with numbers. Not only was the Star Moon troop not afraid, but they had also not suffered any losses so far. But now, they were suddenly facing a legendary army that had gathered the spirit of an army. Even though the enemy was outnumbered, the Star Moon army still felt immense pressure. This was an all-round suppression that came from blood and aura. In front of the black armored guards, who wielded black sabers and wore black armor, everything that the Star Moon troop was proud of, be it glory or willpower, was not worth mentioning. If Li Yueming hadn't stood in the front, the soldiers of the Star Moon troop would probably have been afraid of fighting in the face of such a powerful pressure. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming knew that he had made the right decision. The Star Moon troop had been established for so long, and although there had been many small battles, they had not experienced many major battles. Moreover, because of his calculations, the Star Moon troop did not suffer too many casualties. Most of the time, they only needed to follow orders resolutely, and then they could get the most credit at a relatively small price. Such a growth process gave the soldiers of the Star Moon army unparalleled confidence. And now, the after-effects of this growth had arrived. The Star Moon troops could fearlessly fight against an army that was equal to them. However, when faced with the Black Guards, who were obviously stronger than them, they began to lose confidence. What was this? What Li Yueming wanted was an invincible army that could sweep across the world. They were not a bunch of trash that only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The Star Moon Army's current performance was clearly far from what Li Yueming wanted. They needed to be trained at a deeper level. Only with a firm will and the courage to defeat the impossible could one be considered a truly invincible warrior. And the black armored guards in front of him were a very good whetstone. Therefore, he had no choice. He looked at the murderous black armored guards not far away. Li Yueming did not hesitate and said loudly, 1,000 brave ones, everyone else retreat. Today, I will let this group of Qin soldiers open their eyes and see if our Star Moon army is truly invincible. Hearing this, immediately, everyone in the Star Moon army, including the reincarnators, was stunned. Great General Li was going to fight the black armored guards one-on-one. Chapter 481, Star Moon Army, Only Fight to the Death. 1. Li Yueming wanted to build an army that could defeat everything and end everything. To achieve this, the Star Moon troop had to have something that no other army had. For example, the Star Moon army was considered a powerful army in the eyes of the world. However, in Li Yueming's eyes, it was just a second-rate army with insufficient confidence and willpower. After all, an army that only knew how to succeed was not a good army for him. Only by facing life and death without fear. Only then could the Star Moon army possess the immortal temperament that Li Yueming had expected. Therefore, Li Yueming had taken the initiative to ask the Star Moon Army to step forward with 1,000 people in order to personally inject the soul into the Star Moon Army. It didn't matter who the enemy was. He still believed that his invincible courage had built his soul. Behind them, many people in the Star Moon Army were stunned for a moment. Obviously, they did not expect Li Yueming to take the initiative to give up the advantage of numbers and actually want them to fight one-on-one with the Qin Army's black armored guards. One had to know that this was the black armored guards. It was one of the 12 strongest armies of the Qin army that possessed the army soul. Even though the Star Moon troop had believed for many years that they were one of the best troops in the world, they were still not as powerful as the Star Moon troop. Now that they were facing the black armor guards, they still retreated. It was not that they were not brave enough. Instead, it was because the other party was using something that was completely unreasonable. That was the soul of the army. With the same number of soldiers, how could an ordinary army of theirs defeat an army with a military spirit? However, when he heard Li Yueming's loud roar, the 8,000 elite Star Moon troops behind him sent out over 1,000 soldiers. Even though he knew that he was no match for the black armored guards. However, these soldiers were willing to offer their names to Li Yueming. Therefore, he still stood up without any regrets. Li Yueming smiled and seemed to be quite satisfied. Tian Liang, Huang Li Er, and the others also followed closely behind. There was no other way. There were more than 100 reincarnators in the Qin army. As reincarnators of the Star Moon Army, they naturally could not let the Star Moon Army suffer losses in terms of high-end combat strength. Currently, only Ding Yi, who was the deputy commander, stood silently not far away and continued to command the thousands of troops of the Star Moon troop in pursuit to prevent any accidents from happening. Not far away, Li Yueming pressed the horses back. Soon, over 1,000 Star Moon troop members followed behind him as if they had gone mad. On the other side, the Qin army couldn't help but laugh hideously. The Qin general named Wu Tian mocked disdainfully, "One don't know who gave you the courage. 8,000 great Zhou soldiers might not be a match for my black armored iron guards, but a mere 1,000 people dare to come and attack a rock with an egg? Humph, you don't know what's good for you." As he spoke, he also pressed his horse back. He led more than 1,000 black armored guards and swooped down like a black stream of light. Both sides were very fast. There was no hesitation. In the next second, the sound of close combat rang out. Clang! This was a collision between spears. From afar, the Star Moon troop and the black armored guards looked like two completely different torrents. Like hot oil meeting cold water, they collided in the same stream. Kill them! When the two armies met. In a short moment, the Qin army's black armored guards all shouted one word at the same time. At this moment, the thousands of black armored guards seemed to be a single entity. In just a single exchange, hundreds of Star Moon troop members were chopped to the ground. One had to know that those who could follow behind Li Yueming to pursue him were the most elite existences in the Star Moon army. Many of them were veterans who had followed Li Yueming when the Star Moon troop was first established. But now, under the collision of the black armored guards, it was like an egg hitting a stone. The black armored guards did not suffer much damage. The Star Moon army had more than 1,000 people, but there were hundreds of heads falling to the ground and horses neighing. Because both sides were cavalry. As a result, the time that the two troops had been in contact was very short. After only a few minutes of contact, they dispersed again. Li Yueming and a few reincarnators were covered in blood. The blood on Li Yueming's body was the blood from the Qin army's head. As for the blood on Huang Li Er and the other reincarnators, it was the blood that had spurted out from the deaths of his soldiers when he fought with the Qin army, who were also reincarnated. At this moment, they all felt a heart-wrenching pain. Although he didn't want to admit it. However, after so many years of hard work and interaction, the Star Moon troop had unknowingly merged with them. After all, the human heart was long. Many of the Star Moon troops were personally trained by them. In the past, he had even drunk wine and eaten meat with them. Now, they could only watch as they fell one by one, dying under the hooves of the Qin army. The eyes of the group of reincarnators turned red. The Star Moon troop had never suffered such a huge loss since its establishment. However, at this moment, the most cold-blooded person was none other than General Li Yueming, who had personally established the Star Moon army. After the failure of the first charge, Li Yueming didn't change his mind and turned his horse around. Instead, he continued to speak, "Star Moon army, send another 1,000 men and charge over with me." Chapter 482, Star Moon Army, Only Fight to the Death. 2. At this moment, everyone was silent. However, in the next second, 1,000 people still charged forward on their war horses without hesitation. If it was someone else, the Star Moon troop members might have hesitated. But Li Yueming was different. He was not only the general of the Star Moon army, but also the soul of the Star Moon army. Li Yueming had only allowed them to defeat the enemy. Even if Li Yueming wanted them to go through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, they would also execute it without hesitation. Before the soldiers could enter the formation, Li Yueming had already led the Star Moon army into a second charge. While leading the Star Moon troop forward, Li Yueming said, "Do you still remember what I told you before? The Star Moon army wants to become the strongest army in this world." The soldiers of the Star Moon army behind him replied in unison, "One didn't forget. I dare not forget. So if you can't even defeat a single Qin army, how can you become the strongest army in the world?" Li Yueming continued. In just a few words, the Star Moon army had already clashed with the Black Armor Guards for the second time. This time, it's more miserable than before. The Black Armored Guards, who were prepared for the Star Moon troops' combat power, directly tore apart the Star Moon troops' flank troops. In just a few minutes of confrontation, the Star Moon troop paid a heavy price of over 500 deaths. For a moment, the horses mourned, and red blood splattered all over the ground. The second charge didn't have enough effect. After Li Yueming killed a dozen Qin soldiers, he led the remaining soldiers to retreat. Halfway through the retreat, Li Yueming, who was covered in blood, continued, "Let me ask you, if you can't even defeat a single Qin army, how can you become the strongest army in the world?" Silence. No one answered. Li Yueming sniffed the bloody smell at the tip of his nose. To be honest, his heart was bleeding at this moment. However, an army that was good at fighting could not be pampered. He would not tolerate any hesitation on the path of the charge. Therefore, he came to the front of the Star Moon troops' formation for the third time and said, "Is the Star Moon army still brave enough?" 1,000 people. This time, the remaining thousands of soldiers fell silent. He looked at the corpse of his companion, which was still bleeding on the ground not far away. Many people felt as if their throats were on fire. He couldn't take his own steps, because everyone was now clear. If he took this step, he might end up like his comrade, who had no qualms about going back. He might fall under the Black Armored Guards not far away and die a miserable death. It was meaningless. Therefore, the remaining Star Moon troop hesitated. The originally orderly formation even broke into an uproar for a moment. No one responded to Li Yueming's question immediately. Seeing this, Li Yueming ignored them and turned to the remaining 500 soldiers. "Since no one else dares to fight, then you guys will follow me back." As he spoke, he did not hesitate at all. He drove the warhorse under his feet and charged at the Black Armored Guards for the third time. At this moment, the Black Armored Guards, who only had 1,000 men, were like a mountain in the hearts of everyone in the Star Moon troop. It was so heavy that every soldier of the Star Moon army felt a chill in their hearts. However, as a general, Li Yueming had already rushed over without hesitation. They could only muster up their courage and dive toward the Grim Reaper again. Not far away, as the commander of the Black Armored Guards, Wu Tian grinned when he saw this scene. "Look, I thought the Star Moon army was strong, but in the end, they are nothing in front of us Black Armored Guards." This general of the Star Moon Army seems to be a bit stupid. I really don't know how he built such a stupid army. The first two charges had allowed the black armored guards to thoroughly understand the Star Moon Army's strength, although they were indeed well trained. However, in front of the black armored guards who possessed the military spirit, they were not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention Li Yueming only led 1,000 Star Moon troops to launch a charge. Even if he brought 8,000 people, Wu Zhong was confident that he could tear off a piece of meat from the Star Moon Army. At this moment, the black armored soldiers behind him were still the same as before. Unmoving like a mountain, moving like lightning. Li Yueming led the remaining hundreds of soldiers and charged at the black armored guards for the third time. This was because the number of soldiers charging this time was small. The damage was not as serious as the previous two times. However, the results were the same as the previous two times. Other than hitting a rock with an egg, no one saw any hope of success. Moreover, Li Yueming encountered some trouble when he retreated this time. He was surrounded by more than 20 reincarnators from the Qin army. Fortunately, Li Yueming was strong enough to kill his way out. The third time, the team returned. Li Yueming continued to ask, "Star Moon Army? You can't even defeat a single Qin army. You don't even have the courage to face them. How can you become the strongest in the world?" This time, Li Yueming had just charged out from the encirclement of the Qin army, and his entire body was bathed in blood. Not only was there the enemy's blood, but there was also his own. From afar, he looked like a god of war who had descended from the sky. He was so valiant. Thousands of troops passed through the city, killing the enemy like cutting grass. The few times he charged, he was the one killing the enemy. If Li Yueming wasn't leading the Star Moon Army, but the Dragon Tiger Army of the Great Zhou dynasty, then he wouldn't have been able to do so. Would the current battle situation be rewritten? At this moment, the Star Moon troop could not help but think. Chapter 483, Star Moon Army, only fight to the death. However, for some reason, they remembered the training they had never stopped for so many years. The Great Zhou was not a nomadic race. Therefore, if the Star Moon Army wanted to be as proficient in riding horses and archery as the Qin army, they would have to work hard in the future. When they fell down again and again during training and got up again and again, they felt as if they had comprehended the true meaning of life. And now, looking at the horse Li Yueming and the thousands of terrified companions behind him, who did not even dare to muster up the courage to follow Li Yueming and fight. For some reason, they seemed to have once again understood the true meaning of war. Therefore, when they heard that Li Yueming was covered in blood and asked them how they could become the strongest army, they were shocked. Someone from Li Yueming's remaining army suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse, but it was extremely sincere. "The Star Moon troop will only fight to the death." She heard his voice. Instantly, Li Yueming, who was originally covered in blood and shouting himself hoarse, was stunned. He looked around and finally found the soldier who had spoken. It was a young face that Li Yueming recognized. He was the son of a hunter in northern Ice River town. He was not married and was not even 20 years old. Back then, when his father was hunting in the mountains, he was injured by a wild beast. In order to support his parents and young sister, the young man chose to join the Star Moon Army to eat military rations. Li Yueming patted his head and smiled, "Well said, it's just a battle to the death." This young soldier was obviously a little nervous at first. Now that he had received Li Yueming's affirmation, he couldn't help but say loudly, "General Li, please lead me to the front again. The Star Moon Army only has people who fight to the death and never retreat." Li Yueming burst into laughter. The young man shouldered the hopes of his family, yet he still had such courage. How could he, a reincarnator, be afraid? Therefore, Li Yueming did not pay attention to the remaining 300 Star Moon Army soldiers. He turned around and looked at the nearby Qin army and said, "In that case, you have to follow closely. Star Moon Army, kill!" As he spoke, Li Yueming whipped his horse and the horse galloped like the wind. Behind him, the young man also waved his whip a few times and followed Li Yueming. All of this happened too suddenly. As a result, the other soldiers of the Star Moon Army did not have time to recover from their shock. Now, he looked at the backs of the two people. Many of the soldiers of the Star Moon Army seemed to have something hooked in their hearts. That's right. Where did the disciplined Star Moon Army go? Could it be that just because they were the 12 armies of the Qin army that possessed the spirit of the army, the Star Moon Army had lost their pride? If it was so easy to trample on one's dignity, then what was the difference between the Star Moon troop and the other third-rate armies? Now, even Li Yueming was taking the lead and risking his life. And why would they hesitate to step forward? Li Yueming asked how the Star Moon troop could become an extraordinary army. All of them gave their answers. He could only fight to the death. After thinking through everything, all the Star Moon troops behind him finally felt the burning fire burning in their chests. The Star Moon troop had been established for so many years, but they had never suffered such a great loss in the hands of a Qin army. In just a few charges, the Qin army was safe and sound. However, countless of their compatriots had died. They were humiliated and trampled by the Qin army. Why? Just because they had the military spirit? This was not a reason for them to be timid. Thus, looking at Li Yueming, who had already launched 4 charges, the entire Star Moon army couldn't help but wave the horsewhip in their hands, driving their horses to follow closely behind the two. At this moment, no one in the Star Moon army said anything. The entire army was as silent as a rock. However, their footsteps had never been so steady. 1,000 people, 2,000 people. In just a few seconds, the 5,000-plus troops that had been stationed at the same spot had all charged out. All of them followed behind Li Yueming, wanting to crush this arrogant Qin army that dared to invade the Star Moon Army's abdomen with just 1,000 people. Not far away, Wu Tian could not help but lick his lips when he saw this. He looked at Li Yueming, who was at the front of the line, and whispered to the few strongest reincarnators beside him, "Later, we'll capture that general in charge. I heard that the first prince hates him to the bone. If we can send his head over, we'll probably be able to make a great contribution." The few reincarnators beside him also licked their lips. They had been killed by Li Yueming a few times just now, so they had been paying close attention to Li Yueming. After all, they were all reincarnators. To be able to kill his wave out of their encirclement was enough to prove that Li Yueming was extraordinary. Therefore, he was prepared to capture Li Yueming. He would probably receive a huge reward if he sent it back. After a discussion, the few of them also drove the army towards the direction of the Star Moon Army. However, this time, it seemed to be very different. What he wanted the Black Guards to feel the most was Li Yueming's combat power. In the previous few battles, they felt that Li Yueming's strength should be at the peak of the true form realm. To be able to cultivate to truth realization state peak stage at the age of 20. Even among the reincarnators, it was already quite good. Not to mention that according to the intelligence, Li Yueming seemed to be a native. However, the strength that Li Yueming displayed in the first exchange had far exceeded the expectations of all the black armored guards. Li Yueming's strength had increased by an entire realm. He had actually reached the spirit concentration realm. Nearly 100 soldiers were sent flying by Li Yueming's slap, rolling on the ground. In just a few breaths. Even though the black armored guards had the military spirit, Li Yueming easily tore a hole in them. After discovering this, all the reincarnators of the Qin army, including Wu Tian, could not help but widen their eyes. He repeated that the picture he had just seen was not real. It was as if they were all illusions. However, what happened next made their hair stand on end. For some reason, the Star Moon troop, which was previously a third-rate army, had become several levels more terrifying. Just as Li Yueming tore apart the flank of the black armored guards like a spear, the Star Moon army following behind him was like the tip of the spear, tearing apart the flank of the black armored guards. In the end, he had relied on his fearless attitude and his numerical advantage to tear the entire Black Armored Guards formation into two. It directly caused the Black Iron Guards to lose hundreds of people. Of course, the Star Moon Army's price was even greater. This wave of charge could cost nearly 1,000 lives. However, the Star Moon troop had enough soldiers. As long as he could tear through the Black Armored Army's defense, he would be able to find a way to break through them one by one. Seeing this scene, Wu Tian, who was originally very pleased with himself, could not believe his eyes. F***ck. How did the opponent, who was so vulnerable just a moment ago, become so terrifying in a few breaths? Moreover, they were clearly a troop that had not produced an army soul. What right did they have to tear apart the Black Armored Army that had an army soul? After a few questions, Wu Tian and the group of reincarnators around him were puzzled. However, at this moment, many people had already completely woken up. Looking at the Star Moon Army, including Wu Tian and the other reincarnators, who were eyeing them covetously not far away, everyone smelled a bad aura. Could it be that they would really be defeated by a troop that did not even have a military spirit? Chapter 484. Looking at the Star Moon Army that was not far away, the Qin army of the Black Armored Guards were all dumbfounded. To be honest, it was hard for them to imagine that they would be defeated by a group of soldiers who had yet to awaken their military spirit. This was no joke. An army with an army spirit and an army without an awakened army spirit were two completely different concepts. The army of the military soul can compete with the powerful cultivator. It was the continuation of the human will. An army without an army spirit was like a group of well-trained ordinary people. It was simply not enough to compare to a powerful cultivator. But now, the Black Armored Guards' defensive line had truly been torn apart by the Star Moon Army. Just that one charge had caused the Black Armored Guards to pay the price of hundreds of casualties. Of course, the ones who contributed the most were Li Yueming and the dozen or so reincarnators behind him. If they had not acted as spearheads to break through the Black Armored Guards' defenses, the Star Moon Army would not have been able to follow behind them and continue to expand the front line. As the commander of this small group of Black Armored Guards, at that moment, Wu Tian's expression was very bad. Wu Tian was able to become the leader of the Black Armored Guards not only because he was born in the state of Qin and was very outstanding. It was also because Wu Tian himself was very hard-working. He was only 22 years old, but he had already won all kinds of glory in the army. But now, however, he had suffered such a huge setback in the northern regions of the Great Zhou. It could be said that Li Yueming's charge had caused Wu Tian to suffer heavy losses. Not to mention that every soldier of the Black Iron Guards was extremely precious. Just the fact that he had lost face here was enough to make Wu Tian extremely angry. He glared at Li Yueming. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Just you wait. The Black Iron Guards are not so easy to kill." With that, he did not hesitate and turned his horse around, preparing to leave with the remaining few hundred Black Armored Guards. He had stopped earlier because he wanted to meet the Star Moon troop. They wanted to see just how powerful this army that was famous throughout Great Qin was. But now, the Star Moon Army had gathered thousands of soldiers. In addition, Li Yueming and the other higher UPS were very powerful cultivators. They had the ability to tear through the defense of the Black Armored Guards. It was clearly unwise to continue fighting. Therefore, after realizing that staying behind would not bring them any benefits other than losses, Wu Tian decisively ordered the retreat. Of course, losing people didn't mean losing the formation. It was still necessary to say a few harsh words. Li Yueming did not lead his army to pursue them. He wanted to wipe out the Black Armored Guards in one fell swoop, but he really could not catch up. If the Qin army wanted to run, even if the Star Moon Army had 2 war horses, they might not be able to catch up. In addition, although they were defeated, they had not lost their combat strength. If he chased after her, he might even get himself involved if he was not careful. Therefore, when they heard Wu Tian's harsh words, many of the Star Moon Army soldiers could only glare at him angrily. After the Qin army of the Black Armored Guards left with their men, Li Yueming also brought the Star Moon Army back to northern Glacier Town. The Star Moon Army had suffered heavy losses in this battle. However, the Star Moon Troop saw something different. In the past, although the Star Moon Troop was equally powerful, they did not have the spirit to face death like today. However, after the battle with the Black Armor Guards, the Star Moon Troop had already understood what it meant to fight to the death. Although only the elite few thousand troops had comprehended this kind of powerful willpower energy. However, Li Yueming believed that this power was like a seed planted in the soil in spring. Sooner or later, it would grow into a unique beauty in the soil in spring. As the gardener who took care of the Star Moon Army, he only needed to wait patiently for the day the flowers bloomed. 0. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The growth rings of time silently arrived at year 7293 of the Great Zhou royal calendar. The current 6 nations had unknowingly entered an era of endless turmoil. The 6 dynasties were all in an uproar. It was because there were people from all over the world who came forward and spread the same news at the same time. That was, the world that had been divided for tens of thousands of years would welcome a second unification during this period. Whoever among the 6 kingdoms could destroy the other kingdoms would become the second human ruler of Tiandu. He would establish a rarely seen unified empire and gather all the luck in the world to ascend. After hearing this news, the entire land of the 6 states was in an uproar. In the northeast, Deduction had been actively exploring the ocean for hundreds of years. However, for some reason, it suddenly turned its attention from the ocean back to the land. It was obvious that it also had the intention to compete for hegemony. Deduction was a country with a good geographical location. The entire country looked like a small island in the northeast. Not only was it close to the coastal area, but it also had a natural harbor. Therefore, the resources were very abundant. It had always been one of the strongest countries in the world. This brought great pressure to the only neighbor in the southwest, the Great Zhou. However, because the Great Qi had not fought on land for a long time, they had now sent over 1 million soldiers to train aggressively. In the short term, the Great Zhou would not have to worry about the Great Qi taking advantage of the Great Qin's pressure to steal their territory. At the same time, Chapter 485. The Great Ming in the southeast of the Great Zhou and the Great Song in the southwest fought. The Ming dynasty generals were all imposing and led the Ming dynasty cavalry to attack the city. For a time, the Great Song, which valued literature over martial arts, was forced to retreat and beg for peace. At the same time, the Great Tang and the Great Han were also exchanging blows. As Great Qin's largest neighboring country, the Great Qin Empire was extremely powerful. The Great Tang had also provided a large amount of power to restrain Great Qin's development. After all, if one were to say which of the 6 dynasties had the greatest ambition and the strongest army, then it would be a matter of time. Then, the Qin country would definitely be able to be ranked. The Qin army was already crazy, and the reform of Lord Shang had turned the entire Qin army into a war machine. If it wasn't for the Great Tang suppressing the Qin army from the south, Great Qin would have long ago grown to dominate the world, and it wouldn't have needed to expend so much effort to attack the Great Zhou. Overall, if the wars of the 6 dynasties in the past few thousand years could be considered as cooking on a small scale. In the past few years, because of the prophecies in the world and the propaganda of many reincarnators from various countries, the 6 Nations War had become the ultimate war that shook the entire continent. More and more countries were affected, and more people were involved. The fate of countless people was like this damn era. Other than the tragedy, there was only a war of blood and fire. He had no choice. During this process, the reincarnators from various countries also began to show their talents. They began to walk on the vast and boundless stage of the battlefield of the 6 countries and displayed their skills to complete their respective main missions. Li Yueming was also taken in by this mighty trend. However, as a supernumerary staff member, he left faster than the others. After 2 years of development, the Star Moon Army had become a behemoth with 200,000 soldiers. Northern Glacier Town's permanent population had reached 500,000, making it one of the largest cities in the north after Zhenbei City. Of course, in these 2 years, the Qin army did not give up on invading the Great Zhou. This was because Li Yueming had asked Little Fox to relax the control of the extremely cold snow mountain. As a result, the number of Qin soldiers in the north had multiplied. In these 2 years, the Qin army in the north had already exceeded 300,000. With such a large number of Qin troops, they were no longer as small as before. In 2 years, they had taken down 3 cities in the northern part of the Great Zhou dynasty. The entire Great Zhou was in an uproar. The 2 sides engaged in a prolonged battle over the ownership of the city. It could not be helped, the topic of Great Qin invading the Great Zhou city was simply too sensitive. No matter how good the emperor's temper was. When he heard that the northern cities had been occupied by the Qin army, he still lost his temper. The Northern Battlefront Army and Prince Yu's army went all out. In order to prevent the black armored guards from being unstoppable, the emperor had even sent out nearly 100,000 Dragon Tiger guards to fight against them. In the past 2 years, the northern lands had been like a giant millstone of flesh and blood. Countless people had died. Li Yueming's Star Moon army was also sent out one after another. In fact, the Star Moon army had replaced the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army on a large scale and became the new force to defend the Qin army. It was also because of this that the Great Zhou could rest assured and fight the Qin army to the death without worrying about the city being ambushed. The Great Zhou, which was in the quagmire of war, had suffered a great loss in the past few years. In order to stabilize the country, it was also to stabilize the hearts of the army and the people. Finally, the emperor officially announced the news of a marriage alliance with the Li family, the former duke of the state and the current marquis of South Peak. The imperial decree announced that Li Ruyu, the eldest daughter of the marquis of the South Mountain, would be betrothed to the crown prince. His second daughter, Li Ruxing, was betrothed to the second prince. In order to show his sincerity and to commend the Li family for their loyalty to the country and their contribution to the border, the emperor was even prepared to send his third daughter. Princess Qiancheng married the son of the Marquis of South Peak, Li Yueming. For a moment, the entire Great Zhou was in an uproar. The marriage between Li Jia and the royal family was a crucial point of view. It was definitely a good thing for the country and the people. After all, Li Nanfan was one of the corps generals of the Western Garrison Army. The son of the Marquis of South Peak, the current Earl Li Yueming, was also the founder of the Northern Star Moon Army. The father and son were both pillars of the border. The fact that the royal family could marry him meant that the royal family could firmly control the father and son. It also meant that there would not be any problems in the war in the north and northwest for a short period of time. This was a great thing for the world. Of course, there would also be quite a number of aristocratic families who would be unhappy. After all, once the Li family accepted the royal family, it would mean that for a long time in the future, the families behind them would probably have to submit to the Li family. The Li family would become the most powerful family in the Great Zhou dynasty. No one would be able to stop its sharpness. However, the current situation was special. Even if a group of great clans and imperial relatives had objections, they could only hold it in. Because at this critical moment of the invasion, uniting the Li family was a national policy formulated by the emperor to stabilize the morale of the army. Moreover, whether it was the Great Zhou army or the citizens, they all hoped to see such an outcome. If he stood up to object now, the emperor probably didn't even need to say anything. A single spit from the people of the world would nail those who opposed him to the ground, never to rise again. Therefore, ever since the emperor announced this matter, everyone in and out of the court agreed. Basically, no one dared to stand up and object. The emperor was clearly mentally prepared for this. Chapter 486. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such a critical moment to announce it. in order to win over Li Yueming and the Li family. This time, the emperor had invested a lot. There was nothing he could do. If they did not rope in the Li family, the Great Zhou might face the immense pressure brought by the Qin army's elites. As long as he could win over the Li family, he could make Li Yueming and Li Nanfan the cushions of the Great Zhou dynasty. As long as he had the two girls in his hands, he was not afraid that the Li family would not be obedient. As for whether the Li family would become too powerful because of this, the emperor was not worried about this at all. At this critical juncture, he really couldn't directly suppress the Li family's power. However, once this critical juncture was passed, he could have directly sent the Dragon Tiger army to take over the border. Before making these decisions, the emperor had already considered everything. This move was vicious. However, just as everything was about to ripen, a discordant voice suddenly sounded in Wenzhou City. Li Ruxing, who received Li Yueming's signal, stood up first and said reasonably, "We are deeply terrified to hear your Majesty's favor. However, my daughter and sister have lacked the control of their fathers and brothers since they were young. They are used to being unrestrained and have no intention of marrying for the time being. If your Majesty is really grateful for the Li family's contribution, then please let the two of us go to the north or the western border to make contributions to the country." As soon as he said this, He Jing had yet to react. The entire Wenzhou city was in an uproar. Many people were shocked by Li Ruxing's words. One had to know that this was a marriage problem personally handled by the emperor. The two women of the Li family dared to openly refute in front of so many people. Not only did they say that they had no intention of getting married, but they also wanted to go to the north or the western border to make contributions. Such treasonous remarks were no less than dancing on the tip of a knife. He was really courting death. As expected, the emperor was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. He immediately ordered the internal guards to go to Wenzhou City to arrest them. He was obviously annoyed by Li Ruxing's words. Li Ruxing was quite calm. He stayed with his sister Li Ruyu in Wenzhou City and did not go anywhere. He didn't say a word after he was caught. Although the internal guards felt that these two women dared to openly oppose the emperor, it felt ridiculous. However, he was still afraid of the strength behind the Li family and did not dare to overstep his boundaries with the two women. After capturing Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu, only then did the exasperated emperor realize that he was on fire. Under normal circumstances, Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu should have been married. Then, he would marry Princess Qiancheng to Li Yueming. Then the entire Li family would be tied to the Great Zhou's chariot. However, what he never expected was that he had thought of all the links and considered almost every possible accident. However, he did not expect to be played with. Although the Li family did not say anything from the beginning to the end. However, Li Ruxing and Li Yueming had openly expressed their lack of interest in this marriage in front of the world. As the emperor, if he still wanted to force the two of them to marry down, didn't that mean that his relationship with the Li family wasn't good? Even this marriage was forced by him to lower his head? And this was not the main problem. The most important thing was that he had Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu, the two girls, in his hands. It was equivalent to holding a time bomb in his hands. After all, everyone in the world was watching. The emperor had imprisoned the two daughters of the Li family. Would the Li family still behave themselves in the border? In other words, after capturing Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu, he couldn't kill or imprison them. He would probably have to pinch his nose and send them back to the north. For a moment, the emperor felt a deep malice. He was also extremely wary of Li Yueming and Li Nanfan. Back then, the old warden of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau had told him that Li Yueming was too difficult to see through. Once he realized that he could not win him over, the best choice was to kill him. However, the emperor did not pay much attention to this at that time. After all, Li Yueming was too weak at that time. He was so weak that he was like an inconspicuous ant in his eyes. Therefore, the emperor thought that everything was under control and did not take Li Yueming too seriously. However, it had only been more than 10 years. That inconspicuous ant had suddenly grown into a king. The speed of his growth was so fast that even he felt somewhat unprepared. Now, he realized that he really could not easily touch this ant. There was nothing he could do. The other party was involved in too many things. Even he had to treat it with caution. The emperor locked himself in his room and racked his brains for a few days. In the end, he still could not find a foolproof solution. This move was too ruthless. It was simply a drastic measure. Not only did it shatter his plan to forcefully tie up the Li family, but it also shattered his plan. He even exposed the Zhou dynasty's strong exterior and weak interior under the sun. The current emperor was like a pig being roasted on a fire. No matter what he did, it would be wrong. Kill Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu? It sounded ruthless. But how should he deal with Li Nanfen and Li Yueming in the north and the west? No one could guarantee that if they were forced into a corner, the father and son wouldn't be desperate. At that time, if anything happened to the north or the western frontier, to the Great Zhou, this was a huge matter. However, if he did not kill Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu, where would the royal family's face go? Even if he did not consider the issue of the royal family's face, if he didn't kill them, how would he deal with Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu? No matter how he dealt with it, it seemed to be wrong for the emperor. It was just how many mistakes he made. At the same time, the Li family in the distant western border also received relevant news. After all, Wenzhou City was a town in the Central Plains, and it was very far from the north and west. Hence, it was normal for the news to be delayed. Li Yueming and Li Nanfen both showed a terrified attitude. It was as if he wanted the emperor to trigger Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu again. He also expressed that the Li family was willing to form an alliance with the royal family. It was only because Li Ruxing was used to being lawless since she was young that she caused such a big mess. In any case, this matter had nothing to do with the Li family. It was all Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu's own idea. Chapter 487, Li family sisters reunite. Part 1. After learning the news, the Li family showed their righteous behavior. He had suggested many times that the emperor punish Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu severely. His words clearly showed his loyalty to the emperor. Even the Marquis of Southern Mountains, Li Nanfen, had repeatedly expressed his intention to resign from his post in the northwestern border and return to the capital to punish his two daughters for their heinous crimes. As soon as he said this, he could only fool some low-level officials and ordinary people who were not smart and had limited information channels. Most of the people with discerning eyes only sneered. Because all the nobles who knew the whole story knew. The problem in this matter was not Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu. Instead, it was a secret contest between the Li family and the emperor. After all, no matter how pampered Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu were, they did not believe that two weak women would dare to make such a big mess without informing their families. However, if the two sisters had already communicated with their family, they would still have caused such a huge mess. What did this mean? This meant that the Li family had probably done this on purpose. The real reason was that he did not want to be tied to the chariot of the great Zhou dynasty by the emperor's marriage. It was also because of this that the sisters, Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu, stood up at such a critical juncture and gave the emperor two tight slaps. This was very subtle. Now, the Li family acted like innocent victims and took the initiative to stand up for the emperor to punish them severely. However, even if the emperor was really exasperated and wanted to trigger it again, what could he do to the two women? At the end of the day, they were not in the wrong. He just didn't want to marry into the royal family. If they were to be punished according to such a name, it would only put the emperor in an awkward position and even lower the status of the entire royal family. As for the Li family, even though they knew that they would offend the emperor, they still stood up and showed their loyalty, allowing the emperor to do whatever he wanted. It was no different from roasting the emperor on a fire. The reason for this was probably just a tacit performance. This was politics. The flowers on the surface could never hide the ice-cold knife that was mixed in. Some people only saw the flowers, but they ignored the danger that could be hidden in the flowers. The final result would be very miserable. The Great Zhou did not lack idiots, but it never lacked smart people. Many smart people who knew the real reason behind this incident came back to their senses and were all amazed by the Li family's unconventional behavior. Not only did it resolve the crisis of the emperor forcefully annexing the Li family, he had even successfully disgusted the emperor. Of course, apart from being amazed, many people also noticed the abnormality of the Li family. They actually dared to offend the emperor like this. The Li family was really not afraid of being burned to ashes by the angry emperor. Or rather, the Li family dared to treat the imperial court like this. Did it prove that they had already made other preparations? During this period of time, the group of people stared with wide eyes, wanting to see how this farce would end. Was he playing with fire? It all depended on the emperor's attitude. Under such circumstances, the emperor finally made up his mind after struggling for many days. It could be said that when Li Yueming stood up and expressed that she was unwilling to get married, he had already lost in this farce. He had considered the various countermeasures the Li family had, and in contrast, he had also prepared various countermeasures. However, he never expected that the Li family would use Li Yueming and Li Ruya to play their cards, catching him off guard. Now, no matter what they did, the Great Zhou royal family seemed to be unable to avoid losses and mistakes. Therefore, between a big mistake and a small mistake, the emperor chose the gentlest path. After being detained for more than 10 days, he actually released Li Yueming and Li Ruya. Moreover, he pretended to be grateful to the outside world. He claimed that he was grateful for the Li family's contribution and finally decided to forgive the two women's disrespect. In any case, he had to occupy the moral high ground. As for the real situation, in fact, the emperor had chosen to admit defeat in the end and not fight to the death with the Li family. The entire court was in an uproar. No one had expected that such a farce would end in such an absurd way. Only a few people who knew the inside story knew what kind of confrontation had happened. The Li family. His guts had really grown. He didn't know that he had been a border official for so many years. Did they grow enough wings to withstand the wrath of the emperor? Many people in the world felt that a storm was coming. The war between the western frontier and the northern land was already intense enough. Now, the royal family and the Li family were in conflict again. If they were not careful, the entire Great Zhou would be in turmoil. After being released by the emperor, Li Yueming and Li Ruya did not stand on ceremony. He immediately returned to his temporary residence in Wenzhou City to pack his things. Then, he went to northern Ice River Town to look for his younger brother, Li Yueming, without looking back. After all, the Li family could be considered to have completely fallen out with the emperor and the Great Zhou imperial court. There was no place for them in the Chinese server. Only northern Glacier Town could barely be considered a good place to stay. Li Yueming naturally welcomed this with both hands and feet. Chapter 488, Li Family Sisters Reunite. Part 2. After the Li family at the western border heard the news, they quietly moved their headquarters to the edge of the western border. Clearly, it was to prevent the emperor from sending people to exterminate the entire Li family. Of course, this didn't exist in Li Yueming's calculations. Although the emperor of this generation had a bad temper, he knew how to judge the situation. As long as the Li family was willing to stay at the border to fight against the Qin army, the emperor would not completely fall out with the Li family. After all, in the emperor's eyes, although the Li family was despicable, compared to the Qin army, which could easily be destroyed, they could still be considered harmless little karami. In fact, that was indeed the case. No matter how powerful and influential the Li family was, they were still just a family. No matter how arrogant he was, he would at most occupy a corner of the land and be the king behind closed doors. As long as the Great Zhou dynasty had the time, they could easily kill him. However, Great Qin was different. If the mighty Qin army invaded the hinterland of the Great Zhou, it was really possible that this huge kingdom that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years would be completely destroyed. The dangers of the two were not on the same level. Thus, it was self-evident what the current emperor, who was good at weighing pros and cons, would choose. What happened after that basically confirmed Li Yueming's judgment. After suffering this loss, the emperor no longer wanted to tie the Li family to the Zhou dynasty. Of course, the Li family also paid a price for this. The first was the duke's estate in the western border. The emperor had sent people to take it back and demolished all the buildings that did not conform to etiquette in the Li family. He announced that the Li family would no longer enjoy the extravagance and treatment of the duke's estate. All the buildings and clothing could only be calculated according to the title of Marquis of Southern Mountains. Secondly, more than half of the Star Moon Army's rations had been cut off. In the past, no matter how difficult it was, the imperial court had never lacked the Star Moon Army's rations. However, after offending the emperor this time, the imperial court had reduced the provisions provided to the Star Moon Army by more than half. The remaining provisions could only barely keep the Star Moon Army running. They would not give any more. Every position and experience of these so-called management were higher than Li Yueming. They were sent here purely to make Li Yueming unhappy. Under the triple attack. Although Li Yueming also felt unhappy, he still accepted it in the end. The Li family's cards had been torn apart. In the past, it would definitely be a huge matter. But now, the entire Li family was already afraid of Li Yueming and Li Nanfan. The clan elders in the clan did not even dare to continue staying in the ancestral mansion, deeply afraid that if they closed their eyes and slept one night, they would wake up the next day to find that their heads had been hung on bamboo poles by the imperial court. Thus, although the emperor's first strike was very heavy, it was not a simple one. However, in reality, it did not cause much substantial damage to Li Nanfan and Li Yueming. The elders only wished for the safety of their families. It symbolized the glory of the Li family. So be it. As for cutting off the Star Moon troops' rations, it should have been the most ruthless of the three moves. After all, people were made of steel. If they didn't eat, they would be hungry. No matter how steely the Star Moon Army's wool was. However, if he could barely fill his stomach, what other matters? This was also the most effective move that the imperial court could come up with under normal circumstances. Cut off food and money. No matter how powerful your army is, it's not a big deal. Even in front of money and food, he had to kneel down obediently and call him daddy. Unfortunately, this move was not very effective against Li Yueming. The reason? Naturally, it was because Li Yueming was already prepared to receive this move. There was no need to talk about food. As early as the establishment of the Star Moon Army, in order to not be suppressed by the imperial court in the future, Li Yueming had secretly planted grain on the plains downstream of the northern ice river. Now, the grain industry had been developing for nearly 10 years. In addition, there was the agricultural expert Huang Li who followed up the whole process. The food supply of Northern Glacier Town and the Star Moon Army had already been able to replenish themselves over the years. As for the annual salary, this thing was not as high in demand as grain. Currently, the grain in Northern Glacier Town had achieved the initial stage of self-production and self-marketing. The taxes collected by the hundreds of thousands of people were naturally sufficient for the normal operation of the Star Moon Army and other civil servants. In the past few years, Li Ming had still needed to pay some taxes to the imperial court. But now, the imperial court had stopped allocating money to the Star Moon Army. Li Yueming didn't bother pretending. All the taxes produced by Northern Glacier Town would be put into his own pocket. As for the emperor's final move, he was an executive of the Star Moon Army. If it was thrown to a normal army, this move would probably have a considerable effect. After all, the army wasn't as united as one. If the general was strong enough to suppress the others, it would be fine. If the general didn't do his best, It was quite fatal for the imperial court to send high officials to the court. After all, as long as the high officials appointed by the court could give enough benefits, the soldiers would be more likely to be promoted and raised if they followed the high officials appointed by the court. Thus, this was a great cohesion for an army. However, the Star Moon Army was not a normal team, and Li Yueming was not a normal general. Li Yueming did not even have the time to attack them. The few high officials sent by the emperor had only stayed in the Star Moon Army for a few days before they were sent to stand guard by a group of reincarnators. Chapter 489, Li Family Sisters Reunite. Part 3. It was a pity that several of them were third-grade generals appointed by the imperial court. They thought that they could show off their skills when they came to the Star Moon Army. Unexpectedly, before the Star Moon Army could even sit down, they were forcefully dragged out by a few unreasonable soldiers to stand guard and dig potatoes. Currently, Northern Ice River Town had expanded into a huge town spanning dozens of miles. Along the Northern Ice River, there were many Northlanders on both sides. Most of them were refugees who had been ravaged by war a few years ago. They couldn't find a way to survive in other places. In the end, he heard from his fellow villagers or relatives that there was a place to make a living in Northern Ice River Town. Then, he walked nearly 1,000 miles and arrived at the cold Northern Ice River Town alone to begin his journey. After roaming for 2 to 3 years, many people found that Northern Glacier Town was really suitable for development. Not only was there a river with abundant resources, but there was also the patrol and protection of the Star Moon Army. To the north, one could even go to the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains to pick all kinds of medicinal herbs and capture spirit beasts to make a living. After the refugees settled down, they began to bring their families and settle down in Northern Glacier Town. This was also the biggest reason why the population of Northern Glacier Town now increased explosively over TNE years. They had enough people. The development of Northern Glacier Town naturally became more and more rapid. In contrast, the number of soldiers in the Star Moon Army naturally increased. On this day, Li Yueming walked out of the Star Moon Army camp early in the morning. After roughly estimating the time, they began to flee towards the outskirts of Northern Glacier Town. Just as he walked out of the tent, Huang Li conveniently filled him with another set of clothes. Li Yueming smiled and said, "How is the growth of the newly cultivated wheat seedlings?" Huang Li was no longer in charge of the development of the Star Moon Army. Instead, he focused on agricultural research. The number 3 wheat seedling mentioned by Li Yueming was a new variety that Huang Li had been developing in the past 2 years. If they could achieve mass production, it was estimated that the yield of wheat planted on the same piece of land would double. Huang Li shook her head. "I haven't figured out how to mass produce it yet. I can't help it. My agricultural technology is actually very ordinary." Although she said that her agricultural skills were very average. However, in fact, it was already considered quite powerful among the many reincarnators. The so-so, she said, was compared to a technical expert who was proficient in agriculture. Li Yueming sighed. Although Huang Li was also an agricultural expert, it was obviously not enough for her to improve the production and planting level of this world alone. However, agricultural experts were rare talents among reincarnators. Li Yueming didn't know where to look for him. However, when he sighed, Li Yueming suddenly thought of someone. Good heavens, Qi Fan was a beast tamer. Masters were proficient in the habits of beasts, and they should have some understanding of plants and crops, right? At this point, Li Yueming said, "Where's Qi Fan?" Huang Li was stunned. She obviously didn't understand why Li Yueming suddenly mentioned this surrendering beast controller. After he came back to his senses, he thought for a moment before saying, "I'm not too sure. Some time ago, he heard that Ding Yi seemed to have been sent to raise horses. In order to appease Qi Fan's emotions, Ding Yi seemed to have specially given him the post of Ma Wen, a 5th-grade official. If nothing unexpected happened, Qi Fan should be in the stable now." Li Yueming patted his head. A dignified veteran beast tamer had actually been reduced to feeding horses. It was true that he, as the leader, did not cherish talents. A misstep, if he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the fact that there were too many reincarnators. Each of them was a good talent, which caused him to forget about this person for a moment and let Qi Fan feed the horses for so long. Thinking of this, Li Yueming quickly instructed, "Go and find Qi Fan. In the future, let him assist you in agricultural research and mass-produce wheat No. 3 seedling as soon as possible." After Huang Lier went to find Qi Fan, Li Yueming then tightened his fur coat. He looked at the sky and left the camp in the wind and snow. Judging from the time of the last letter, his 2 wronged sisters should be arriving at Northern Ice River Town soon. After all, they had not seen each other for so many years. As his younger brother, he had to at least express his gratitude. At the same time, it was less than 200 miles away from Northern Ice River Town. A few figures rode on a big horse in the snow. The 2 people in the lead had graceful figures. They were wearing exquisite coats made from the fur of precious spirit beasts. Their faces were wrapped in wind-proof scarves made from the extremely cold land of the western regions. They were wearing exquisite leather boots made from the soft fur of the plum blossom spirit deer. From afar, even the horse bandits on the road would choose to take a detour. He knew that they were a group of children from noble families. They couldn't afford to offend him. Li Ruyu, who was riding at the front, looked at the sky full of ice and snow in the north. She could not help but show a trace of intoxication on her face. After taking a few deep breaths of the cold air, she turned to her sister Li Ruyu and said, "I didn't expect my brother to stay in such a cold place for more than 10 years. I wonder how his development is now." Li Ruyu shivered and didn't say anything. Her cultivation was not as high as Li Ruxing's, so she was more deeply affected by the cold in the north. He finally managed to drive away the cold air from his body before saying, "Little brother must have had a hard time these years. If it doesn't work, let's bring him to rely on father." Li Ruxing rolled her eyes. In the past many years, her and Li Ruyu's activities were actually quite limited. Nominally, they were the daughters of Marquis South Peak and were born with incomparable nobility. However, it was also because of this identity. Most of the time, they were like birds in a cage. They were imprisoned in that small piece of land and would never have true freedom. This was the first time the 2 of them had left the warm central plains. He galloped his horse to the north, where the cold wind blew at his bones. Therefore, Li Ruxing was very excited. When he heard Li Ruyu's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, the north was indeed very cold, and the further north one went, the colder it became. Therefore, she also agreed with Li Ruyu. His little brother would definitely not have a good life living in this god-forsaken place. He only hoped that when he saw his brother later, he would not be frozen black. The 2 girls headed north. It would be a lie to say that she was not excited. However, before they saw Li Yueming, they didn't dare to reveal too much of their emotions. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to control their emotions when they met Li Yueming. Under such circumstances, from afar, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the snow-covered ground. The black shadow rode on a black spiritual horse and galloped across the vast expanse of snow. It approached from afar and soon turned from a blurry black dot into a handsome young man. Seeing this, Li Ruyu and Li Ruxing could not help but narrow their eyes. After the black shadow approached, only then did he confirm that the man riding on the horse was his younger brother. Looking up and down at the fair and handsome Li Yueming, Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu only felt that the snowstorm was blinding for a moment, and their eyes could not help but turn red. Chapter 490, Li Yueming's Arrangement, The Unlucky Child Qi Fan. Part 1. He looked at Li Yueming who was standing in the snow. For a moment, the eyes of the 2 women could not help but turn red. It had been nearly 10 years since the 3 of them last met. At that time, Li Yueming had just turned 14. For so long, the siblings had been communicating by writing letters. Now that they finally met again, it even made the two women feel as if they had been separated by a lifetime. Especially Li Ruyu, who was more emotionally fragile, her eyes turned red at the first moment. After she approached, she carefully held Li Yueming's hand. "Little brother, I haven't seen you for so many years. You've grown so tall." Li Ruxing was also a little moved, and her eyes could not help but turn red. However, Li Ruxing was more cheerful and did not like this kind of crying greeting. In order not to lose his composure in front of Li Yueming, Li Ruxing turned around and said to his elder sister Li Ruyu, "Sister, you're wrong again. This little brother has never suffered a loss. He's living very comfortably in this god-forsaken place." Li Ruyu wiped the tears off her face. After taking a few steps back, he sized up Li Yueming and nodded, "It's good that he can protect himself. I heard that the Northlands are desolate, poor, and backward. I'm worried that he won't have enough to eat and wear." The two sisters spoke one after another. After a long while, they finally stabilized the emotions in each other's hearts. In the past few years, Li Yueming and the two sisters often wrote to each other. Therefore, they had a certain understanding of Li Yueming's current situation. However, there were some things that couldn't be described in the letter. The two of them didn't know much about Li Yueming's current situation. After the two of them had completely stabilized their emotions, Li Yueming finally had a chance to speak. He comforted them, all right, stop crying. You're my sister, not my mother, besides, your little brother here is doing well in the northern lands. I'm about to become a local tyrant. Wait a few more years. If the situation stabilizes, I'll bring my father over. At that time, our family can reunite in the north." The few of them exchanged pleasantries on horseback. The unfamiliarity that they had not seen each other for many years became thicker than blood in these few minutes of small talk. After chatting for a while, Li Yueming brought Li Ruyu and Li Ruxing to North Glacier Town. On the way, Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu listened to Li Yueming briefly introduce the situation of the Star Moon Army and Northern Ice River Town. When he heard that the Star Moon Army had grown to 200,000 troops and that Northern Ice River Town had 500,000 permanent residents, he was shocked. Li Ruyu and Li Ruxing's mouths were wide open. Although this was the first time the two of them had come to Northern Glacier Town, they were no strangers to it. Many years ago, Li Yueming had revealed the situation of Northern Glacier Town to the two sisters in letters. If they remembered correctly, a few years ago, when Li Yueming wrote to them, there should be less than 3,000 permanent residents in North Glacier Town. Even if the floating population was included, there were less than 10,000 people. It belonged to border town among border towns. It had only been a few years. Back then, that small town had already become a super metropolis with a permanent population of 500,000. If Li Yueming didn't make such a solemn promise, there was no need to lie to them. They would probably suspect that Li Yueming was here to engage in human trafficking. Of course, even so, when Li Yueming mentioned these numbers, Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu couldn't help but have doubts in their hearts. After all, the two of them weren't like the traditional saying that a woman without talent is virtuous from a humble family. Whether it was his eldest sister, Li Ruyu, or his second sister, Li Ruxing, they had dabbled in all kinds of miscellaneous books. Her horizons were not something that ordinary women could compare to. Therefore, the two of them were very clear about the significance of the population and the number of soldiers that Li Yueming described. It was precisely because of this that the two of them were so shocked and puzzled. Even if they smashed their heads open, they couldn't imagine how Li Yueming had created such a huge country in such a short time. Especially after they saw the outline of Northern Glacier Town in the mist. The shock and doubt in his heart could not be any greater. After a while, Li Ruxing took the lead and asked, "Brother, none of your business, is this the remote town you're managing now?" Actually, what she wanted to say was, "You call this a remote town?" However, due to the lack of elegance in his words, he swallowed it back when it reached his mouth. Li Yueming touched his nose and said, "Ah, it's actually because we've taken in a few more refugees. The town has become a little bigger. Li Yueming was speechless. This was called a little too big? If she hadn't just come out of the largest city in the north, Zhenbei City. He knew the normal situation of the northern cities. He might really believe it now. But now, Li Yueming obviously didn't believe a single word. One had to know that the largest city in the north, Zhenbei City, only had a population of 1 million. At a glance, it was not even as developed as the current northern glacier town. Judging from the density of the population, North Ice River Town was several streets ahead of Zhenbei City. The outline of northern glacier town could now be seen. If it wasn't for the snow and the cold wind, she would have thought that she had returned to the central plains of the Great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 491, Li Yueming's Arrangement, The Unlucky Child Qi Fan. Part 2. The corners of his eyes twitched. Li Yueming wanted to say something several times, but she swallowed it back. At this moment, she finally understood why the great Zhou emperor was so wary of their Li family. It seemed that her younger brother was so strong in the north that he was just short of standing up and raising his arm. The great Zhou emperor hung the heads of the entire Li clan on the flag and waved in the wind. The temper of the man was simply too good. Li Yueming didn't explain much. After all, he didn't know how to explain this. He couldn't say that he was born a traitor and had been thinking about how to step on the emperor since he was in his mother's womb, right? When the two sisters stayed in northern glacier town for 1.5 years, they would naturally understand everything. After the dozen or so cavalry approached northern glacier town. Very soon, a few scouts wearing snow-covered clothes appeared in northern glacier town. After discovering that the person who came was Li Yueming, the scout in the snowsuit walked out from a hidden bunker. Then, he verified Li Yueming's identity one by one. After confirming that Li Yueming was not a fake, the scout who was dressed in a special way bowed respectfully to Li Yueming and said loudly, "General Li, Special Forces 3rd Battalion, Zhang Debiao sends his regards." Li Yueming waved his hand, indicating that the Special Forces scout named Zhang Debiao did not need to be so polite. In recent years, the Star Moon Army had not only expanded its manpower, but also its military branches. The cavalry unit, infantry unit, and archer unit didn't need to be mentioned. As the main combat forces, these three forces always had the most soldiers. Other than that, Li Yueming also equipped the Star Moon Army with an engineering battalion, a logistics battalion, and a special forces battalion. The engineer battalion was responsible for repairing and developing all kinds of military equipment, including but not limited to crossbows, siege vehicles, cannons, guns, and a series of war supplies. As for the person in charge of this area, Li Yueming had specially selected them from more than a dozen reincarnators who had surrendered. Immeligible reincarnators could be competent. No matter how they pulled, they could more or less make a few tools that were ahead of the times. In order not to be taken over by this group of reincarnators, Li Yueming, together with a few reincarnators from Huangli Er and Tian Liang's camp, balanced each other. The results were very good. With the continuous efforts of the reincarnators and native craftsmen of the engineering battalion, the Star Moon Army could change their equipment every 3 to 5 years. As for the supply camp, as the name suggested, it was a logistics unit. They were responsible for the storage and transportation of grain and various war equipment. There was nothing much to say about this. He left it to Tian Liang, Ding Yi, and the others. The most noteworthy was the newly established Special Forces. As the name suggested, the so-called Special Forces were the most elite combat forces selected by Li Yueming from the Star Moon Army. If the Star Moon Army was a sharp knife, then the Special Forces were the sharpest blade on the Star Moon Army's sharp knife. It was specially used for high-precision combat. Of course, in such a fantasy world, it would be too eye-catching for a special force to suddenly appear out of nowhere. In order to avoid suspicion, this name wasn't suggested by Li Yueming. Instead, Li Yueming used someone else's hands to decide on it. In the current Star Moon Army, many elites of the military were proud to join the Special Forces. In order to ensure the absolute competitiveness of the special forces, Li Yueming had adopted an elimination system. The special forces only retained a fixed number of people. Soldiers who entered the special forces would be eliminated if they failed the assessment, and other soldiers who could pass the assessment would be replaced. Under such strict screening, Zhang Debiao and the others who could appear in front of Li Yueming were undoubtedly the elites of the Star Moon Army. Each of them was a super soldier like the king of soldiers. Therefore, Li Ruxing and Li Ruya were stunned when they saw these few people. Both of them were cultivators. Although he rarely fought bloody battles, his strength was still quite exaggerated. However, they were all elites who had graduated from the Great Zhou Cultivation College. Now, when they saw Zhang Debiao and the others, both Li Ruxing and Li Ruya could only feel the smell of blood. The few unremarkable soldiers in front of him were like lone wolves in the desert. Each of them contained a terrifying killing intent. Good fellow! If all the Star Moon Army under his brother were like these soldiers in front of him, Li Ruxing and Li Ruya couldn't even imagine how terrifying their little brother's strength was. If it could give birth to a military spirit, such an army could probably go toe-to-toe with the Dragon Tiger army that the Emperor was most proud of, right? Thinking of this, Li Ruxing and Li Ruya looked at each other and saw the incredulity in each other's eyes. Li Yueming also knew that the two of them might have misunderstood. However, he still did not have much desire to explain. Patting Zhang Debiao's shoulder to encourage him, Li Yueming said, "Go back and inform them that at 6 o'clock tonight, all the officers above rank 6 who are not on night duty in the camp will come to the main camp to look for me." This fellow's naming was very artistic. Feeling the power of Li Yueming's palm, Zhang Debiao immediately said respectfully, "Understood." After saying that, the few of them quickly turned around and left. Looking at their backs as they left. Chapter 492, Li Yueming's Arrangement, The Unlucky Child Chi Fan. 3. Big sister Li Ruya couldn't help but say, "Little brother, the Star Moon Army under your command, could it be that they were all so well trained?" To be honest, Li Ruya thought she was mentally prepared. But now, she still felt her heart thump. No wonder they had offended the Emperor so much 2 months ago. They thought that they would spend the rest of their lives in prison, but in the end, the Emperor chose to release the two of them unscathed. Previously, she thought that it was the result of her father's private operation. But now, it seemed that it wasn't his father's doing. It was obvious that his younger brother was about to place his hard fist on the Emperor's head. The Star Moon Army was actually so powerful. Even she found it unbelievable. Li Yueming looked at his two curious sisters and shook his head. This is an elite unit, a normal unit is far worse than them. He did not continue on this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "The situation of the Star Moon Army is more complicated. You will know in the future. Let's not talk about this first. I've just informed the high-ranking officers of the Star Moon Troop to hold a simple welcoming ceremony for you tonight. You can ask any questions you have then." The reason why he didn't send anyone to welcome them was that he chose to go out alone. It was so that the two sisters would not feel unfamiliar with each other. Now that he had picked up the person, Li Yueming took the initiative to contact the upper echelons of the Star Moon Army. Other than welcoming his two sisters to join the Star Moon Troop, the main reason was to let the other higher UPS of the Star Moon Troop know about this news. After all, there was an old saying that went, "Brothers fight, father and son fight." His two sisters were both rare talents. Tian Liang managed the logistics of the Star Moon Army. Although Tian Liang was a reincarnated being, he had followed Li Yueming for so many years. No matter what, he could be trusted. However, Li Yueming, the general manager of North Glacier Town, had never found a suitable candidate. Until now, he had still been the one to take up the post. After all, this position was too important. Not only was he in charge of all the data in North Ice Town, he also knew some secrets that Li Yueming had prepared in private. He had to choose someone he absolutely trusted and had the ability to take up the post. Now, it was the perfect time to hand it over to his sister, Li Ruyu. As for his second sister, Li Ruxing, the others, including his elder sister and father, might not know. Only Li Yueming knew that his second sister had an extraordinary talent in cultivation since she was young. When Li Yueming was only 3 or 4 years old, his second sister, Li Ruxing, seemed to have entered the foundation establishment realm. His cultivation talent was not inferior to him, a reincarnator who had a cheat. However, for some reason, his second sister had never revealed her true cultivation talent to anyone other than him. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yueming didn't find any problems after several tests, and the age at birth didn't match, Li Yueming would probably even think that his second sister, Li Ruxing, was also a reincarnator. Under such circumstances, if Li Ruxing wasn't a woman, she would probably be a good soldier. Although Li Yueming didn't need his second sister to charge into the enemy's line of battle, he was still in a hurry. But since he was already here, he would definitely have to contribute his own strength. Therefore, Li Yueming was prepared to let her be the beautiful instructor of the Star Moon Army. Of course, it was arranged like this. As for whether Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu were willing to listen, that was another matter. Li Yueming would respect their opinions. The few of them rode on their tall horses and entered northern Glacier Town along a wide brick road. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Star Moon Army camp under the watchful eyes of the guards. Huang Li Er, who was called by Li Yueming to look for Qi Fan, stood at the door. She had obviously been waiting for a long time. Li Yueming returned. Huang Li Er's face showed a touch of joy. When she saw Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu behind Li Yueming, she was stunned for a moment. When she finally recovered, Huang Li Er took the initiative to say, "Greetings, General Li. The two of them should be General Li's sisters, right?" Li Yueming nodded and took the initiative to introduce, "This is my eldest sister, Li Ruyu, and this is my second sister, Li Ruxing. You might have heard me mention them before, so just call them elder sister and second sister." Huang Li Er smiled and said, "Big sister, second sister." Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu looked at each other. A moment later, Li Ruyu was the first to react. She took Huang Li Er's hand and said, "Miss, how old are you this year?" Huang Li Er was stunned. What's with asking about age? Did Mo Fei like her? This sounded a little sudden. However, when she thought of this, Huang Li Er couldn't help but feel tempted. Li Yueming was the chosen one who gathered the fate of heaven and earth. If she could marry him, she would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in the future. Although she was a little tempted, Huang Li Er didn't show it. She lowered her head and answered truthfully, "I'm surnamed Huang, the junior sister of General Li. I'm 24 years old." Li Ruyu sized him up and nodded in satisfaction. However, before she could continue asking, Li Yueming took the initiative to end the topic and asked, "Li Er, what's the matter?" Huang Li Er obviously had something to report. However, Li Ruyu's interruption had caused him to lose his composure. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly replied, "LT's like this. I went to look for Qi Fan just now. He said that he has a few junior brothers who are good at agricultural technology. However, his junior brothers are currently in the state of Qin and are working for the Qin army. Therefore, Qi Fan suggested to me to find an opportunity to get in touch with his junior brother and see if I can poach a few people over." Hearing this, Li Yueming instantly understood. As expected, Qi Fan still had a wicked heart. He said that he wanted to get in touch with his junior brother, but in fact, he wanted to find an opportunity to escape. However, in the end, he could not be blamed for this. It was really too difficult to survive in the Star Moon Army. A beast tamer without a natal spirit beast was like a bird with broken wings. It could not fly in the Star Moon Army, which was full of talents. He had already been reduced to managing the stables. Although his specialization was indeed suitable, in order to appease him, Ding Yi had specially set up a post for Ma Wen. However, no matter what he said, he could not change the fact that horses were raised. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable for Qi Fan to pack up and run. Li Yueming thought for a while and smiled. Little guy, back then he could easily take Qi Fan in the hands of the 9th prince. Now, there was no reason not to hold back. Therefore, Li Yueming said, bring Qi Fan over at 6 o'clock tonight. I'll find a chance to have a good chat with him. Initially, Huang Li was prepared to remind Li Yueming. After all, Qi Fan was not doing well now. After gaining freedom, the first thing he would consider would not be to find someone in peace, but to pack up and run away. However, when he saw the smile on Li Ming's face, Huang Li immediately knew that her reminder might be unnecessary. After so many years, she should be one of the people who understood Li Yueming the most in the Star Moon Army. From his years of experience, as long as Li Yueming revealed this smile, someone would definitely be in trouble. He could only hope that Qi Fan would not be tricked too badly. After all, this unlucky kid had never had a good day ever since he met Li Yueming. Chapter 493, New Human Treasure, Heading for the Land of the West. 1. That night, Li Yueming hosted a lively dinner for Li Ruyu and Li Ruxing. The Star Moon Army and the core officials of Northern Ice River Town, as long as they were not on duty, all participated in this gathering. Through this action, Li Yueming announced the identity of his 2 sisters to everyone in the Star Moon Army. After the dinner, Li Yueming found Qi Fan alone and used Little Fox to lure him, successfully dispelling the idea of Qi Fan being ready to pack up and run away at any time. As for the specifics, he had agreed to tell Qi Fan the recipe for the ancient secret barbecue sauce that he had used to deal with Little Fox. He also took the initiative to say that after completing the task assigned to him, he could recommend Qi Fan to the extremely cold snow mountain to find the Little Fox. As the price for the generous reward, Qi Fan had to help him poach people from Qin. Every time he poached 10 reincarnators, he could exchange a promise with Li Yueming. These 2 conditions could be said to have opened up Qi Fan's heart. After all, he didn't have many thoughts in this world. The most urgent thing he wanted to do was to get rid of the Little Fox as soon as possible. He immediately expressed that as long as Li Yueming could help him subdue the Little Fox. If Li Yueming pointed east, he would definitely not go west. Li Yueming didn't say anything and just smiled. After settling Qi Fan, Li Yueming left Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu alone. At the same time, he asked if there was anything inconvenient for the 2 of them in Northern Ice River Town. Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu both shook their heads. Although Northern Ice River Town was cold, it was actually fine after getting used to it. Most importantly, he was free here. He was no longer under the surveillance of others like he was in the Central Plains. Seeing that they were still adapting, Li Yueming told them his thoughts. They heard that Li Yueming wanted them to take up important positions in the Star Moon Army. Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu were stunned at first. After regaining their senses, Li Ruyu asked first, "The 2 of us just came here and don't know anything. Isn't it inappropriate for us to hold important positions?" Li Ruxing didn't have so many concerns. Her face already showed an eager expression. Li Yueming touched his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, "Yes. Rne Star Moon Irup is Runa Amenta 11 y Alrirentrum Tne armies you've come into contact with in the past. You may need to adapt to it before you can take on heavy responsibilities. In that case," Li Ruxing interjected, "you can let me go to the army to gain some experience first. After I understand the specific situation of the Star Moon Army, I can be a general." Li Ruyu rolled her eyes and said, "Stop fooling around. The army is dirty, tiring, and bitter. Let's not talk about it. How can a woman be a general? Tisk, your hair is long but your knowledge is short. I won't lower myself to your level." Li Ruxing refused to admit defeat and ignored the blow from his eldest sister. His eyes flickered with a moving light as he stared at Li Yueming without blinking. "Little brother, can you do it? Since I was young, I have always dreamed of being an unprecedented female general. Obviously, Li Yueming had figured it out by now. In the current northern glacier town, his little brother was the only one who had the final say. As long as Li Yueming agreed to join the Star Moon Army, no one else could stop her dream. Li Yueming naturally knew what Li Yueming was capable of. When she was young, Li Yueming would often threaten and bribe him to be a warhorse, carrying her to the courtyard to kill enemies. This should be one of the few dark histories that he was unwilling to mention since his reincarnation. After growing up a little, Li Yueming liked to read some miscellaneous books. Among them, other than strange stories, the most popular ones were military books about marching and fighting. Originally, he didn't arrange for his second sister to go into battle to kill the enemy. Instead, he wanted her to be an instructor and teach various military theories. However, he didn't expect her to take the initiative to join the battle and lead the troops. This surprised Li Yueming a little. He thought about it. He didn't refuse and said ambiguously, "Second sister will follow my deputy General Ding Yi to the training camp first. If you can convince the masses in the army, you can do whatever you want." Li Yueming's eyes lit up. A moment later, she was so excited that she rushed over and rubbed Li Yueming's head. As she rubbed, she said, "Little brother, you really understand me the best." Li Yueming rolled his eyes but didn't say anything. He looked at Li Ruyu and said seriously, "Big sister, what do you think?" Li Ruyu pondered for a moment and nodded. "This is the foundation of our Li family. It's rare for you to be assured, so of course, I have to contribute my strength. It's just that I'm not familiar with the situation in Northern Ice River Town yet. What you said will have to wait for 1 or 2 years." Li Yueming also nodded. "Of course. Then let's arrange it this way. The fate of our Li family must be in our own hands." Everything was settled. Li Yueming silently dismissed his left and right. He closed his eyes and began to use his infinite deduction talent to check for any loopholes. Currently, the situation between the 6 states was extremely tense. As the reincarnators continued to grow, they became more and more outstanding on the battlefield between countries. As the flames of war burned, some of the 6 nations with ulterior motives began to become active. Chapter 494, New Human Treasure, Heading for the Land of the West. 2. Everyone was talking about the second round of unification after 10,000 years, and the overlord who won the hegemony of the 6 states would become the second king after the human emperor of the Tiandu clan. Gathering the fate of the human race, he could ascend again. Under the uproar of these discussions, the royal families of the 6 states were all tempted. In the past few years, the frequency of wars between various countries had suddenly increased, and there was a huge trend of fighting. As a result, the Star Moon troop faced even greater challenges. The most direct source of pressure was the increasing number of Qin soldiers in northern Ice River Town. In the past few years, the Qin army seemed to have made up their mind to take down the Great Zhou first. As a result, the number of troops sent out increased. The Qin army, which had millions of soldiers at the western border, was becoming more and more active. In recent months, they had almost lost several times. It was the same for the Qin army in the north. 2 years ago, 200,000 Qin soldiers were not enough. However, the number of Qin soldiers in the north had already exceeded 400,000. In just a few months, 3 cities in the north had been reduced to ashes under the Qin army's iron hooves. This was the result of Li Yueming's emergency call. Otherwise, the number of Qin soldiers in the north would only increase. Even though Li Yueming had the 9th prince as a spy in the Qin army, he was not afraid. The Star Moon army could still hold on. But that's all, it's over. Although Northern Ice River Town was still the headquarters of the Star Moon army in name, more than half of the 200,000 soldiers of the Star Moon army were no longer in Northern Ice River Town. Instead, they were distributed throughout the cities of the north, working together with the Northern Battlefront Army and King Yu's army to protect the northern regions of the Great Zhou from being trampled by the Qin army. This was also the main reason why Li Yueming dared to challenge the emperor, but the emperor did not dare to touch Li Yueming. The Star Moon Army had already formed a force that could not be underestimated in the north. If anything happened to Li Yueming, the entire Star Moon Army would be in chaos. The Great Zhou's northern defense line might be in turmoil because of this. At that time, if the Qin army took advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack, many cities in the north would probably fall into the quagmire of war. The reason why he was so generous was to use the flesh and blood of the Star Moon Army to fill the hole in the Great Zhou dynasty. What Li Yueming did was not entirely for the sake of the country. It was because he had already regarded the Northlands as his own territory. Moreover, if the Qin army broke through the northern defense line, then the Star Moon Army would be the first to suffer. Even if Great Qin became the 9th prince's ruler in the future, the first thing the 9th prince would do would be to destroy the Star Moon Army. If the Star Moon Army wanted to survive in the cracks, they had to maintain the situation of the Qin army and the Great Zhou army being evenly matched. Only then can we plan slowly. The reason why the Star Moon Army could grow to such a level was because Li Yueming's tactic of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf was effective. Otherwise, if the northern lands did not face the direct threat of the Qin army, the moment the Star Moon troop appeared, they were already strangled to death by the emperor. According to Li Yueming's plan, the Star Moon Army would be sandwiched between the Qin army and the Great Zhou army for another 8 to 10 years. As long as the army spirit was nurtured, they would have the capital to exist independently. But now, according to the accurate news, the Qin army had already made up their mind to break through the Great Zhou. The state of Qin was located outside Hang Pass. Since ancient times, they had been called barbarians by several rich dynasties in the Central Plains. For nearly 1,000 years, after several generations of Qin Jun's hard work, he gritted his teeth and pushed forward several reforms to enrich the country and strengthen the army. It was not easy to push the poor and weak Qin country's national strength to an unprecedented level. Naturally, he would not easily give up his dream of marching into the Central Plains. Moreover, the current Qin army was insufferably arrogant and looked down on the 6 countries. However, this was all based on the fact that those in power could expand their territory and plunder resources. Once the Qin army encountered resistance in the process of fighting against the outside world, causing the cake to not be big enough, the accumulated internal contradictions and various pressures would erupt. At that time, the other countries would not need to do anything. The Qin country would collapse on its own. It was also because of this that the Qin army could not stop fighting. In the foreseeable future, the Qin army would only become crazier. If Li Yueming didn't let the Qin army see hope in the north, then the Qin army might really attack the Great Zhou from the western border at all costs. He was not interested in how the Great Zhou would deal with Li Yueming. But the Li family and his father, Li Nanfan, were still in the western frontier. Before arranging their retreat, Li Yueming could not let the Qin army lose hope of attacking the western border from the north. What Li Yueming did now was like dancing on the tip of a knife. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into pieces. Li Yueming had to be very careful to maintain this fragile balance so that the Li family could land smoothly in this war that involved 2 countries. Northern Glacier Town was developing very quickly. Currently, there were only 500,000 registered people. However, the actual population should be approaching the 600,000 mark. The reason why they weren't registered was not only because the Northern Ice River town couldn't manage them, but also because Li Yueming had placed these 100,000 people on the fertile land downstream of the Northern Ice River and secretly cultivated them. According to the expected development speed, it should not be long before the number of Star Moon troops could be expanded again. Chapter 495, New Human Treasure, Heading for the Land of the West. Part 3. The only pity was that after falling out with the Emperor, the amount of food allocated by the imperial court had been reduced by more than half. If the Star Moon Army wanted to continue expanding, they would have to rely on themselves. This was also why he specifically found Qi Fan and asked him to go to the Qin dynasty to poach the Qin army. After all, as long as there were enough experts proficient in planting and animal husbandry, and the production efficiency of food was high enough, the expansion speed of Northern Glacier Town, which was a traditional farming society, could keep up with the growing demand of the Star Moon Army. After deducing for a while and making sure that he didn't miss anything, Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. He walked to the door and told the guard not to let anyone in. Then, he closed the tent and began his seclusion. Last time, Li Yueming had already broken through the spirit concentration realm in terms of qi cultivation. After reaching the spirit concentration realm, Li Yueming's control of spiritual energy could be said to be divine. With just one punch, the boiling spiritual energy could easily blast open a river. However, these words still couldn't satisfy Li Yueming. Over the years, other than the necessary rest time, he had not wasted a single second of cultivation time. His main focus was not on breaking through to the Qi refiner realm. Instead, he placed it on continuing to develop his human body treasure. It couldn't be helped. Although the spiritual energy was powerful, the more Li Yueming cultivated, the more he felt that this thing was an external force. If a cultivator lost the support of spiritual energy, their combat strength would plummet by many levels. In comparison, although the efficiency of developing the human body treasure was slow, the increase in combat strength was not as obvious. But at least it could make Li Yueming feel at ease. After spending an unknown amount of time and energy, Li Yueming had finally touched the threshold of a new human treasure. Li Yueming called this new human body treasure Kamitani. It was a brand new human body treasure above return to God. The so-called Kamitani was an A-cup ointment in the human body. Each of them gathered a person's heart, body, and spirit. It was the source of power for the human body. If he could develop this treasure, then, as long as Li Yueming ensured that he had enough energy intake, his body would be able to produce an endless stream of powerful strength. And if he did not care about the price, Li Yueming could even draw terrifying power from Kamitani to forcefully increase his combat strength. Even if he was facing a cultivator who was focused or even above that. After fully activating Kamitani's treasure trove, Li Yueming was not invincible for a short period of time. This was the charm of developing the human body. Before exploring one's own bodv, even a human would never know what kind of strange and powerful strength one's body could develop. The early combat strength of a physique cultivator who developed the treasures of the human body might not be as good as a cultivator who absorbed spiritual energy. However, once a powerful human body treasure was discovered, the combat strength of the martial arts world's body cultivators would soar in a straight line. It was not impossible for them to crush the cultivators in turn. Li Yueming was very satisfied with this. For the next few months, he focused on developing Kamitani's power. It wasn't until winter passed and spring came, and all living things revived and grew, that Li Yueming ended this short seclusion trip and completely took the secrets of Kamitani's treasure into his possession. Li Yueming was in a good mood after he finished his seclusion. Only when he had enough strength would he have the confidence to carry out the next step of the plan. Now, Li Ruyu and Li Ruxing had been arranged to join the Star Moon Army. For the time being, they were relatively safe. Then, what he needed to do next was to help his cheapskate father retire successfully. At the very least, they had to make sure that Li Nanfan safely retreated from the western border before the Qin army launched a full-scale attack. They didn't have to die under the iron hooves of the frenzied Qin army. However, it was not easy to achieve this goal. After all, Li Nanfan was not Li Ruyu or Li Ruxing. As the nominal head of the Li family and the general of the Western Garrison Army, he was not only the head of the Li family, but also the general of the Western Garrison Army. Countless gazes were focused on him. If you want to do something in front of everyone, don't even think about it if you don't have some skills. Li Yueming thought about it. It seemed that only by personally going to the western frontier could he achieve this goal. Thus, after thoroughly exploring the mysteries of the Valley of the Holy Spirit, Li Yueming immediately prepared to head to the western border. After all, time and opportunity waited for no one. Now that the situation of the 6 states was uncertain, the Qin army did not know how much patience they had left. Although Li Nanfan had not been by his side for many years in this life, he could be considered a competent father. If he had the ability, Li Yueming couldn't just watch him die. Before leaving, Li Yueming only informed the core higher UPS of the Star Moon Army, such as Huang Li Er and Ding Yi. He didn't even inform Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu, in case they were too concerned and caused unnecessary trouble. After arranging everything, Li Yueming rode a tall horse and left northern Glacier Town alone in the early morning. A man and a horse headed towards the western frontier, which was even more remote and barren than the north. Chapter 496, Father and Son Reunited After So Many Years. Part 1. In the western frontier, he guarded the West Pass. There was a popular limerick in the northwest. 1,000 miles of sand and bones, the outer wall of the West Garrison Fortress. It was the dangerous terrain of the West Garrison Pass. It was like a high wall erected in the northwest courtyard where yellow sand was flying and bones were everywhere. It protected the peace of the people in the west for a long time. This also indirectly confirmed the long history of the western frontier. It could be said that ever since the Tiandu clan disintegrated and the 8 kingdoms fought for hegemony and internal strife, the West Garrison Pass was the guardian god of the people in the western border of the Great Zhou. Before the rise of the Qin kingdom, the West Garrison Pass had stopped the plunder from the barbarians beyond the Great Wall. Ever since the rise of the Qin army, the West Garrison Pass had always been an impregnable pass that the Qin army could not cross. It gave the people living in the western border a sense of security. However, in the past few years, the West Garrison Fortress had almost fallen twice. This also made the people of the entire western border worry. The West Garrison Fortress held a heavy weight in the hearts of the people in the northwest, and they had always regarded it as their guardian. Now, even the West Garrison Fortress had almost fallen. The commoners did not know what else could protect their safety. Li Yueming followed the nearest route from the north to the west. Along the way, he met many people from the western border. He dismounted and asked, only to find out that they were all spontaneously organizing teams to transport grain to the West Garrison Pass. Some of the commoners were pulling donkey carts, while others were simply carrying heavy loads of wheat, sweet potatoes, corn, and other grains on their shoulders. They traveled thousands of miles to the West Garrison Pass just to feed the army in the West Garrison Pass. There was also a lot of grain that was stored last year. It was the family property that the commoners had hidden to resist various natural disasters. Even though Li Yueming was prepared for this, he still couldn't bear to look at it when he saw it with his own eyes. After all, the northwest was not the prosperous Central Plains. The grain production here was extremely low. It was already not easy for the commoners to make a living here. In addition, these years were chaotic. Every household had tightened their belts, and their lives were quite difficult. However, under such circumstances, they had sent all the grain stored in their homes to the West Garrison Pass without anyone forcing them. This showed how much they trusted the Western Garrison Pass and the Western Garrison Army. In fact, Li Yueming wanted to remind them that if the Qin army really launched an all-out attack, the West Garrison Pass alone would not be able to defend against their million-strong army. However, it was just a thought. If he really had to say it, he wouldn't be able to open his mouth and didn't know how to say it. Not to mention that this matter had not happened yet. Even if it really happened. So what if they were a bunch of weak commoners? When the nest is overturned, there are no intact eggs. When a disaster comes, the first to suffer is often the pitiful person. Li Yueming sighed and shook his head. About 5 days later, Li Yueming arrived at the West Garrison Pass. As the first pass in the northwest of the Great Zhou dynasty, the grandeur of the West Garrison Pass was unimaginable to ordinary people. From a distance, the entire city wall of the fortress seemed to be made of steel. The dark grey wall rose from the ground, and the hundreds of meters tall and dozens of meters thick wall was built in a narrow and dangerous place. On both sides of the city wall were majestic cliffs that were thousands of feet high. The precipitousness of the cliffs seemed to have been carved by knives and axes. Such a rare scene was formed after a remnant vein of the extremely cold snow mountain broke. The mountain range of the extremely cold snow mountain spanned thousands of miles, extending from the southwest to the northeast. The West Garrison Pass was the Dragon's Tail, and the extremely cold snow mountain at the 100,000 Mountains was the Dragon's Head. The entire Dragon's Vein was connected in one go, and only the West Garrison Pass had a fracture. According to the ancient legends, this gap was cut off by the Renhuang of the Tiandu clan. It was also this sword that completely cut off the last breath of the insect race's ruler. Therefore, the West Garrison Pass was also called the Human Emperor Pass a long time ago to commemorate the great achievements of the Human Emperor. Tiandu clan. In general, the steep cliffs make the town of the West Pass the majestic dangerous terrain, also isolate the possibility of the enemy's large-scale attack from other directions. The moment Li Yueming saw this majestic checkpoint, he suddenly understood why the West Garrison Army could resist the Qin army of close to 1 million soldiers with only 300,000 soldiers. Such a natural barrier was a nightmare for any enemy who wanted to attack the city. After approaching the West Garrison Pass, Li Yueming quickly saw the soldiers of the West Garrison Army standing guard. They were wearing exquisite armor that had been made for a long time, and their faces were filled with killing intent. Even though they were far away, Li Yueming could feel the murderous aura from the other party. With just a cursory glance, even Li Yueming could conclude that the other party was definitely a veteran who had crawled out of a pile of corpses. The Star Moon troop was already elite enough. However, in front of the West Garrison Army, who had been fighting with the Qin army for many years, the killing intent was still lacking. At the same time, several soldiers at the city gate also saw Li Yueming riding a tall horse. After signaling him to dismount from afar, a few soldiers with weapons came over and asked warily, "Who are you? Why have you come to the West Garrison Fortress?" Li Yueming took out a travel pass from his pocket. He couldn't get this thing himself. After all, he didn't get permission from the imperial court and ran out in private. However, he had a good master. Chapter 497, Father and Son Reunited After So Many Years. Part 2. As the highest commander in the northern lands, Yuao Tian had no problem getting a travel pass for Li Yueming. After seeing the travel pass and the virtual identity on it, the Western Garrison Army soldiers' eyebrows relaxed a little. "So you're a brother from the Northern Battlefront Army. What brings you here? Are there any specific documents?" Li Yueming had already prepared an excuse beforehand. "General, you asked me to check on the situation of our allies. If necessary, we might be able to help." The Northern Army and the Western Army were both border armies in the northwest. Although they didn't have much interaction on the official level. However, there was still some friendship in private. It was common for the two armies to exchange what they needed. Therefore, the soldiers at the gate quickly accepted Li Yueming's excuse. Since it was a private visit, it was normal that there were no specific documents. After confirming that Li Yueming was not someone with ulterior motives, the soldiers of the West Garrison Army relaxed a lot. "Please wait a moment, brothers of the Northern Battlefront Army. We have to report this matter first." Li Yueming had no objections to this. His purpose here was to take advantage of his father. Before he had a clear understanding of the situation of the Western Garrison Army, he naturally could not easily expose his true identity. One of the soldiers on guard duty left, probably to report the situation to the higher UPS. Another soldier helped Li Yueming tie the spiritual horse to the temporary stable set up below the city wall. It was also at this time that Li Yueming noticed that there was a long queue of people delivering food at the side door not far away from the West Garrison Pass. For this reason, the West Garrison Army even specially posted a notice on the city wall, telling the people not to send food and to keep the food for themselves for the winter. However, it still couldn't stop the people from burning with enthusiasm. The food delivery team was packed for several days. The West Garrison Army was also helpless. They couldn't possibly ask the other party to carry the food back. Therefore, they could only send people to collect the food of these people. In order to repay the people's enthusiasm, the West Garrison Army also sent soldiers to cook porridge for the people who delivered food 24 hours a day at the city gate, ensuring that they could have a hot bite when they returned after delivering the food. Li Yueming watched the people coming and going without saying a word. About 10 minutes later, the soldiers informed him that the higher UPS of the Western Garrison Army had allowed him to move around in the Western Garrison Pass. However, the range of his activities was limited to the city. The high pass did not allow any unrelated personnel to approach. After passing through the thick city wall that was dozens of meters wide, Li Yueming entered the West Garrison City. Because Li Yueming's reason for entering the city was to see if there was any place to exchange what they needed, there was a West Garrison Army quartermaster following him. However, this wasn't something worth mentioning to Li Yueming. After all, the more difficult part of the plan was to enter the Western Garrison Pass. As long as they entered the Western Garrison Pass, with Li Yueming's personal strength, as long as he didn't court death, there would basically be no safety issues. A mere quartermaster naturally could not restrain him. Soon, Li Yueming disappeared from the eyes of the quartermaster. The quartermaster thought he was seeing things. When he finally came back to his senses, his first reaction was that something was wrong. He hurriedly ran over to report. However, in the next few days, even if the soldiers in the city searched the town, they couldn't find any trace of Li Yueming. Nowadays, it was not uncommon for cultivators to act as spies and go deep into the enemy's rear to collect information. Most of the time, the party being probed was unable to guard against it. If the invading cultivators were powerful enough, ordinary armies would not be able to find them even if they knew about the invasion. Therefore, in order to deal with this situation, the elite military forces of each country had their own anti-spy plans. The Western Garrison Army naturally had one as well. As long as the soldiers completed their tasks normally, even the powerful cultivation practitioners could only gather some rough information. The truly important information would be hidden away. After a round of fruitless searching, the Western Garrison Army could only give up. About half a month later, another war broke out between the Western Garrison Army and the Qin Army. In this battle, Li Yueming hid at the edge of the battlefield and witnessed everything. He even saw his cheap father patrolling the entire battlefield on the city wall. The Western Garrison Army's combat strength was indeed very strong. Relying on their military strength, the West Garrison Army withstood the attacks of hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers for 3 days and 3 nights, forcing them back. If they had the same number of soldiers, the Qin army might not be able to defeat the West Garrison Army. One must know that out of the 12 armies that possessed the military soul, 5 legions had their entire forces deployed in the West Garrison Pass. Apart from the ordinary soldiers, there were 500,000 soldiers that possessed the military soul. And this was because the Qin army was unable to move in full force under the Great Tang's control. On the Great Zhou's side, out of the 300,000 troops in the Western Garrison Fortress, only 150,000 of them were the Western Garrison Army with the military soul. The remaining 150,000 were mixed ordinary troops. Under such circumstances, even if they occupied a natural barrier, it would not be easy to contend with the Qin army. After the battle ended, Li Ming still didn't say anything. He roughly estimated the combat power of the Qin army and the West Garrison Army, and then tested the situation of the West Garrison Pass through infinite deduction. In the end, he came to the conclusion that if the Qin army really attacked without caring about anything, the West Garrison Pass would definitely be in danger. After confirming this, he did not waste any time. They snuck into the outskirts of the Western Garrison Army's camp in the dark. After waiting patiently for a long time, he stopped Li Nanfen's, who was about to patrol the city wall in the middle of the night. Looking at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Li Nanfen subconsciously pulled out the sword at his waist. However, after taking a closer look at Li Yueming's appearance, he was stunned. He pursed his lips and did not know what to say. Li Yueming glanced around and made a gesture to keep quiet. Then, he brought Li Nanfan to a place not far from the camp. After confirming that there was no one around, Li Yueming said, "Dad, come with me." Li Nanfan's head had yet to turn around. Hearing Li Yueming's words, he subconsciously rubbed his eyes. After he finally came back to his senses and confirmed that it was not an illusion, he said with a trembling voice, "Son, is that you?" Li Yueming nodded. The father and son had not seen each other for more than 10 years. After Li Yueming left home, Li Nanfan returned to the army not long after. Li Ruxing and Li Ruya were at the Cultivator Academy. They would only see each other a few times in half a month. However, Li Nanfan had always been stationed in the West Garrison Pass. He was afraid of the imperial court and the emperor, and did not dare to return even during festivals. Both father and son communicated through letters. Now that they had suddenly met, Li Nanfan didn't even recognize Li Yueming at the first moment. His son had grown taller. He was also very handsome. He still looked like a teenager. After confirming that the young man in front of him was his son, Li Nanfan's voice trembled even more as he said, "Why are you here?" Outside the Western Garrison Fortress, there were Qin soldiers everywhere. It was very dangerous. Li Yueming smiled and said, "Dad, I've grown up a long time ago. My current strength might not be weaker than yours. Don't underestimate me." Li Nanfan was stunned and subconsciously wanted to laugh. However, he remembered that he was still in the military camp and should not be loud. He could only scratch his head awkwardly. "Let's not talk about this. It's not convenient here. Wait for my father to deal with the military matters. When he's free, I'll treat you to a drink." Li Yueming nodded. It would be easier for men to communicate with alcohol. Besides, they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. Li Yueming really wanted to sit down and have a good chat with his cheap father. After setting the time and location, Li Nanfan returned to the army. As a high-ranking general of the Western Garrison Army, Li Nanfan had a routine every day. His sudden disappearance could cause chaos in the entire army. If they wanted to leave the defense line, they had to explain clearly to their subordinates. Less than an hour later, Li Nanfan appeared in front of Li Yueming with several jars of wine and some dishes. It was also at this time that Li Yueming realized that compared to more than 10 years ago, his father had a few more hideous scars on his body. He didn't know if it was because of time or his injuries, but his originally straight back was a little hunched. Li Yueming's emotions were extremely complicated. He was even more glad that he had come in time. Otherwise, if it had dragged on for a few more years. Chapter 498, The West Garrison Army? Part 1. The father and son filled their cups with wine and drank a mouthful. Li Nanfan ate a few mouthfuls of food and suppressed the alcohol in his stomach. He was the first to speak. "Son, what are you doing here in the West Garrison Fortress?" Li Yueming looked at his father who was covered in wounds and sighed, "You know why I'm here. Based on the current situation, the Western Garrison Fortress will definitely not be able to hold on." Li Nanfan didn't say anything. He just picked up his chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls of food. In fact, as the Corps General of the West Garrison Army, how could Li Nanfan not understand the current situation of the West Garrison Pass? The 6 states were about to begin their struggle for hegemony. Compared to the other countries, the Great Zhou's national strength was at a weaker level among the 6 states. And after several rounds of reform, the state of Qin's national strength was at an unprecedentedly powerful level. Under such circumstances, how could the West Garrison Fortress stop the Qin army? Li Nanfan didn't say anything, but he didn't refute either. After taking a sip of wine, Li Yueming continued, "Dad, come with me to Northern Ice River Town. I've already brought big sister and second sister over. The Li family is also moving to Northern Ice River Town. If everything goes well, our family will be able to celebrate the New Year together tomorrow." Li Nanfan smiled. "Son, do you understand your father? This time, it was Li Yueming's turn to be silent. Did he understand his father? This question seemed to have hit a blind spot in his knowledge. He could only say that perhaps. After so many years of not seeing each other, Li Nanfen was only a vague shadow in Li Yueming's mind. If you say that you have a lot of understanding, that you are definitely lying. However, it would be a lie to say that he didn't know anything about her at all. Li Nanfen and Yuao Tian were the same kind of people. A pure soldier. Thinking of this, Li Yu opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she only sighed softly. He knew that his trip here was probably in vain. At this moment, under the dim candlelight, Li Nanfen's slightly hunched body suddenly straightened up. He stood up from the ground and walked to the broken door of the wooden house. He reached out and pushed the door open. Looking at the white snow drifting in the night under the bleak west wind, he said with a serious expression, "I, Li Nanfen, joined the army when I was 12 years old. I went into battle when I was 18 years old. I've fought on the battlefield for more than 50 years, and 30 of them have been spent in this desolate city far away from human habitation. I was born and raised in the western frontier, and I became famous there. Naturally, I have to shed the last drop of blood for the western frontier, just like your grandfather and the seniors of the Divine Martial Army who guarded this checkpoint for countless years." From the side, Li Yueming could see the light in Li Nanfen's eyes. It was glory, fire, blood, and everything Li Nanfen had. Li Yueming silently raised his glass and drank the wine in one gulp. His expression gradually became solemn. "But the Emperor, the Imperial Court, and the people of the Central Plains won't think that way. The situation in West Garrison Pass is so urgent, but the Emperor is still unwilling to mobilize the Dragon Tiger Army to help. Isn't he trying to make the West Garrison Army bleed to the last drop? So what?" Li Nanfen laughed. "The Western Garrison Army has more than 300,000 people, and 90% of them are native to the western frontier. They have never guarded the Great Zhou, nor are they suitable for the people of the Central Plains. They are only guarding the people of the western frontier. For so many years, the emperors of the Great Zhou dynasty have never truly regarded the people of the Northwest as their own people. They can choose not to cherish us, but we must cherish us, because the Western Garrison Army has never been loyal to the Zhou dynasty, but to the people of the Great Qian dynasty." This was actually a taboo secret of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Under normal circumstances, there was no need to talk about Li Nanfen. Even the people in the western frontier rarely mentioned it. The Western Garrison Army was not a direct descendant of the Great Zhou Emperor. They were the descendants of the Great Qian Divine Martial Army that was destroyed by the Great Zhou during its heyday after the Tiandu clan disintegrated. 10,000 years ago, the Tiandu dynasty had just disintegrated, leaving behind a total of 9 sub-dynasties. In the following years, these 9 sub-dynasties were constantly in war and annexed each other. More than 5,000 years ago, the Great Qian dynasty, one of the 9 Sun dynasties, was destroyed by the Great Zhou dynasty, which was at its peak, and the foreign tribes on the grassland beyond the Great Wall. Thousands of members of the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty were kidnapped by the barbarians on the grassland beyond the Great Wall. Most of them committed suicide because they couldn't bear the humiliation. The Divine Martial Army that guarded the human Emperor Pass back then was in a dangerous terrain. Neither the Great Zhou nor the grasslands beyond the Great Wall could bite off this hard bone. In the end, the helpless grasslands and Great Zhou could only use the tactic of surrounding without attacking, cutting off water and food. Seeing that the situation was over, the Divine Martial Army had no choice but to surrender to the Great Zhou. Not long after, it was renamed the West Garrison Army, and the human Emperor Pass was renamed the West Garrison Pass. Ever since then, this matter had been deliberately played down by the Zhou dynasty. When the lockdown was at its strictest, even if someone in the western frontier mentioned it, they would be arrested by the imperial guards who heard the news. That's why, until now, the people of the Northwest were deeply afraid of this matter. However, no matter how tight the blockade was on the surface, it could not change the flow of facts. The Northwest and the Northwest did not have a high degree of recognition for the Great Zhou. Of course, the Great Zhou did not have a high sense of recognition for the northern lands and the western frontier. Otherwise, the Central Plains people would have always called the people of the two northwestern regions the Northwest Barbarians. Chapter 499, The West Garrison Army? Part 2. The true territory of the Great Zhou was actually the fertile land after the Qin army attacked the Dragon Subdue Pass, Tiger Subdue Pass, and Fusion Pass. As for the lands in the west, north, and outside the West Garrison Pass that were occupied by the Qin army, they were actually the territory of the Great Qian dynasty thousands of years ago. Right now, the Emperor's Dragon Tiger army and other elite troops were all stationed at Dragon Subdue Pass, Tiger Subdue Pass, and Fusion Pass. It was obvious that they had abandoned the western frontier and the north outside the defensive circle. He had made up his mind to let the Western Garrison army and the Qin army fight to the death before he sat back and reaped the benefits. Of course, the Western Garrison army could also choose to surrender to the Qin army. However, the Emperor was not worried at all. Because the Qin army and the Western Garrison army were mortal enemies. A large portion of the grassland barbarians were the predecessors of the Qin army. The barbarians kidnapped thousands of people from the Great Gan Lord dynasty's royal family. They brutally castrated the men and tortured them to death, while the women were sold as military prostitutes. This was an irreconcilable blood feud. The reason why the Divine Martial Army surrendered was only one of the reasons. The main reason was that De Qian needed people to survive. The Divine Martial Army would not give up until they killed 1 million barbarians for revenge. Even the Great Zhou was one of the murderers who destroyed the Great Gan. However, compared to the actions of the barbarians, the Great Zhou, which was also a vassal, had more or less preserved enough dignity for the Great Gan. It was also because they knew that the Western Garrison army would never ally with the Qin army. That was why the Emperor could set up the Great Zhou's defense line at the front lines of the Dragon and Tiger Subdue Pass with such ease. After all, although the western border was the main battlefield against the Qin army was still in the west. However, it was too far from the Great Zhou's inland. The rate of loss of grain along the way was frighteningly high. The Great Zhou and the Qin army had been fighting for so many years, and the country's grain deficit was already very serious. Naturally, they would not lose more food for the Western Garrison army. Currently, the Emperor had only maintained the food supply of the Western Garrison Pass, but he had not sent any reinforcements. Fortunately, the West Garrison army did not expect any reinforcements. Now, they were defending this place only to kill a few more Qin soldiers. Li Yueming had heard of these rumors, but he had never taken them to heart. After all, in his opinion, those were all things that happened too long ago. Even if there were some problems left behind by history, they had long been washed away by the merciless passage of time. Now, unan ne niarkal ll nantang tok a dout tms. Only then did he truly feel the blood and fire contained in this matter. Even now, the West Garrison army still had not forgotten the hatred they had for him 5,000 years ago. They had been relying on the West Garrison Pass to fight the Qin army to the death. After saying this, Li Nanfan finished the last glass of wine in his glass and immediately put the glass back on the table. He looked at Li Yueming with a solemn expression and said, "These things were instructed by your grandfather when he was still alive, but I never told you because I didn't want you children to be involved in this matter again. The reason why the Western Garrison Army's spirit has not been destroyed for generations is that they will not stop until they kill the Qin army. This is the fate of the Western Garrison Army and the best home for them, so no matter what you say, I won't run away halfway." At this point, Li Nanfan closed his eyes and seemed a little tired. In the end, he revealed a smile of relief. "When these things spread to my generation, we can finally stop here. We don't have to continue to harm our descendants." Li Yueming was completely silent until Li Nanfan got up to leave. Li Nanfan opened the door. Outside, the snow and the cold wind with yellow sand were like silver needles that pricked one's skin. Li Nanfan turned around and looked at Li Yueming, smiling. "Son, I'm really happy that you're here to see me. However, you're also the leader of an army, so it's not convenient for you to stay here for long. Remember to help me say hello to those two girls when you go back. I hope they can forgive me. I'm not a qualified father. Not only did I not accompany you guys growing up, but I also didn't even worry about your marriage. After saying that, Li Nanfan closed the door and left without looking back. Li Yueming was stunned for a long time. Finally, he smiled bitterly and drank the rest of the wine in his glass. Before coming to the western frontier, he had considered many things. Although the other difficulties were a little troublesome, they could be overcome as long as they thought of a way. The only problem was that Li Nanfan refused to return to the North Glacier town. Li Yueming had no solution to this problem. After all, Li Nanfan had his own legs. If he didn't want to leave, Li Yueming couldn't really tie him up. Putting aside whether they could win or not, even if they could, the West Garrison army was not to be trifled with. Since things had come to this, it was useless to say more. Li Yueming stood up and prepared to leave. Just as Li Nanfan had said, Li Yueming was now the leader of an army, so he didn't have time to stay here. As for Li Nanfan, he could only think of a way after he returned. After sorting out his thoughts, Li Yueming did not hesitate. At dawn, he also disappeared from the small wooden house. After spending some effort, Li Yueming left the West Garrison Pass. While the sky was still dark, he found the temporary stable where the horses were tied up. He wanted to see if there were any spiritual horses here so that he could ride one back to Northern Glacier Town. Unexpectedly, after entering the stable, Li Yueming found that the black horse he rode before was still eating grass in the stable. Chapter 500, The West Garrison Army, Part 3. This surprised Li Yueming. He had disappeared into thin air after he had infiltrated the Western Garrison Pass. The Western Garrison Army had already identified him as a spy who had infiltrated the city. Logically speaking, his black horse should have been led away by the Western Garrison Army. But now, he was still in the stable. When she saw him, she even snorted happily. Li Nanfan didn't seem like he would do something like this. Besides, Li Nanfan didn't know how Li Yueming entered the city. Li Yueming didn't show any emotion after noticing the abnormality. After closing his eyes and feeling it carefully for a moment, Li Yueming had a feeling in his heart. He immediately walked straight to the small inn next to the stable. The inn was very old. It was probably for the merchants traveling to the West Garrison Pass to rest. Occasionally, some commoners would stay here for a day or two. It was clearly early in the morning, but the door of the inn was half open and not completely closed. Li Yueming pushed the door open. However, before he could see the scene in the inn clearly, he saw a hand suddenly grabbing towards him. Li Yueming's reaction was very fast. He caught the incoming palm. The other party obviously did not expect Li Yueming's speed to be so fast. He immediately formed a fist with his palm and punched towards Li Yueming. Li Yueming withstood the punch and retreated a few steps. The spiritual energy gathered on the other party's fist was very strong. Judging from the realm, it should be a lot higher than Li Yueming's. The most important thing was that the other party's physique was also quite strong. One punch actually made Li Yueming suffer a big loss. He was a troublesome fellow. After stabilizing himself, Li Yueming's expression turned solemn. In the next second, he exerted strength under his feet and rushed back like a cannonball. At the same time, the star moon art began to circulate at full force. The few hidden bodies in his body also burst out with powerful strength. Bang! He punched out. The door of the inn shattered into pieces. The mysterious person hiding behind the wooden door also grunted and was sent flying dozens of meters away by Li Yueming. Hearing the sound, the people who were still sleeping in the inn opened their. Looking at the huge hole in the inn, everyone's faces were filled with fear. At the same time, the nearby Western Garrison Fortress also noticed the abnormality. A group of elite soldiers was rapidly rushing towards the inn. Li Yueming spat. It had been many years since he last made a move. When he sensed the other party's aura just now, the aura in the inn gave Li Yueming a sense of déjà vu. Therefore, he was caught off guard and suffered a small loss. After realizing that it was his illusion, Li Yueming's counterattack was naturally extremely fast. He was even beaten back just now. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his senses and transformed into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Li Yueming had just warmed up, so he really wanted to see the other party's true face. Unfortunately, the inn was right next to the base of the Western Garrison Army. The slightest movement would attract tens of thousands of Western Garrison Army soldiers. He did not want to be surrounded by an elite army with a military spirit. Therefore, he could only give up on the idea of continuing to fight. He returned to the stable and led the black horse to prepare to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, amidst the aftermath of the dust and sawdust, a dusty figure walked out and waved at him. Wait! Li Yueming was already on his horse. He turned his head to take a look. Not far away, the person who was sent flying by his punch was actually his teacher, Wang Ziwei. No wonder he felt that something was wrong when he first sensed the other party's aura. Seeing that Li Yueming had stopped, Wang Ziwei heaved a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't keep his expression on and coughed twice. Haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect the little wimp from back then to be so powerful now. Li Yueming glanced at the Western Garrison army that was approaching aggressively. He bowed to Wang Ziwei and asked in a negotiating tone, Master, let's go somewhere else to talk. Wang Ziwei waved his hand to signal Li Yueming not to be anxious. Then, he patted the dust off his body and walked towards the Western Garrison army. After seeing him, the leader of the Western Garrison army immediately saluted. Wang Ziwei casually explained a few words, and the Western Garrison army, which had been filled with killing intent just a moment ago, quickly stopped gathering. They began to slowly retreat into the city. After solving the problem, Wang Ziwei returned to the inn and looked at Li Yueming. I'm now your father's adjutant. Come down and have a chat. Li Yueming glanced at the retreating Western Garrison army, then looked at Wang Ziwei at his feet and dismounted. Wang Ziwei sized up the disciple in front of him. After a while, he said, Heroes come from young people. You're only in your 20s, but your strength is already comparable to masters. Don't know if I've lived too long, or if you're too monstrous. Is there a possibility that it's both? Li Yueming laughed. Wang Ziwei also laughed. He was both angry and amused. You think you can go to heaven just by praising you? I've been waiting for you here for a long time. I thought you weren't coming back.